Can you feel it? The air in your lungs. The essence and spirit of life in the air. This is paradise.
In other words, I ain't not doing Don't tell me about work I out on the road today. Me and some pretty beaches I out on the boat today. I don't care what time of day.
Take a deep breath. Breathe. Can you feel it? The air in your lungs. The essence and spirit of life in the air.
Just can't see myself coming to work today.
This is paradise.
In other words, I ain't not doing Don't tell me about work I out on the road today. Me and some pretty beaches I out on the boat today. I don't care what time of day it is, I drinking rum today. Having fun today. Yeah! Holiday. Today's a holiday. I don't care what the
Looking for sun, sea, and culture? Hop on American Airlines from the US to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Easy, breezy, and unforgettable. Let the adventure begin.
Take a deep breath. Breathe. Can you feel it? The air in your lungs. The essence and spirit of life in the air. This is paradise.
I will never let you down again.
Snow on the ground? Swap it for sunshine. Head straight to St. Vincent and the Grenadines with Air Canada. From cold to the Caribbean, just like that. Island hopping? We got you. Caribbean Airlines connects you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in true Caribbean style. One flight, endless memories.
With Air Canada. From cold to the Caribbean, just like that. We got you. Caribbean Airlines connects you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in true Caribbean style. One flight, endless memories.
Craving paradise? Fly Delta and touch down in the untouched beauty St. Vincent and the Grenadines. City Pace got you tired? It's time to slow it down. Jet in with JetBlue and soak up the vibes of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Relaxation starts the moment you land. Planning your next vacation? Let's make it unforgettable. Fly Virgin Atlantic straight from London to the lush, beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 32 islands, one paradise. We'll see you soon.
Good evening and welcome to Decision 2025, live broadcast of the 2025 general elections here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, an event that has been described as the mother of all elections. And rightly so, it's the first time that a party has been in power for 24 years. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the panel this evening to my right, journalist and former ambassador to Cuba, Dexter Rose. He will also be sharing the moderator's chair with me this evening.
Thank you, Teresa. It's good to be back here 5 years later. We were here 5 years earlier.
Ago.
The panel has changed considerably, except for Peter, who was online from France, it was then?
Yes.
We've got two very good persons on with us. So thanks for having me on again.
Okay, and to his right, we have former senator and chairman of the New Democratic Party, Dr. Linton Lewis.
Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here. These are very interesting times, and hopefully we'll have an interesting experience here today.
And to my left, the lady in green, Rainey Batiste, former government minister under the ULP government, and also a former Minister of Electoral Affairs. Rainey Batiste.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And of course, I believe I was here last in 2015 and on radio in 2020. Thank you.
Okay, and to your left, none other than Peter Wickham, well-known and respected pollster out of Barbados. Welcome, Peter.
Thank
Glad
you.
to have you here in person.
Yeah.
Last year you were online.
Online.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be with you guys again. And certainly it's good to be here in person on this occasion. This has been referred to as the mother of all Caribbean elections with good reason. So I'm happy to be part of the discussion because I think it will definitely be impactful across the region. It's being widely watched.
Great. Joining us by Zoom, historian Dr. Michael Gary Denny.
I am happy to be here to observe this important election.
Okay, and we also have Asher Blucher. He'll be giving you the figures as they come in, as we get them. He's a former executive assistant to the CEO of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Tourism Authority. So he's doing what I did last elections 5 years ago. Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. It's great to be here.
Great. We want to start a little bit to talk about the history of elections here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I think we can ask our historian to start us off in this regard. Dr. Denny?
Well, if we are looking at the history of elections, it depends on what kind of elections we're looking at. Elections in the colonial era, when the people got the right to vote, that's 1951, when we were voting for the Legislative Assembly. Then, of course, we had elections in the independence era, which is 1979. So it depends on what kind of history that we really want to look at. In general, though, it's useful to begin with the fact that we really had the right to vote in 1951, and we had expansive, political rights from state to independence, and with those also came elections. So we had premier, and then we had prime minister, and so on, and we have had, according to Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, as an independent nation, we had the Labour Party in one form or another has ruled for at least 70% of the time. So Vincentians have shown a preference for that time. But of course, they've also voted for the NDP as well within that time. And so the past is not necessarily a predictor of the future. But what we can say is that, broadly speaking, Vincentians have, been generally energetic about the right to vote and exercising that vote across what is now 51 and so 49 and 25, some 60 something years. Yeah. How many years? Yeah. 51, if we voted in 1951, and so that's 49 and 25, so that's over 74 years of Vincentians voting. That's a long time, relatively speaking, for us.
Great, thank you. Well, today was the big day. What were some of your observations? Because I'm sure everybody, of course, with the exception of Peter, would have been to some polling station today. What were your observations so far? And maybe we can start with Dr. Lewis.
Yes, there was a very good turnout in the public works area. The people were quiet, but they were jubilant to some extent, looking forward to cast their votes. Even when the rain was falling, they were still there, not leaving the precincts. They stayed there and showed that they intended to vote. When people are determined to vote like that, it makes you wonder sometimes what the outcome is likely to be.
You talked about public works. I was there. That's why I voted. I mean, we live on the same hillside.
I think all three of us voted at the same polling
yes,
station.
Yes.
I went very early, and there was a lot of zest, if I call it that, person there. But it was a very cordial sort of mood. You know, it is like coming together. That people looking forward to this. It's like family coming out for a big outing, but you know the seriousness of it. But yet you come there and you're not being, there's no animosity.
There was hostility.
No hostility whatsoever.
There's great interaction.
Yes.
Okay, Sister Renee?
Yes, I had a very interesting day. I went to the windward and the leeward side of the island. I went to as far as Bayabu today, and far down to the leeward as far as Layu. And I voted at Girl Guides headquarters, which is my polling station. Very quiet. In some polling stations, there was a lot of exuberance. You know, tons of people I saw in Layu, and in Rillan Hill, a lot of voters waiting to get into the polling station. They're already in line. There were also individuals who, you know, sometimes like to tease the rules around the edges, nip around the edges of the rules. But I would say, by and large, excellent turnout. The polling stations, especially in Central Leeward, and I didn't get to stay in any in South Leeward, but the turnout was heavy where I went. You could have seen the crowds.
Peter, I don't know if you had an opportunity to observe what the turnout would have been, but listening to our other panelists, they're saying that there was actually a good turnout. Normally, what does a good turnout mean?
That's $1 million question. The challenge I always have is that it's difficult to know whether the turnout is good or not. If the political parties are monitoring their numbers, it's possible that they can tell us, but invariably we have to wait until the electoral office does the computation. What you find in the Caribbean, and certainly in St. Vincent, is no different, that the turnout is always heavy in the morning because people are almost in competition to see who can get to vote first. So at most of the polling stations, certainly that I would have seen this morning, there was a heavy turnout in the morning. Usually as it gets to mid-morning, later in the day, it eases a bit. The impression I got was that the polling stations were well managed, and that even where people were waiting for a long time, you know, they were able to vote fairly easily, and there was not a lot of frustration. The rain was something that was noticeable, and as you said, people braved the weather to be there. As to what impact this will have on the outcome, you know, the assumption is that people come out to vote to change a government. That is the general assumption. Having said that, we have had changes of government in the region recently where the voter turnout was very, very low. So I don't know that rule of thumb is something that is questionable. At the same time, though, I think the bigger issue now is measuring the turnout and the extent to which the voters list in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is probably bloated with names of people that are not really able to vote. And this is a general challenge that we're having all across the region. So you have these very low, apparent low turnouts, when in truth and in fact the turnout is actually higher. Is this that the lists are not generally not well cleaned and not well maintained? And this is not a criticism, this is a fact of our electoral management in the region. So as the night wears on, we'll see what happens, but I'm sure that the electoral office will be in a better position to tell us, what the turnout really was.
Great. We have some good news. Results coming out of the Southern Grenadines, where Chevron Stewart of the ULP and Terence Oliver of the NDP are battling out. So over to Asher.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Teresa. We are looking at Canawan, which is the incumbent Terence Oliver for the NDP, as well as a new running mate, Siobhan Stewart, for the Southern Grenadines. We're looking at polling station A in the Canawan Administrative Building, and we can see for the registration vote is for 254. Registration vote is 254, and that is from A to J. We're looking at the ULP 7878, and for the NDP we're looking at 200. We would have seen the cast ballots cast votes of 279 and 1 rejected. 279, 1 rejected. Again, that is the Canawan Administrative Building. We are seeing for the NDP 200, and ULP 78, and in total we would have seen 279 casted and 1 reject.
Thank you. So I guess that's all the results we have for now. How do those results compare in that particular polling station to last elections?
You could put it up easily.
Should be able to.
So while Dr. Lewis pulls that up, or anybody with the figures.
Yes, I should have the figures up here.
It's good that we get
I mean, it's really not surprising.
Yes,
yeah.
NDP was 204, and ULP was 53.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
at least the ULP gained
vote, yes.
some votes
in relation to last
in
elections.
relation to the last poll. Okay, so Canawan, admin building Canawan. 78 to the ULP, 200 NDP, a total of 279 votes were cast with 1 reject vote. Let's talk a little bit about some of the issues going into this year's elections.
Issues.
That sounds like a pollster's question.
Let's go to the campaign. Look, this election, people is not involved. People call it the mother of all elections. We have seen campaigning at a level that we've never seen before. We had been introduced to a type of campaigning by the ULP, very snazzy, high tech. This year, the NDP came on strong. It was as though they mirrored what the ULP had been doing before, and say, we're not just a mirror, we're going to outdo you. So what it created an atmosphere which, for the last, it became a virtual second carnival in St. Vincent. I missed carnival in July, but I didn't miss anything this year. And this election, I mean, it was so festive, so very festive. Some of the issues that people are talking about.
What I find most important, though, sorry to interject, is the involvement of social media.
Oh, well.
In the campaign. I mean, it's never been heard of before. And the messaging that was done by both parties on the issues, for example, the government side, projects, the strength or weakness of the leader of the New Democratic Party, the fact that being there for 24 years ought not to be looked at in a negative light if things are going well for people.
Yeah.
The importance of education, the education revolution, the hotel projects, those were being promoted by the Youth Labour Party extensively. And then you had the NDP indicating that, listen, we will match in whatever you do, we will do it better, we will give more, to try and convince the electors. But they had one very important issue, and that was the fact that the ULP was there for a very long period of time. And pushing that message seemed to give the impression that there's a time for a change. And when you are actually campaigning on the issue that there's a time for a change, it is easier for you to get your messages accepted by the electorate. So I think that notwithstanding all the projects, and infrastructural projects, and the benefits that the ULP has been given to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, being there for a long period of time, may have been a negative in the process.
Peter, your thoughts on?
Yeah. In terms of issues, fundamentally, the issue in St. Vincent and the issue in pretty much everywhere else in the Caribbean and the issue in the world is the cost of living. So if there was an issue that bothered Vincentians, I would say the cost of living would be it. Crime to a less extent. But I think the issue that predominates is this whole question of the cost of living. And I can say with some confidence that that was the issue here as well. The challenge is that because this issue manifests itself in elections across the world, yes, the individual feels it personally, but it is extremely difficult to defend it because it's pretty much something that everyone is feeling. It's certainly true, but it's not peculiar to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, the opposition's challenge really is to demonstrate or to let people not think about the fact that it happens elsewhere. The government's challenge is to remind people that, Americans are facing a cost of living challenge, pretty much everyone else is. So I would say that that's the real broad issue in terms of those things. Vincentians, to be quite frank, are a lot better off than they were when the ULP started. And I think not necessarily economically only, but it is a completely different place. So the question of what the ULP has done for the 25 years, I think is a relatively easy issue to defend because they can demonstrate materially, look, this is where we have brought the country. But as the fellow panelists were saying, all of this has been subsumed into this whole question of the length of time the government has been at the wicket batting. Maybe they're batting well, but ultimately they've been there a very, very long time. And the change narrative is easier to sell with every election that passes. And you're in a situation now where, you have the longest standing government in the Caribbean, with the Prime Minister who has been there for the longest 5 consecutive terms. Unprecedented anywhere in the region. And that's the reason why there's so much interest in this election across the region because, we're looking to see what will happen. Against that background, the idea of change, the narrative of change is very, very easy to sell. And I'm not surprised that the NDP chose to go down that road. There wasn't a lot said about much else, quite frankly. There wasn't an attempt to say the ULP did nothing because you didn't really have to go there. You basically just deal with this whole question of change. So I would sense that was pretty much the issue, the main issue that was on the table. Yeah. Interested.
We'll talk some about that. Yeah. The phrase here, I think, in local parlance would be too long in that, too long. So we'll talk about that and also examine whether this is really a reason for people to change their minds. We have some more results also from the Southern Grenadines.
Yes. Indeed, we do have some new results, and we are looking at the Myro Government School in polling area of A to Z, and we have the ULP, they would have 67, 67, 67, and the NDP 114 114. In total, there was 181 votes casted, and there are no rejects for this one. This is in polling division B, and that would be in the Myra Government School. Looking at A to Z, and we do have 67 for the ULP, that's under Chevron Stewart, and NDP 114. In total, we're looking at 181. No rejects for this one.
We also have yeah.
Yes, we also have on back into Canawan, and this is A1, the same administrative building in Canawan, and we're looking this time for K to Z. That's for surnames K to Z, and we're looking at the ULP at 54, and the NDP 207. In total, there were 263 casted votes, and we have 2 rejects. That's 2 rejects. We have 263 casted. The NDP, which is 207, and the ULP, 54, 2 rejects. That's coming out of Canawan for polling division A1 at the Canawan Administrative Building.
Okay, so not unexpected. NDP is in the lead. We have 4 more polling stations results to come in, but at this time, of course, the NDP's Terence Oliver has already taken the lead in that constituency. Any more results? Do we have more results?
What's interesting in these first 2, because I got the chance to look at the comparative between 2020 and 2025, is that the NDP is actually doing less well on this occasion. And the ULP has actually improved. The first polling division, their improvement was 4% and 12 in the second one. So that's interesting for what it's worth. The issue, of course, is that no one expects that the ULP is going to win the Southern Grenadines. But I am sure that an improvement there is something is remarkable in an election year like this. So I don't know what will happen in the other 2 polling divisions because they still have a lot of time to make up ground. But certainly that appears to be an improvement, measurable, but will not make a difference in the scheme of things.
Have an impact. Yeah, Renee?
Yes, let me put it this way, as a first-timer for Ms. Stewart, she launched a very interesting campaign, and you can see from the results, she has made some inroads differently from the former candidate. However, as the pollster here said, this not the expectation that there would be a sufficiency of a swing for her to take this seat. But elections can be unpredictable.
I mean, to be honest, she's up against a juggernaut. I mean, she's new. She's new, and if I might say, she's not a person who lives in the Southern Grenadines, which was very interesting from my point of view. And it was a bold move. I mean, when you hear the name Stewart and St. Vincent, you think of Union Island. Yes. You think of Southern Grenadines. So for young Chevron who doesn't live there to be placed there, it's a steep hill to climb. And it'll be interesting to see what eventually happens at the end of the night. I don't know if we got enough
in Union Island
left
to do an upset.
To be a remarkable upset if that happens, but you see, she's coming in at a time when the graph is going down. Yeah. And when the ULP seems to be performing not as well as in the past, and she's now entering, she's getting a bit more votes. Not very many. He's getting less, but not many either. So he's actually maintaining his votes. He got 18 votes more in that polling station. She got about 2 more. So the fact is that the increases are very minimal from both perspectives. It's just that the leads in the past were so wide that it would be very, very difficult for her to actually.
So that might be some level of consolation to her that she can say, well, compared to Edwin Snag, who's been there for a long time, you know, a whole fighter, that she's done better in these areas, you know. It's very interesting.
Like I said, yes, quite interesting.
Okay, and I understand that we are getting some results from Central Leeward? Central Leeward.
Yes, we are. We are, Teresa. We're looking at Central Leeward and Polling Division B1. Polling Division B1, that's Leroy Jackson's house. That's in Barrowley. And we're looking at H to Z. We're seeing that there are 97 for the ULP, while the NDP is 125. The representatives in this area is Orlando Brewster and Conroy Huggins. We're also looking at the cast ballots at 222. That's 222 for cast. There are no rejects on this one. And we are seeing, again, for the ULP, 97, while the NDP is looking at 125 in total cast. That will be 222. This is at Leroy Jackson's house in Barrowley.
Okay, so who has the figures from last election?
Yes, last election, NDP was 128, and ULP was 117.
117.
So ULP is going down.
117.
Yeah, 117.
So they lost
B1?
10.
Yes.
10 votes. Okay.
Yes, and NDP got 3 more votes. So they mean, sorry, 3 less.
3 less.
3 less, yes. 3 less.
Okay. So traditionally, has this particular area been?
No, that's NDP.
Seems like it. NDP,
Yeah?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it stands to reason that the candidate for the NDP is a Barrowley boy.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, he's a Barrowley bright spark, you know. A very attractive candidate from us, say so. And that is, you talk mother of all elections, I'm looking to this constituency for a ding-dong battle.
Okay.
It'll be interesting. Ding-dong battle. 2 very attractive candidates. Young, energetic, they're great on the platform, both of them. You know, they're great on the platform. I knew young Conroy when I was ambassador in Savannah. He studied there. And he was like a student leader. He's a leader in church, you know, that kind of thing. And interested in coming out to Central Leeward.
Okay. All right, interesting. Okay, so that's what we have in terms of results at the moment.
I think Central Leeward is actually the second strongest seat in the last election.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, that said, it was 55% support, which is not safe by any measure, but certainly is strongest. If there's any deterioration in this one, you know, I think it would be an ominous signal. But it's not really possible to see that from that one polling division.
No.
So, yeah.
Early days.
Okay, are we getting some more results? Okay.
With Godwin Friday, the leader of the leader of the NDP, Godwin Friday, Northern Grenadines, and Carlos James for the ULP. We're looking at polling station G in Mustique. We're looking at Mustique Community Center, and this is last names A to Z, and we're looking at for the ULP 8, that's the ULP 8, while the NDP would be 58. In total, we have casted 66. 66 votes have been casted, and the NDP would have scored 58, while the ULP is scored 8. That's for both the NDP and the ULP Godwin Friday and Carlos Williams in the Northern Grenadines.
Okay, so those were our first set of results from the Northern Grenadines, where the leader of the NDP, opposition leader Godwin Friday, is battling Carlos Williams. We also have a report from Caliacor. Marvin is on the line.
We're currently at the Caliacor Town Hall. This is a polling station in the East St. George constituency. So far, there's several individuals on the outside preparing to cast their vote. From individuals who have already casted their vote, they say the process has been quite smooth. We can see there are several vehicles lined up on the side of the road going straight into Glen, which is an indication that people are coming out and people are casting their votes. They're quite serious about exercising their democratic rights. We're still in the constituency of East St. George. Of course, you casted your vote earlier today. What was the process like? Was it easy and simple?
Simple, easy, get you good.
All right.
Good.
All right. I noticed, as we could tell all around us, there was some rain earlier today.
Yeah.
That didn't deter you from coming out and casting your vote?
I have to do that. I have to cast my vote. I'm a Vincentian, and I need to do that. That's fine. That's my policy. Okay?
Right, thank you so much. As you heard from this Vincentian, this gentleman here decided, despite the rain, he's going to come out and cast his vote. Stay tuned as we continue to give you updates from the different polling stations across the country.
Thank you very much, Marvin. And of course, that report was filed earlier today. But in the meantime, we have some more results coming in. And this is from the constituency of Central Leeward once again.
Yes, Central Leeward once again is coming in, and we are looking now at polling station E. That would be in the government school, Layu Government School. We're looking here at last names A to H. The ULP, we're seeing 104-2. 142, that's for the ULP Orlando Brewster, while the NDP 124. In total, casted would be 266. That's 266. That would be 266, and that would be at the Layu Government School, Central Leeward. Those are the newest results for that area. There are no other results except for the ones before, which is at Leroy Jackson's house in Barley, and now the Layu Government School polling division E, and we're looking at 266 in total.
Do we have any comparisons there from, let's say, the last poll?
Yes, we had ULP 224 and NDP
that's in that same polling division?
Yes.
224.
That is Layu A2, that is polling A2H polling division E. Yes. ULP 224 and NDP 178.
What?
That's interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
I'm wondering if they introduced some other polling divisions, so they were split.
Yeah. It's quite possible.
But the numbers...
quite possible.
They don't...
the numbers not making sense.
Yes.
I mean, it's too drastic.
Part of the challenge with this approach is that we're taking like A to H and I to Z, and it's possible sometimes that they may use a shorter for like A to E, maybe. So it's difficult to make that comparison until we have an entire polling division in that regard.
And if I mentioned, Layu is supposed to be Brewster's stronghold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brewster's a Layu man, so not surprised that he's leading there, but the comparison would give you a better idea in terms of how he's really doing.
All right, we have some more results coming in from the Northern Grenadines again.
Yes,
Asher?
Teresa, we do have some results coming in from the Northern Grenadines, and we're looking at E1. That will be polling E1 polling division. That would be at Skyline Disco, which is in Paget Farm. And we are looking for last names J to Z, and we are seeing that the ULP, they are counted at 37, that's 3737, while the NDP is at 220. In total, there were 258 casted, while we have one reject, and that would be polling division E1, and we're looking at Skyline Disco and Paget Farm, and in total 258, one reject for the ULP 37 and NDP 220.
Okay, and as we continue to go through the motions in the Northern Grenadines, Dr. Denny, we haven't heard from you in a while. Okay, he's probably not there at the moment.
Just wanted to comment quickly on the Northern Grenadines scenario, because I do have direct comparisons between polling divisions, and Friday has already improved in both of them. Not by a huge amount, but when you have already amassed the level of support that he has there, there's not a lot of improvement to do. But for what it's worth, he has improved by a reasonable amount in both of the polling divisions that we have counted. Yeah.
Peter, would an improvement for an opposition leader surprise you at a time when his party is looking to not just compete, but to push the incumbents away?
Yeah, entirely expected. Although this is the second competition for him, so one would think that he should have had an improvement previously, but perhaps his supporters are more convinced this time around that it's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have more results? Okay, so we have some more results? No?
We do have West Kingstown.
West Kingstown.
That would be West Kingstown.
Okay, West Kingstown.
We're
moving into town area.
Yes, we are moving into town. West Kingstown, the incumbent Daniel Cummins and Kisal Peters, and you're on the block. However, we are looking at polling Division A, Victoria Park in Kingstown, and that would be last names A to Z. They are looking at the ULP 11, while the NDP 21. In total, casted was 32, 3232, and we also have polling station C, and we are looking at the Kingstown Government School in Stony Grounds. That would be A to Z as well, and we're seeing the ULP at 27, while the NDP at 34. In total, we have 62 casted, while we have one reject there. We do not see any in the other polling division in that area. The graph, as you are looking at, is at 55 currently for the NDP and 38, one reject for that area.
Early days yet, but Rene, that was your area. Rene, you were the representative for that area.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you look at the figures, how they look into you compared to your time?
In Stony Ground, that is actually a small polling station, and Victoria Park. And, well, in my back over 20, how many years ago?
Tell me you forgot.
Both in 2001 and 2005, those were ULP.
Okay, we have Central Leeward E2 coming in as well.
Yes, Central Leeward E2, Theresa. We're looking here at the Leyu Government School again, and that's E2. We're looking at Q to Z. We're looking at 104 for the ULP, 104 for the ULP, while the NDP, we see 81 in that area, 81 in total. Casted is 185, and that would be for the NDP and the ULP together. We're looking in total at where the graph is concerned, we can see 330, and while the ULP, we're looking at 343 for that area.
Well, Teresa, I did say you can expect a ding-dong battle there.
You did. You did. I didn't get that impression.
That's a new one.
Earlier on, but you did indicate that that is probably what might happen, and
yeah,
what's happening.
they arguably two of the better candidates on the election.
Total,
yeah, total. Well, you know, two future leaders, both on both sides.
And that's a new polling station.
The Layu Government School?
I think. Which one is that one?
The last one is?
It's E?
E?
A to H.
A to H? Oh, no, that one isn't. There's a new one. Okay. Q to Z. Oh, okay. Q to Z?
Yes, Teresa, that's the point I'm making. Like, because of the sheer quality of these two candidates, that's the reason I'm looking at this constituency. Because if you look into the future, either of these guys could be emerging as leading their parties. I dare say so from now.
But E2, Q to Z, that's a new polling station, isn't it?
Q to Z?
Yes, E2 here. Yes, I think it's a
okay.
new one. It's a new polling station. Wasn't there before.
Okay. So there are actually 3 polling stations at Layu government.
E, E1, and E2, yes.
Yes.
I think that's the first time that we have that polling station.
And that's Brewster territory.
Yeah.
Yes.
His stomping ground. He's a success story from out of Layu, from very humble circumstances.
Yes.
To
Is that Tisha Road?
A medical Tisha Road.
Yes.
The notorious Tisha Road. And he comes out and he changes the image of Tisha Road, because a medical doctor, you know, you hear him speak and you say he's from Tisha Road, you know, which is a good thing. Product, Dr. Gonzalez was here, product of education revolution.
Okay. Any more results now? Okay, we are still in Kingstown, Central and West.
Yes, Teresa, we have Central Kingstown, and this would be for Sinclair Leacock, which is the incumbent for the NDP, and new running mate Marvin Fraser for the ULP. We are looking at F, that's Bishop College in Kingstown, and we're looking at the ULP at 10, while the NDP at 19. That's the ULP at 10, and the NDP at 19. Casted there would be 2929. That's A to Z. That would be polling station F at the Bishop College, both Marvin Fraser, and we're also looking at Sinclair Leacock from the NDP.
Do we know how many registered voters are in that particular polling station?
Currently, we do not have the information, but that will be coming in shortly. I'm sure we will get that.
Mr. Blucher, the guys wouldn't like to hear you say they're running mates, you know. They're not running mates at all.
They're not running mates.
They're competitors.
They're competitors.
Serious competitors, too.
It's not a particularly big polling division, though.
No, it's all small,
it's 53.
20-something.
Yeah.
You know.
It was 53 last election, so.
Okay.
We also
53 altogether?
We have new information.
And 29, yes. It's small.
Okay, more results?
Yes, we have more results coming in for the same set, Central Kingstown, and we're looking at polling division G, the Anglican School Annex in Kingstown, and we see the ULP at 9, while the NDP at 11. Casted would be 20 casted there. No rejects whatsoever in that area, and that is the current scores there, and there are no others except for we are looking at, again, Anglican School Annex, and that would be the ULP 9, while the NDP at 11. In total, it's 20 for polling division G.
That's interesting. The NDP got less this time. They were 24 last time.
They got 24?
24 at Bishop College. They got 19, and at the Anglican School Annex, they had 16 last time, and now they have 11.
Marvin Fraser has some roots in that area.
think that polling division, though, is really too small to...
very
both
small.
this one and the previous one, F, would
It's
be
a
too
bit
small to
small.
really draw any strong conclusions from.
Yeah.
There's less than 50 votes.
You forget the residents would be... That area is now more commercial.
Yeah.
So...
Hardly any residents in there anymore.
People live higher up. Kingston Park,
They moved on up
Sharps,
to the
Lodge
east side.
Village.
They moved on up to the east side.
So, West Kingstown B, West Kingstown B.
West Kingstown D.
D.
Yes, West Kingstown D.
D.
We are looking at the Kingstown Government School again and in Stony Grounds. And we are seeing in total here, we are seeing 75 for the ULP, while the NDP scores at 138, 138. Casted would be 216, that's 216. And rejects there, 3. There are 3 rejects in that area. 3 rejects in that area. We see in total for the NDP 193 on the graph, and looking at the ULP at 113, while in total we have 4 rejects from that area.
The mother lode of this would be in Edinburgh and Lomans.
Good. Well, we in a...
Kingston D. 216 votes, okay.
While we in a little lull, I got a comment from someone here saying that I was talking about Tisha Road, and someone sent me a message and said that another leader who was born in Tisha Road was the late Uncle Metro, Edgerton Richards, former politician. But Tisha Road has had
their fair share of
this fair share, yeah.
famous people.
And no ordinary man coming out of Tisha Road.
Okay.
Where's this Kingston Government School?
Yeah, your own.
Which one?
Kingston Government School.
So this is your constituency, so.
That was all of 15 years ago. That was 15 years ago,
Ernie,
3 terms ago.
Are you beginning to say that you know that?
Huh?
You beginning to say that you're slipping, you're not remembering things? You're very sharp.
All right, so we have a report from Central Leeward, recorded earlier today, so we'll have a look at that now.
The image.
This is Live Compton with the Public Information Network. And we have moved on from North Leeward and moved into Central Leeward. So we are here in Barrowley at the Barrowley Government School at polling stations CLD and CLD1. The mood here is basically the same as we met in North Leeward, where we see people lining up behind us. The lines are orderly and people are, as we saw in North Leeward, moving in and out smoothly. The process seems to be going fine. Spoke to some people earlier who expressed that they were very happy for this day to come where they can express their democratic right. This constituency is being contested between the Unity Labour Party's Dr. Orlando Brewster and the New Democratic Party's Conroy Huggins. During the elections in 2020, Dr. Orlando Brewster defeated Benjamin Exeter of the New Democratic Party by 503 votes. So this area is considered, when you look at the statistics, this area is considered a stronghold of the Unity Labour Party. So, as I said before, there is a lot of movement outside the polling station. People are lined on the street, and they are basically awaiting the results. If you look on the outskirts of the polling station on this side of the road, we'll see agents of both the Unity Labour Party and the New Democratic Party side to side. They seem very vigilant. They're recording voters as they pass, and everything seems to be going smooth here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Live Compton, all the way from the leeward side of the island. And of course, that report was also done earlier. Any more results? Are we ready with more results? Not at this time. Is Dr. Denny still with us? Okay. 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 I guess Dr. Denny is enjoying his Thanksgiving, not to forget that it's actually Thanksgiving Day in the USA. So everybody is having their turkey and what have you. So the last of the election results were from West Kingston.
West Kingston.
The New Democratic Party is seems to be.
And that is not surprising either. Yeah, that's one of their strongholds, so not surprising. So what
I'm looking at Central Leeward and the performance. You look at the mobilization for Dr. Brewster, and you would have expected him to have had better performances than I'm seeing here, comparatively speaking, and even relatively speaking. But is that an indication of the trend? Because if in a constituency where someone had won by 500 votes, you're beginning to see some sort of serious erosion of that lead. So earlier on, within the Liu area where he's from and where he was supposed to be strong, it makes you think that it's going to be a fight, but not one as tough as one anticipated.
So it's definitely a fight. He's still ahead in 2 stations so far. Government School at Liu, polling station E, and polling station E2. And those are actually the only 2 that he is somewhat ahead so far.
There are 3 results so far?
Yeah, 3 results so far.
Early days,
yeah, early days.
And unsurprisingly, Conroy Mix Huggins is leading in his hometown. And Dr. Brewster leading in his hometown. When you get more results, then you will see what's already happening. Because I predicted this is going to be tight.
Yes, you did. Okay, no more results yet? Okay, do we have any more reports from earlier today? Okay, so let's look at what was happening earlier today. We have another report.
Here in the constituency of Mariaqua. So far, there are a few persons inside casting their votes. What I've heard so far is that the process has been quite smooth throughout the day, and they're expecting a number of individuals to come back in the afternoon after the work to cast their votes. That's the situation here right now in Mariaqua. Because you've been voting for a number of years, 25 you said, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Has it been different this time, or is it pretty much the same? Mark X, you go simple and easy.
Mark X, simple and easy.
So far, we're visiting constituencies in North Windward, North Central Windward, East and West St. George, and now here at Mariaqua. So far, the process has been smooth according to voters. They went in, cast their ballots without any sort of problems. Different officials have said there have been very minor issues, but so far, this process has been smooth. Reporting for the Public Information Network, I am Barvin Oliver.
Okay, so we have some more results, I'm told. Thank you, Barvin, for that. Northern Grenadines again. More results from the Northern Grenadines.
Indeed, Teresa, we're looking at polling division D, Gingerbread Clubhouse. That would be in Belmont in Beckway. And we're seeing 13 for the ULP, 1-3 for the ULP, while the NDP, we're looking at 228. That's 228, and in total that will be 242. One reject, and that would be at the Gingerbread Clubhouse in Belmont and Beckway. We're looking from last names A to L, 13 for the ULP, while the NDP, 228. In total, we're looking at 242, one reject. We also have other results as well to West Kingstown, and I would give those to you. Right now, we are looking at West Kingstown I, and that is 77 for the ULP, 77 for the ULP, while the NDP 143. This is at the Dr. J.P. Eustace Secondary School in Edinburgh. In total casted would be 221. That's 221, one reject. That would be West Kingstown at total 221, as well one reject. And we are also looking at the West Kingstown graph. You would see we have 336, while the ULP we're looking at 190. That's 190, 5 rejects on the graph for persons who are trying to interpret what those scores are. We're also going to be looking back at the Northern Grenadines, and we need to see the graph, and that graph would show you at 705, that's 705, while the ULP at 91. In total, it would have 3 rejects. That's 3 rejects, and the ULP at 91, while the NDP, Godwin Friday, show at 705. While we are here on the Northern Grenadines, I would like to take you for some new results, and that would be the Northern Grenadines F. That would be at the clinic, the Paget Farm Clinic, and we're looking A to J. That's A to J. We see the ULP at 33. That's ULP 3333, while the NDP 199. That's 199 in total casted. We will notice we have 233. That's 233. One reject, or just one reject. Looking at the graph, you would see here, this is what the interpretation is, and that would be at F, polling division F, the Paget Farm Clinic, 199 NDP, ULP 33. Yes.
Based, we have more results? No? Okay. So, Dr. Lewis, what are you noticing in terms of the trend in the Grenadines, Northern Grenadines?
It is obvious that he's getting far more votes, mainly because he's a leader, and the people are coming out in their numbers. I think that trend is also obvious here in St. Vincent, which we will see later on as we proceed, because I'm having a lot of results as we sit here. So I have a pretty good idea as to how the voting is proceeding. And it is not going well for the ULP at all at this point in time. As the results come in, the official results, you will see. But I've been getting official results from agents, and it is not looking well at all for the ULP.
But if I may add to this, in Northern Grenadines already, it's an academic exercise.
Yes.
It's just about how high Dr. Friday can go.
Will score, of
because
course, yes.
I mean, nobody ever seriously considered Carlos Williams as a contender. You know, I hope he doesn't lose his deposit. But that's how it is in Northern Grenadines.
Yes,
and at the time when they, after 24 years, when people, when the opposition is making a push, they've had a spirited campaign, a very organized campaign, as they never had before.
Never had
because they used to really seem bad in the campaigns, very disjointed. This time they were very organized. You know, they looked good on the platform. Yellow stands out a whole lot better than red, sadly. But the yellow is just a bright color. And the impact of that, I mean, I saw a video of Dr. Friday's force coming up on the fast ferry the other night. And when you see it, it's like, wow, you know. But it's that when you see a lot of yellow together, when you see a lot of red together, you don't see it because it's dull, you know. But like I said, if I may repeat myself, it's an academic exercise, you know. It's just to see how well Dr. Friday would do.
How much better than last election?
Yeah, how much better than last election?
Okay, so this is Decision 2025, live broadcast of the general elections here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, general elections were last held in 2020, and you're here at this point, 2025, where the Unity Labour Party, the ruling Unity Labour Party, is seeking a sixth unprecedented term in office. Comrade Batiste?
Yes, I was just looking here at some results that I also received.
Which we will not divulge.
Which will not divulge. But as we were dealing with this was expected from opposition leader after 24 years. You have to make your bones at some time.
Yes.
And this seemed to be his...
And we have
Marikwa coming
We have
up.
results from Marikwa.
That's at the Marikwa Government School, and we're looking at between A and I last names. Total registered persons there would be 391. That's 391. And the ULP, 101, while the NDP for Philip Jackson, the NDP, we're looking at 133. And cast would be 235. We also have one reject. We also have, while we're here on the results, we have North Windward coming in fast and furious. We have North Windward, and that would be that would be E1, that would be E1 at the government school in Overland. And we see 326 persons registered here, ULP 116, while the NDP 125. Cast would be 241. That's 241. On the graph, we would notice 125 for the NDP, Chevron John, the NDP at North Windward, and 116 for Grace Walters. That would be 116 Grace Walters. And again, E1 at Overland, we're looking at 116, the ULP, while the NDP 125. In total, cast would be 241.
Okay.
241.
Okay, so
that's Overland.
That's E1.
NDP has taken an early...
NDP is less than they performed last time. It was 133 last time.
Okay.
And ULP was 106. So ULP seemed to have had 10 more votes. And NDP seemed to have lost 8.
So traditionally, this polling station...
is a NDP polling station.
Okay.
E1, yes.
And this constituency is going to be another battle royale.
Yes, it is.
All the focus has been on this constituency, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens by the end of the evening. These votes coming out. Two very attractive females. And me attractive in terms of what they bring to the table, you know, and it's a battle to look forward to.
It's a battle royale.
Yes, yes, in every way.
In every way.
Every way. And women are taking over, it seems, for the future.
Okay, so some more results coming in this time from West Kingstown, I1.
Yes, Teresa, we're looking at I1, that will be I1. And we see here in total 457 persons registered. That would be at the Dr. Jiffy Eustace again in Edinburgh. In total, 87 for Kisal Peters, the ULP. That will be 87, Kisal Peters, the ULP. And we are looking at the NDP, 161. That's the NDP, 161, Daniel Cummins. And in total, cast would be 251, 251, 251, rejects, what will be 3. That will be 251 cast, reject 3, and in total registered there would be 457, ULP 87, and the NDP would be 161 total. Looking at the graph, we would see here 497 for the NDP, while the ULP 277. In total rejected would be 8. In total rejects would be 8.
Okay, thank you.
That looks like last time, I think.
It does?
Yeah.
Have we gotten any results from North Leeward? No?
Not as yet.
Okay, so
Hop on American Airlines from the US to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Easy, breezy, and unforgettable. Let the adventure begin.
Take a deep breath. Breathe. Can you feel it? The air in your lungs. The essence and spirit of life in the air. This is paradise.
City pace got you tired? It's time to slow it down. Jet in with JetBlue and soak up the vibes of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Relaxation starts the moment you land. Planning your next vacation? Let's make it unforgettable. Fly Virgin Atlantic straight from London to the lush, beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 32 islands, one paradise. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. This is Decision 2025, and we are bringing live coverage of the election results here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome back, gentlemen and lady. We have some results that we will go straight to.
Indeed, thank you so much, Teresa. We do have results, and that would be in West Kingstown. West Kingstown, we are looking at, we are seeing here B, that would be B, D, that would be D, that would be Kingstown Government School, Stony Grounds, and we're seeing 343, 75 ULP, 138, cast would be 216, rejects 3. Rejects 3. There are also, we have no other in this area, just those. We do have North Windward coming in as well. So we are looking at North Windward. North Windward, we do have
Central Windward.
Unfortunately, it has not populated, so we would be
North Windward.
North Windward B. My apologies, that would be North Windward B. North Windward B, and that's the government school in Owea. That would be North Windward B for Chevon John and Grace Walters. We're looking at last names A to K, and we're seeing 434 registered. We are noticing the ULP at 112. That's 112, 112. The NDP at 239. That's the NDP 239. Cast would be 351. Cast 351. This is North Windward, Chevon John, and Grace Walters.
Central Leeward A, I gather, is ready?
Yes, we do have Central Leeward A. This is at the Learning Resource Center in Barrowley. That's A to E, 400 total registered there, and we're seeing the ULP for Orlando Brewster at 140, while the NDP 124. 124, that's 124. Cast would be 264. Cast 264. The location A, Learning Resource Center in Barrowley. This is Orlando Brewster, Conroy Huggins, in total 264. That's 264 on our graph. We would see the NDP at 454, while the ULP at 483. We have no rejects there. Teresa?
So that's Barley again, and like I said, Conroy is from Barley, but he's from the part of Barley he's from is interesting. The part of Barley he's from, when you saw the earlier votes, that was his.
And we have some results.
We have North Leeward.
Do we? I don't see anything there.
North Leeward H1.
We would have been told that there is North Leeward H1. However, on my screen, it has not been populated as yet, so we are still awaiting results for H1. We're still awaiting results for H1 to come in. We do not have that on our screen as yet. However, you can see the graph. For North Leeward. We're looking at the graph, and we note that there are no results coming in at this time, and no results coming in. No results coming in this time.
South Leeward?
Let's go to South Leeward. Definitely, let's go to South Leeward, and we would be looking at polling division H1. Polling division H1, the secondary school in Camden Park. We are seeing a new addition here, which is with the persons who are challenging Nigel Stevenson. This is Doris Charles. Doris Charles is in this area, and we're seeing in total H1, the secondary school in Camden Park, registered 302. That's 302. The ULP, who is represented by Granville Williams, that will be 34, while the NDP, represented by Nigel Stevenson, and we're seeing 135. That's 135, Nigel Stevenson, the NDP, and for the IND, Doris Charles, 0 in total cast, 169. Total cast 169, and on our graph we will see here no rejects. We see 135 and 34 for the ULP. That will be 34 for the ULP, H1 and NDP represented by Nigel Stevenson, Doris Charles, N, that's IND, Doris Charles, and the ULP Granville Williams.
Check a comparison.
We also have some results coming in from Mariaqua F.
What would be F1? This is the first for Mariaqua. F1, this is the first for Mariaqua, and this is the first result for Mariaqua.
No, we actually had some before.
From before Mariaqua A. To be specific, sorry, Mariaqua A, this is the second result.
So this is the second set of results.
Second set of results coming in. F1, government school in Canaan, and we're seeing the ULP at 105. In total registered in this polling station is 367. The NDP, 113. In total cast vote will be 219, one reject. That will be 219, one reject. Our graph shows the NDP, Philip Jackson, 246, and we see the ULP, 206, while we have the rejects at 2. That will be reject at 2. Results.
And that's it for now?
Yes, that is it.
So Peter, what are your thoughts?
From what I'm hearing, and my apologies for stepping off for a while, there clearly is a swing away from the ULP. And as I said initially, the reality currently is that the ULP cannot tolerate a significant swing, and it looks as though it's significant. So even if they were to contain the swing below 5%, they're still looking at a loss of government. And the reality is that the one safe seat that the Labour Party has would be Dr. Gonzalez's seat. All of the others are within a 5% margin in terms of win or loss of the electoral swing. And that's what presents a challenge in this election. So the early results I'm hearing do not convince me that the ULP has been able to resist the swing.
All right, so
which means that there's some difficult conversations that we have to have as the night goes on in terms of the future.
Any more results? We have results?
Unfortunately, there are no more results at this time.
Okay.
But then, Peter, it's still early. It's still early days.
It's still early
we
days.
don't, and
yes,
it could be buoyant. There must be some surprises coming up. I know,
Well,
we don't expect any surprises.
It's true, but you know what? What I've always found in terms of election data is that if you have a swing reflected in a polling division, invariably it's manifested in the constituency and it's manifested nationally. I think it's unlikely. Okay, let's set the Grenadines aside, because I expect that Grenadines is going to behave very differently. But certainly on the mainland, the kind of shifts that you're seeing, even if small, are going to make a difference in terms of this outcome, because this is a peculiar situation in that the ULP government is very, very precariously perched on the basis of several marginal seats, which, as I said, you can't tolerate. One of the things I wanted to say earlier, and I've said this publicly before, the ULP life cycle has been interesting for me as an analyst because it has been a prolonged period of decline, but controlled decline.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we come back after these results. We'll continue that conversation.
Okay.
Northern Grenadines?
Yes, we do have some new results, and this will be at the Gingerbread Clubhouse at E1. That'll be E1, last name's M to Z, and we're seeing 409 persons registered here. The the ULP, represented by Carlos Williams, 28. That's the ULP, represented by Carlos Williams, 28. And NDP, Robin Friday, 173. That's 173. Cast vote would be 201. Cast would be 201. And on our graph, we see the NDP at 878, while the ULP at 119. That's 119. And we also see 3 rejects. That's 3 rejects for the area.
Okay, thank you. So that's Northern Grenadines. Results from at least 6 or so polling stations left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6, yeah.
Well, Dr. Friday just continues to accumulate.
Yeah.
As you expect, you know, like he's racing against himself. You know?
Yes,
Let me see how high I can jump now. That kind of thing, you know.
And as a leader, that is expected.
You expect that. Yes. You expect that.
Okay, so he's way ahead at 878 to 119 so far.
Yes.
In the Northern
And
Grenadines.
these results are, as you said, much better over the period of time. And for Williams, did he improve at all?
I don't expect so. I was in Beckwith last weekend, and there was a on the Friday evening, Saturday evening, there was a big jump up. And I said, what's Dr. Friday having a motorcade for? You know, but
doesn't need it.
But they don't need it. But the people there needed it. The people there, they've been seeing what's happening on St. Vincent. I hate to say mainland. They've been seeing what's happening in St. Vincent, and they want part of the action too. So they had a big jump up, you know, and the spirit is just all over Beckwith. You know, we know it's a stronghold, but when you're looking at your leader becoming prime minister for the first time, all dog and cat going to vote. You know, I mean, that's careful with that comment.
Yes.
All dog and cat. I mean,
everyone's
will
going to
vote,
turn
you know?
out. You know?
Sorry, Grenadines people.
The turnout is going to be much bigger than it was before.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a question. Yeah.
What's the question?
I have a question. Won't we get to the results at a swifter pace in last elections?
Much swifter.
Yeah.
Because what happened with last election, the first hour.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we went to the first hour plus in a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
And then when the results began to come in rapid fire.
Yeah.
This time, it's slow. It's a slow pace, and you know that.
There was some rain too also that would have.
Don't forget what happened. That some of the polling stations were so heavy that you're counting. You may be still counting at this time.
Yes.
You see, the turnout is so much that there's a lot more.
You may be still counting and making sure that you've got those ballots, correct?
Yeah, because it's actually not yet 8.
No, I'm not saying that.
It's 7:30 now.
The turnout seemed to be the same as last year. I mean, last election.
The turnout?
It appears to be that way from the results we're seeing. There's no massive difference in the number of persons voting.
But I guess if you look at the elections, you do comparison. This country is split right down the middle.
Yes.
With the opposition NDP having a majority numerically. Just that we have a first past the post system.
Yes.
You know, they actually got more persons. So, and if they can build on that, it can be ominous for the ULP. You know, but it's gonna be interesting because it's still
because
early
that
days.
was the first election that they got the majority since 1994. Was the last popular vote because 98 the popular vote was with the the emergence and the research, the surge of ULP in 1998, and then they maintained it in 2001, 2005, and it started. You saw a small slide in 2010, with 8-7, in 2015 with 8-7. So you would have seen, you know, along those lines where this is a fluctuation of time, you know, and the change in the electorate as well.
But
and as you said, it's unprecedented. Where would you have had anybody?
Okay, so...
There's some more results.
Yeah, East St. George. East St. George.
We do have new results coming in for East St. George, and we are looking at that's polling station B in Belmont, at the Belmont Methodist Church, and we see A to G, that's 404, where the ULP at 107, the ULP 107, the NDP 147, NDP 147, cast votes it's 254, cast 254, and B1, which is still the same area, and this East St. George would have had added polling stations, and B1 we see registered here 357, the ULP 84, the NDP 129, the NDP 129. Cast is 213. That's 213. And in the same area, again, as I noted to you, we have had new polling locations. It has been increased in East St. George. This is B2. B2, and this
Okay,
last
so Barvin, let me... 229. Sorry, Asher.
Yes.
229 votes were cast.
That's
126 for the NDP, and 103 for the ULP.
Correct.
Yeah?
Correct. We're going to be looking at other polling stations numbers that came in, and this would be F2, which is the health center in Glen. This is at the clinic in Glen. This is P2Z. We're looking at registered persons here, 422. That's 422. We would note 109 for the ULP, 109 for the ULP, and NDP represented by Laverne Gibson Velux. We see 157, 157 in total cast, 266. We see for the community college at the location G1 in Villa. This is K to Z. In total, registered here is 338. 338. ULP 80, ULP 80, that's for Camelo Gonzalez, representing East St. George, and NDP 112. The NDP 112. Total 192. Total is 192. No rejects in this. I'm going to go back to the front, to the top, and you'll be able to see from B1, B2. We have here, you can see it on the graph, in total 710. At 710, the ULP 679 in total rejects 3.
Those are figures in the areas where ULP has been strong. Labour's always been strong in Belmont, and it's always been strong at that polling station in the Glen, the clinic. And if you lose at the clinic, which is a certain area of Golden Vale and Fairhold and Glen, if you lose there, then you know you're going to have problems. And if you lose in Belmont also, those are strong Labour areas, you know that you're not really doing well.
Yeah, Laverne Gibson Velux is once again putting up a very spirited and challenge to Camilo Gonzalez. She was a first-timer last time, and she did remarkably well. And I've told my analysis that, look, she did well first time not because they were not her votes. They were the party's votes. But since then,
she stayed in the constituency.
She entrenched herself in the community.
Yes.
She has the time. Camilo Gonsalves, the incumbent, is a finance minister. He has to work, and he has to find any time extra, and he has to find extra time extra to get into the community. That's a challenge he has. And so Laverne made sure...
Capitalized. She capitalized on
on
the
it.
time.
I mean, during the volcano, she's very present.
I want to talk about that, where constituents always want to see, they must have the presence of
the representatives.
Well, of course,
we'll talk about that.
But they're called representatives.
We're gonna take some results, and then we discuss that, because I think it's a very important factor.
It is.
So next results.
We do not have results at this time. We have F2, which we are seeing here in Glen. That's at the center, the clinic, which we would have noted 422, and we would have noted for the ULP 109, that's 109, and the NDP 157 as noted before, and in total cast 266. We would have also noted prior G1, the community college in Villa, we would have noted it had 338 persons registered there. That's 338 persons registered there. The ULP 8080, the NDP 112, and as stated before, it's cast 192. That's 192. On the graph, we would see we're looking at 710 for the Eastern George the NDP Laverne Gibson Velux. That's 710 Laverne Gibson Velux representing NDP, and the ULP 679 rejects 3.
Okay, that's it for now.
Yes.
I wonder if we can get some more volume on your mic, guys. I think his mic is sort of
some more volume on his mic. Yeah.
Central Leeward and Western George.
Central Leeward, we are in Central Leeward now, and we are looking at the new area for Central Leeward, and we are seeing in the Pentecostal Church Hall, that's down at Curtains, and we're seeing here for the ULP, we're noting 111, that's 111, and the NDP represented by Conroy Huggins, and we're noting 140. Cast 253, rejects 2. We also have I2. We're looking at Pentecostal Church I2. As I know, we're looking at 313, 313, and we are seeing the ULP at 85. The ULP at 85, 116 for Conroy Huggins, 116 for Conroy Huggins. In total cast would be 202, 1 reject, 202, 1 reject. The graph will show you here 710, and we are noting 679, reject 3.
Can we go back to the image we had before, please?
No problem.
The very last one we had, because Conroy Huggins is a Curtains man. That's his home. He came out of Curtains. And so I'm not surprised that he is doing. As a matter of fact, I would hazard a say that Brewster has done well.
In Curtains.
Yeah, because you come into my neighborhood and you could be close to me, you're doing well.
Is that celebratory?
Oh, that sounds like pop.
Western George.
Celebratory fireworks?
Western George.
We have West St. George.
West St. George.
We have West St. George F. We have West St. George F. Currently looking at Curtis King, West St. George, and Kashaka Cupid. We also have a new person, which is Kenna Kittels. We are seeing total 555. Total 139. 139 for the ULP, Curtis King, NDP 207, and for IND4 cast 350, that's cast 350, no rejects here. That's at the polling station F at the Evangelical Church in Dorsetshire Hill.
We shouldn't get a comparison from the last election there.
We do have results for West Kingstown E as well. We have West Kingstown E. We have at the Faith Temple Church, New Montrose, Faith Temple Church, A to J, 400 persons registered here, and in total for the ULP, 67, ULP Kissall Peters, and the NDP, 158. That's the NDP, 158. Cast would be 226. Cast 226, one reject in this area. We have been looking at the graph. You would see the NDP, Daniel Cummins, 886. That's 886. And the ULP, 468. 468, the total reject, 12.
That's Montrose.
Any surprises there, Renee?
We do have new results as well for Mariquah D. We have new results. Mountain View Academy, Mountain View Adventist is a Seventh-day Adventist Academy in Richton Park, and we see registered here 318. That's 318 for the ULP 88. The ULP 88, while the NDP at 102. That's 102. The NDP in total cast, that would be 191. Total cast 191. We have reject 1. On the graph, we see 348 for the NDP, while the ULP, we are noting 294. And in total reject 3. We do not have any more results at this time, but we are reviewing Mountain View Seventh-day Adventist Academy at Richland Park, A2J, 318 registered, 88 ULP, NDP 102. Total cast would be 191, one reject in this area.
Is it possible that we can get a screen that gives us the national results in the various constituencies thus far, just so that we can get a sense of where we are? Because I think that might be a lot more interesting to viewers.
We do have some new results for South Central Wynwood. That will be South Central Wynwood, and this is at the Lomans Wynwood Health Center, the Lomans Wynwood Health Center. This is polling division G. We see here Israel Bruce representing the NDP, while Sabota Caesar, the ULP, and Doris Charles, that would be IND. We have 240 persons.
No, that's correct.
That's Mr. Doris Charles in South
Doris Charles is South Leeward.
We have 240 persons registered here. 240 persons represent here. And we are looking at the ULP at 65. The ULP at 65, the NDP at 93. Cast here is 1, that would be 158. 158 we have there. We also have G. We have results in G1, and this is at the Health Center, the Lomans Wynwood again. This is G1 Health Center, looking at J to Z. Total registered here, 296. The ULP at 59, NDP at 119, 119. Cast would be 178, no rejects in this area. Again, for the South Central Windward, we are seeing here for G and G1, G, 240 persons registered, 65 for the ULP, 93 for the NDP. Cast here is 158 cast, and at G1 we see J to Z, that would be 296, ULP 59, NDP 119. We do have Northern Grenadines coming in, F1. Northern Grenadines coming in, this is at the community center in Paget Farm, and we see here 334 persons registered. 334 persons registered, ULP 28, NDP 188. Cast would be 218.
That's what you call a bastion of support.
218 and reject 2. Reject 2. We are noting on the chat, we would see 1,066 for Godwin Friday, Northern Grenadines, while the ULP 147 and 5 rejects. 5 rejects. Northern Grenadines, again, we are noting the new information coming in for the Northern Grenadines. We do have, of course, the results are coming in, and we have results for East St. George, a community center in Enhams, and we see a total registered at 387. 387, the ULP 93, and the NDP 131. We total cast 224. That would be the East St. George, Laverne Gibson Velux, and Camilo Gonçalves. All right. If you note, we can look at the chart. You would see on the chart for East St. George, in total, we have 855, and for the ULP, we have 795, total reject 5. This is East St. George. New results totaling for NDP, and we also have in East St. George, the Huffles Ranch. As I noted before, we do have new polling stations in East St. George. Huffles Ranch, we're showing 422 persons here, and the ULP 108, while the NDP 139. In total, we have cast 247, no rejects. No rejects, and C2 at KQ, we would see 391 persons registered. We're looking at the ULP at 84, NDP at 162, total cast 246. Ms. Daniel, I turn back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, from the time you start losing in East St. George, in the areas that are always strongly supportive of the ULP, then you're going downhill. You're definitely going down.
Is it
toward
turnout?
Well,
the turnout is not very good at all. It's about 50 to 60%.
Yeah.
The turnout was not good, you said?
Yeah.
No.
So there's always this belief that once you have a huge turnout, it almost always indicates that there's going to be a change.
Yes.
Yeah? Your thoughts, Peter, on this?
Yeah, but as I was saying earlier, it's a complicated issue to explore, especially when you don't have accurate data on what the participation levels are, which you don't. As yet, we don't know what the electoral office will tell us in terms of the turnout, and we also don't know how accurate a reflection the turnout is. What I was saying earlier was that I have found over time the ULP support has contracted, less because people have converted and voted otherwise, but because a lot of their supporters have not participated in elections. So if you have a situation where NDP supporters are participating, ULP supporters are not, it may appear as though there's a turnout election and so on, but that's not necessarily the case. And my sense is that that pattern has continued. And I picked that up 2 elections ago, where there was a distinctive disinterest in participating among people who were ULP supporters. When you're in power for 25 years, your supporters will die and may not necessarily be replaced. And the reality is that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a very different place now, and a number of young people who have grown up in a different environment and may not necessarily feel as obligated to be Labour supporters. So I suspect that there's a participation disinterest among a number of persons who are, presumed to be Labour supporters, and that's a factor, more so than conversion. Because, as I said, if you look at it, 45% for both parties, it tells me that that has not really changed significantly, and the movement that you've seen is within, a few percentage points, which is not an overwhelming number of people. I had done some analysis of it, which I presented some time ago. I think I published in the last election. ULP has grown their support, the NDP has grown their support by 5% since 1998. The ULP has lost 5% of their support. The situation is different in the Grenadines. In a population this size, 5% over 25 years is really neither here nor there. So for us to expect it to be manifested in terms of a voter turnout and a massive number of people voting, that's not going to happen. We are counting tens of voters that have very specific issues and concerns. And against that background, tonight is entirely predictable, because the lesson for me is in the last 5 years, where you've seen the numbers drop, the swing has contracted, consistently over time. And the last election was, to be honest, I think that if it was not COVID, the situation may have been very well different. And we may have been looking at what's happening tonight on the previous election.
2020.
But COVID held off the inevitable. And I think that we're seeing it manifesting tonight, because it's not going to take a lot of contraction for us to have a significant change, because there's so many seats that are bunched, among the marginal grouping. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless,
I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, because if you, I recall explaining to some people, I said that your support, you will have that base, but in order to continuously grow that, you will have to nurture new support, the new support that's coming on, because a child that opened their eyes in 2001, they're 25 years old. They're 20 years old. They've known no other government with this. And also they're different from the traditional supporters in 1998 and 2001. They're different supporters. And they'll be looking at different things. And you're not the only person speaking. There are other people also speaking. How attractive are those persons? What those persons are saying. Is it more persuasive? Is it more interesting? And when you say this change, you see that word? You go back to all the elections where...
And yes.
That word, change.
1984.
1984.
Yeah.
I recall that very distinctly, 1984.
We have some results. We continue this discourse. Some more results.
We do have some results for East St. George. East St. George, polling station E, Calico Town Hall. And we are seeing A to Z for last names here. And we're looking at registered in this area at 430. That's 430. The ULP, 114. 114, while the NDP 117, 117. In total cast, that's 291. 291. Again, this is East St. George, polling division E, and this is at the Calico Town Hall, looking at cast 291. 291.
Again, Linton, that's your whole constituency.
Yes, you see, we've never won, the ULP never won the NDP never won in East St. George, in a polling station of Calico, until I went there. And I was able to hold on to that polling station.
Yeah, that Calico polling station is...
Yes, and now...
Calico, man.
Well, yes. So what has happened, I'm not surprised,
With that particular number is not surprising, no.
Not surprised. But Lavon Velix is doing remarkably well in the circumstances. Kamalo had a very spirited campaign and one that gives the impression that he could have made it. But I think that, as you say, you are not seen. When you are in a political party that seems to be going downhill, you have to be seen. And you're coming to that point, people have to see you. For some strange reason, they tend to think that by having this emotional attachment to you, it's far more than an infrastructural project that you see. You see, the projects are there in Eastern George, but they've been seeing Lavon Velix far more. You know, she was always there. Always.
Do you think we'd ever get away from that kind of
no,
politics?
You won't.
It will take some time.
It will take a lot of time.
You know, I'll tell you when it will happen is if, for example, the person who benefited from it this time, Mr. Lavon Velix, does not perform in the same way. If you're being seen, but there are no projects, then you'll have a problem. You see, it was the opposite way because what has happened is that politics is personal. And if
in a small, very small country,
and we're a small country.
Yes, we're small. And if you don't have that personal contact,
connection,
these infrastructure projects are not really going to have that major impact on the individual. Because, for example, you may have the worst roads in the world. You have the worst roads across by your house. But if you, as an individual or family, seem to be doing very well, that is more important to you than having a bad road, you know? So having a bad road is not that important as being able to develop as a family.
Do we have results from North Windward?
North Windward results?
Yes, Teresa, we do have North Windward G and G1. That's G and G1. This is at the Langley Park Government School at G. We're looking at A to J, and registered here 404. Registered is 404. We see for the ULP, Grace Walters 134. Grace Walters ULP 134, while Siobhan John 128, 128. Total cast here is 263, and one reject in this area. One reject in this area. In G1, which is the same vicinity, we do see K2Z. That's K2Z. This is 352. 352, the ULP, 115, that's 115, 115 for the ULP, while the NDP, 125, NDP 125, cast 241, reject 1. That's reject 1, and this North Windward we'll be seeing on the graph. For the NDP, we see 617, that's 617 for the NDP, while the ULP at 477. 477, we see 2 rejects here. There are also new results at South Windward. New results. This is South Windward E1 to be specific. South Windward D1. This is at the Provenvale Government School. We're looking at Darren John, South Windward, Darren John, and NDP Andrew John. NDP Andrew John. We're looking at South Windward D1, Provenvale at 200 persons registered here, 266 persons registered, sorry, and the ULP at 94. The ULP 94, while the NDP at 75, the NDP 75, cast 170. That's cast 170. Of course, these two for the ULP and the NDP are new runners, and they are seen here within D1, Provenvale, 266 persons registered, the ULP 94, the NDP 75, total cast 170. No rejects in this area. No rejects in this area. We do have South Central Windward. We do have South Central Windward coming in E1. E1, this is at the Higher Lomans Primary School, and this is Saboto Caesar, the ULP, and Israel Bruce at South Central and Windward. This is at E1. Total persons in this area at K2Z is 384. That's 384. The ULP 104. The ULP 104, and the NDP 127. The NDP 127. Total cast 231, 231, 231, no reject in this area. We do have Southern Grenadines also. Teresa, we're looking at Southern Grenadines, and we're seeing the Clifton Government School. This is C, Clifton Government School, Union Island, Siobhan John, and Terence Oliver. Siobhan Stewart, sorry. Siobhan Stewart, thank you. Siobhan yes. Stewart, Terence Oliver. We're looking at 503. 119, 119 for the ULP, and the NDP 152. The NDP 152 cast with the 273. 273, reject 2. Reject 2. Reject 2. And we are looking at the Mary Hutchinson Primary School, also in Union Island D1. We would see here K2Z. K2Z, total registered 491. Total registered 491. ULP 95. ULP 95, while the NDP 174. 174. Total cast 271. 271. Rejects 2. Reject 2. And we will see on the graph where
and I think with just 2 polling stations left.
We do have other results for South Windward.
Okay, South Windward.
Yes. We do have South Windward H1. That's H1. H1. And we're seeing that J to Z. We're seeing 381 registered in this area. 381, and we are looking at the ULP 71, while the NDP at 147. The NDP 147 cast 219, 219, reject 1. Reject 1. And in H at the Sinclair Carapan, same area, we are noting here A to I. We see 226 persons registered, and the ULP 51. ULP 51, the NDP 102, 102, cast 154, 154, reject, we are noting 1 in this area. We'll be looking at the graph. In total, we see 543 for the NDP, 543 for the NDP, while the ULP at 493. We have 3 rejects on the graph.
I have a lot of interest in this particular constituency because this is a young man, first timer. 2 first timers.
2 first
time, yeah.
2 Johns.
Yeah.
Let's
Two
see who will be
Johns,
the bad
yes.
John. Yeah. Let's see who's going to be the bad John at the end every night. Because Darren, John is young and he's, you know. And this has been traditionally a Labour seat.
Yeah, and I mean, this particular seat, if you lose it, there's a problem.
You bruise it?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, so...
See, as usual, Bible is always a stronghold. Yes, and this is reflected then in the results in polling
Methodist
station
Church.
B, Bible Methodist School, my old school, as a matter of fact, my primary school. But there are actually 2 polling stations there.
There in that Bible Methodist School.
Actually,
one is in
3.
and one not in yet.
Yeah. 2 are in, and there's one that is yet to come in. So let's see how that goes.
You have the NDP in polling station A.
And Calder hasn't come yet.
NDP is leading in Bible in Anglican Church. And then, yeah, it's very interesting. It's an interesting evening.
To lead in Bible is rather...
Yes, very pretty lead. But I got the impression that Andrew John had been mounting quite a campaign. and is a teacher. They call him Teach, I think.
He's a retired teacher.
The retired teacher, you know.
Who is the retired
He
teacher?
taught at that school, did he?
Huh?
Did he teach at the Bible Methodist school?
No, he's
I'm
retired.
not sure.
No, but what did he teach?
What he taught?
Did he teach in that school?
He was a principal.
Somewhere in Stubbs, I think.
Stubbs.
It would have been his last post.
Yeah. So when you have...
Well, he's done remarkably well in Bible.
Yeah, he's done very well in Bible.
Is it possible that we could get some kind of a national perspective on all of the results that we've seen so far? Because, yeah, this is, I find this a bit tedious for a lot of people that are listening, that they're just hearing these numbers, but they would like to get a sense of where the national picture is. So, there we go.
Okay, so I think they're working on that. We're working on that? Yes.
And there's no way we can get a comparative?
Yeah, I think they're working on it. But meanwhile, I mean, you know, we got listeners here. I'm looking at the campaigns, right? Going back at the campaigns, because it's very important. And the elephant in the room, East St. George. There'd long been a lot of complaints about the absence. About
of the
absence, I'm going to say absence of the presence of the incumbent.
Yeah.
And you do a whole lot of work in the roads. I mean, they dug up Calico that I have thought might have been, well, more inconvenience than anything and pleasure for the residents of Calico. Because it took years to get the roads fixed. And people get mad. People get mad when and this for all you politicians. People get mad when they see that that's before election, you're fixing a whole lot of roads. You know, you just woke up. And it's not easy. But also, the point you want to make, one of the important things I think for politicians is after you come out of a campaign where you're in everybody kitchen and eating with them and touching base with them, when you get into office, and if the NDP goes into office, this is a challenge you'd face. You have to put in place some structures where you must have a party office that operates, where people, if it's once a week or, you can't just be a minister.
Nope.
You can't just be a minister.
You have to be a constituency representative,
people didn't vote you to be a minister.
A parliamentary representative, and a ministerial representative.
Nobody voted you to be a minister.
What I noticed about people, though, is if they call, even if you can't help them, you say, yes, I'll call you back. And you may call them back. But if they call and they're unable to get you, it creates some...
It's horrible.
Yes. Some
where
problem.
You all of a sudden?
Yes. It's a problem.
I'm struggling a bit with this, though, because I'm hearing, for example, East St. George, you know, there are issues with roads and constituencies. This is a gentleman, he won the constituency 3 times, right? And then he's representing a government that has won 5 times. I think that we need to look beyond this whole question of looking into individual constituencies and saying someone hasn't done well because the person is not representing people.
Yes.
There's a national conversation.
But I think he won it twice.
Oh, okay. Twice, not 3 times.
Yes.
But the point is that he won it. And I'm saying that there's a national conversation here, which I think that we are avoiding. I don't know if we're doing it deliberately.
No, I don't know, but I would avoid it. I mean, because I do think, and I've said this to a lot of people, this election has been a referendum on Dr. Gonsalves. He's an amazing man. He's done amazing things to people, done amazing things to the country. But after a while, people begin to say.
And that's the conversation I'm anxious to have, because to me, what's happening is that you're finding a lot of constituents on the ground paying a price, when the reality is that I get the sense that Vincentians are voting nationally. And, you know, Dr. Gonsalves is a colossus. There's no question about that. But the reality of the situation is that I think that there's an exhaustion that is basically being reflected in the results. And the way it works is that the weakest constituencies get taken down earliest. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the data. The ones that are less strong, less able to withstand that resilience, are the ones that are going. And to some extent, it really shouldn't surprise us, you know. So we were talking earlier about the campaign and saying that the campaign. I've heard the NDP run a change campaign for the last 3 elections. It's not the first time they did it. They ran a change campaign and lost. the last campaign that the former leader ran before Friday took over, he ran a change campaign as well. What is different about this one? I think this one is different in the sense that it's a longer period of time that Dr. Gonzalez has been at the helm, so the change thing seems to be resonating in a more serious way.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, there's something that Dr. Gonzalez responded to all the time. You see, if you want a chance, play lotto. But that's precisely what NDP didn't have to come heavy on content.
No. You just had to say, I want to change.
You just promise.
Things are different.
We can do this, we can do
You've
this,
been
we can
there
give
so
you
long.
50% off
We need
this,
to get
we can give
somebody
you
else.
duty-free this.
Yeah.
You know, and you, the incumbent, can always curse and say how you can do it. But the ordinary man ain't going that deep.
No.
You know, in this whole election campaign, I have heard very, very little about Dr. Friday and the comparison in terms of his ability and his skills. And I haven't heard a lot about that. I haven't heard a lot about the plans and the programs. I've heard about China, from Taiwan to China, and I've heard about the CBI. But these are two issues which were being flogged by the ULP. But by and large, you know, essentially, and Dr. Gonzalez said it himself, the ULP is running against itself, and ultimately it did, and it has beaten itself. And that I find is fascinating, because my thing is that if you're able to see that a certain way off, should you not be able to do something to ensure that it doesn't materialize?
And a matter of fact, as you said, the whole issue with China, the NDP has skillfully avoided
speaking about it.
They have not made any pronouncement
and
on
they've
going
avoided
China
going
or
into
Taiwan.
any further depths with CBI.
Yeah,
they've left that alone and
like you said,
concentrated
Dr.
on.
Gonzalez is the one who was pushing that all the time people.
Yeah. But they concentrated on change.
Yeah, they just promise all kind of things, you know, make a lot of promises. The manifesto is very easy to read, very skimpy on content. But when you got people jumping up every day in a carnival, who cares about content? Who cares about really reading a manifesto?
And that is sad.
The time for change is a very powerful slogan, especially when you have been in office for 24 years. It's just the same with NDP. They were doing good things, but they were there for 17 years, and the time for change actually created some mobilization and the downfall of the NDP. It was always going to be very difficult for the ULP at this stage to be able to convince the young people who are used to something. They're not aware so much of what happened in their past with their parents. They were used to living a certain type of life, and they want to get something better. They think that perhaps if there's a change, things will get better. And so they didn't have to be part of the struggle to be able to create this environment for them. So they don't have much. It's like, for example, the current West Indies cricket team. The previous players understood what it's like to. Well, I was there.
That's your job.
The strength, the emotions, and so on, the feeling coming out of the Black Power movement and those things in our history. Now these people don't need to think about those things at all anymore. They just want to build.
Very interesting discourse. Let's get some results from West St. George, and we'll come back to that.
Yes, West St. George, we're looking at the government school in Belmont. We're seeing from A to Z, we're seeing 522 persons registered in this area. We are looking at the ULP, 129. That's the ULP, Curtis King, 129, while the NDP, 169. The NDP, 169, Kashaka Cupid. IND, Kenna Kittels. We're seeing her for the first time, and she has 666. We do have cast 306 cast and reject 2, 306 cast, reject 2, while we are looking also in D3 at the West St. George Secondary School. The West St. George Secondary School in Bel Air, we're seeing 342 persons, surnames Q to Z, and we're seeing the ULP at 48. That's the ULP at 48, while the NDP 154, the NDP 154, and IND That's Kenna Kittals, that IND 2, cast 204, cast 204. We're also looking at the public works building E. The public work building, that's E, that's polling station E, public works building in Arnesville, registered is 472, registered 472. That's the ULP at 119, the ULP at 119, 119, NDP 154, 154, and the IND2, IND2 in total cast 275. That would be location E, public work building in Arnesville, cast 275, no rejects here.
The independent candidates actually got some votes.
Well, this is not, I don't know. Our electorate don't pay much attention to independent candidates. You have to have been a James F. Mitchell.
She's in my constituency. First time I'm seeing her. First time I'm seeing her. She's in my constituency. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You count how many independents ever won a seat from 1951. Well, leave 51, go to 1966.
You were saying before people...
66, 67, you know what happened there.
Yeah.
Right.
People vote for leaders.
Exactly.
You know,
parties.
Yeah.
72, 74, you see what happened there. The 72, 74.
You have had some independence breaking through in Trinidad, in St. Lucia, with the benefit of an accommodation. So there are two independents now in St. Lucia with the benefit of accommodation, Fredericks and former Prime Minister Stevenson King. And then he's an independent for all intents and purposes. But I mean, we know, well, he used to be UWP, but he's now independent. In Antigua recently, so Michael won as an independent. But I mean, he basically bought the seat, which is something that most candidates can't do. But outside of those, you're right, the independents are of very little significance. So unless the independent has an accommodation of some sort with the
the personality,
yeah,
like James Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, James Mitchell was a peculiar case. James Mitchell was in the Grenadines.
Yeah.
When you're in a place as small as the Grenadines, you can't be an independent because ultimately you have a direct relationship with everyone. He would have been able to pull that off in those days, and he was lucky that he won it at a time when he could negotiate for leadership.
And he had his declaration
of independence.
The Grenadines declaration, which he never withdrew. He always had, until he died, he still had it on the table. So there was always a possibility of the Grenadines withdrawing from St. Vincent. So James stuck to that. But Peter, you were saying you got some new results there?
Yes, we do have some new results. We do have some new results, and those results are coming in West St. George. West St. George, we're looking here. We would at H1. This is at the Braxa building in Arnesville. H1. This is last name G to M 423, ULP 102, ULP 102, and the NDP 136, the NDP 136 represented by Kashaka Cupid, and IND1 cast 240. That's cast 240. We see one reject here. We also have Roy Summers House in Villa. Roy Summers House in Villa, A to Z, 218 persons registered. 218 persons registered. 44, the ULP, NDP 8080, and IND2 casted. With cast, we have 127, reject 1. We also have new results coming in, as you noted. You would see Juanita's Beauty Salon in Fountain. Juanita's Beauty Salon is Fountain, A to J. Registered is 429, ULP 118, while NDP 136, IND 6, ND 6, cast 261. 261, we are seeing one reject in this area. We are looking at the graph. The graph will show you 1,401 for the ULP, while the NDP 993, 993, IND 29, reject 7 in total. Reject 7 in total. We do not. We do have also results coming in for C. That's the Glad Tidings Tabernacle in Gome. We're looking at last names A to J. 445, ULP 133, ULP 133, NDP 139, NDP 139, IND 2, cast 275, reject 1. C1, which is in the same area of the location for polling this C1. This is just not too far from the tabernacle. This is at the Elite Gibson's residence. That's Elite Gibson, and that's Etty Gibson resident in Daphne. That's 311 persons registered here. 311 persons registered. We're seeing 87 for the ULP, 87 for the ULP, while the NDP at 102. 102 the NDP, IND 2, 193 cast and 2 reject. 193 cast, 2 reject. We are awaiting other results, and when they do come in, we'll be able to give more of that.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Rose,
correct?
That's correct.
We have the correct total here.
Look at that and see if that is correct, because I mean, I have.
Oh, if the figures were called for the wrong, I don't know.
We have results coming in for South Central Windward.
Okay,
we do have results coming in for South Central Windward also. South Central Windward. We do have results South Central Windward, and we are seeing at the health center. That's 240. We are noting 240, 65, ULP 93, NDP, cast 158, and this is South Central Windward. We also see in South Central Windward, location C, the Methodist Church in Newgrounds, 531, ULP 167, NDP 141, cast 309, reject we have 1, we are looking through, we would see at the primary school in Greggs, H2, N to Z, surnames N to Z, total registered 400, ULP 81, NDP 209, cast 291, cast 291, rejects 1. Looking at the graph, we will see NDP at 689, while the ULP 476, total rejects 2. That's all the results for now until they do come in again.
Okay, thank you. And the beat goes on.
And let me just speak to the folks in the diaspora, especially those in the U.S. who are celebrating Thanksgiving today. And there's some persons there who would have a lot to be thankful for. Some others who wouldn't be able to digest their turkey. But that is life. Isn't it?
It is.
Teresa, you're missing the turkey this year. You're a turkey, you're a New Yorker.
I'm not a turkey person.
Did you notice that during the campaign, both parties were getting a remarkable turnout. They were very large turnouts at their rallies. Even at their meetings, the events were very well attended by the supporters. And as you said earlier on, it only shows how split down the middle we are in St. Vincent with our politics. But another thing is that being there for 24 years is not easy.
It's not easy. But
I still think that the ULP, notwithstanding that, seems to have been putting in a good showing, because unlike 84 and 2001, when there was a wave of movement away from, for example, Labour to NDP and from NDP to ULP, we're not seeing that now. We're seeing some figures, 40 more, 20 more, but the performances are very similar. The differences are not that great. So you don't have this tsunami against the ULP.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised. I mean, the ULP didn't come and they've been there. They've done some remarkable things. But like I said, people after a while say too long under that. You know, it's time for a change, right? And I can give it, after people have gotten accustomed to a certain level of, I'm not talking way of life. Like, it's no big deal to tell students nowadays they're going to university.
Because it's
when I went to university, it was a few of us.
Yeah.
It's a given.
Nowadays, you have 3,000 scholarships.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like you're going from university. You know, even if you go into secondary school, you finish secondary school, then you're going to end up in a university. So, in fact, the Dr. Gonzalez reminds them all the time that, you know, you're going to university. So what? We are due this, you know. But you talk about the campaigns. Look, if I used to still hang out in the streets, and you give me some top artists from St. Vincent, for example, international artists from St. Vincent and around the region, performing free, who's stopping me? With transport put in? I mean, you can't get a better deal than that anyway. So if parties are going to fool themselves that you rent a crowd,
you can't go by crowds anymore.
No, you'll be fooling yourself.
But even the village.
I remember that with Barris Hammond.
Yes.
And I said, you could get Barris Hammond, come here, you go to a Barris Hammond concert.
Yeah.
And what's his name there? Third World, when they opened the Bridget Ravaker. There's an expectation when the elections come around. You're going to get big artists and you go. And people go for it.
And people are looking for the big artists.
No, but even the village meetings, we speak about the rallies, but at the village meetings, I was impressed with the turnout, both sides, from both ULP and NDP, the number of persons who turned out at the village meetings. I assess the performance of a candidate not by virtue of the turnout at the rallies, but by the turnout at the individual meetings. But, and I've seen that there's been an improvement in that.
Vincent, I'd argue, are the individual meetings really for just persons from the community?
No, what I'm saying is that you may find...
So it's not a true reflection of what is happening?
No, because people follow, they're followers as well.
For the most part, you find the people from the area, and the people from the areas have been coming out.
Of course.
I've seen it. People from the respective areas, whether it was an NDP meeting or ULP meeting, that's what I saw in the campaigns. And I was very impressed by that because I thought people wanted to hear the views of the party that they wish to support. So I'm not surprised that they're voting in the way that they're voting, even though their differences are not that great.
I differ from you in terms of people going to meetings to hear the views, you know. The people going to hear the views of the politicians, get them from reading, get them from interacting with them in the radio programs.
Not only that, there's a difference these days. Even the village meetings, as you say, people in the village, but you're streaming it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't need to go
I followed the
anymore.
entire campaign from home.
Yeah.
Because I have a problem driving at night. I followed the entire campaign from home. And if I was reporting for a newspaper, I could have done it effectively from the comforts of my couch.
You're right.
So what else you got for us on the board? Nothing?
Let's go to North Leeward. We do have some results for North Leeward.
Absolutely.
We do have
most of their things are in though.
Yes, we do have here. We do have North Leeward. At A, Learning Resource Center, this is at the Golden Grove. This is the Learning Resource Center. We do have A to Z, 352 persons registered, ULP 87. The ULP 87, that's for Carlos James, and NDP 175. 175 for Kishore Shallow, Dr. Kishore Shallow. Cast would be 263, one reject in this area. We're looking at the B1 Government School in Fitzhughes. This is at K to Z last names and 453 persons registered. We have 89 for the ULP, 89 for the ULP, 227 for the NDP. Cast would be 320, that's 320. Reject 4, rejects 4. And for C, Methodist Church at Chateaubriand, we would see here 417 registered, 417 registered. ULP 131, ULP 131. NDP 156, cast 289, rejects 2. That's 289 cast, rejects 2. We are going down at D, and this is in the same similar area in Chateaubriand at the Methodist School, and we see 361 persons. That's surnames A to J, 361, ULP 9090, NDP 158, cast 249. That's 249, looking at rejects at 1. Rejects at 1. D1, similar. D1, similar area. This is at K to Z, 291 registered, 85 persons for the ULP, would have cast 115 NDP, 115 NDP, total cast 200. Total cast 200, no rejects here, no rejects here. The P.T. Bedell Secondary School, this is in polling division E. We're looking at 400 persons here, but there's no results has come in for this. However, at E1 at the Technical Institute, at the P.T. Bedell Technical Institute, this is at North Leeward, we see 455, 96 for the ULP, while 227 for the NDP, 227 for the NDP, cast 3 to 3, cast 3 to 3, rejects are none, and the community center in Rosebank, this is F, polling division F, community center in Rosebank, we're looking at A to Z at 567, 258 the ULP, while the NDP at 150, 150. In total cast 408. That's 408. And we are going, this is persons who have voted, that's 408, yes. We have polling division H in Rose Hall. This is at the government school. A to R, 464 registered to vote. We see for the ULP 183, and the NDP at 108. That's 108. We have persons cast. Votes here is 292. That's 292. While we have one reject in this area, we seeing H1 in the same vicinity. This is S to Z. This is 354 registered, 159 for the ULP, while NDP at 98, and cast would be 258, one reject in this area. We are going to be continuing down, and I has not come in as yet. However, J at the Methodist School in Spring Village, the Methodist School in Spring Village, A to I, surnames and register is 447. We're noting at 134 for the ULP, while the NDP at 184. Total cast would be 322 cast votes. That's 322. In total reject, we would see here 4. Total reject 4. 4. We're looking at the chart. We will see on the chart for Dr. Kishore Shallow, 1,598. That's 1,598, while the ULP for Carlos James at 1,312. 1,312, total rejects 14. That's total rejects 14. Teresa, back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Looking at with just about 4 or so constituencies, polling stations left in that particular constituency, certainly looks Kishore Shallow is going to take that home.
Yes, that's very obvious. And
Any surprise there?
No, that's not surprising. I got that impression. Kishore Shallow was very, very confident that he was going to win. And he conducted his campaign in that way. In a discussion with me, he was clear. He said, I am going to win. I have no doubt about that. And I found it strange that he was so confident. But I wasn't hearing the same thing coming from Carlos. It was as if to say he was there hoping to, trying his best to do what he could, but you saw this confidence being oozed from Dr. Shallow that I'm going to. It's a foregone conclusion. He conducted his campaign as if it was a foregone conclusion. Not that he was trying to win. He was confident that he was going to win.
Yeah, his body language always included that. And I thought it was, because it could have been good theater, which is not bad for politics. If you can project the image of confidence that you're going to win. But let's face it, Carlos had a mountain to climb. Carlos had the very unpopular, for instance, Reno project in
North Leeward.
North Leeward. He's a tourism minister, and the NDP threw it at him all the time. You're tourism minister, what are you doing for tourism in North Leeward, which should be the ecotourism capital? Poor Carlos just, he put up a good fight. He put up a good fight.
He held the traditional labor stronghold.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's it. But he wasn't able to persuade or to pull votes.
Fitzhughes.
In that. Fitzhughes, no, that would be a very great mountain to climb.
Yes,
but outside of Fitzhughes, he wasn't able to pull that support using his ministerial profile and getting so many firsts, etc. But it didn't translate in North Leeward.
Again,
but you see, North Leeward is a very strange seat. They don't care about national politics.
No. That's a separate whole.
They are in a different country by themselves. They vote who they wish to. And I've noticed that Patil Matthews actually gave to Dr. Shallow the Pettibone area, where Patil was from. And he just transferred it by his support for Dr. Shallow and transferred it. He was there with him. So he didn't have a problem getting those votes that were passed from Patil Matthews.
Bearing in mind that what was the margin in the last 2 elections?
Yep. Which is the point I was waiting to get to, because I think that, what you guys said is important, but I think the most striking thing for me is the mountain that you have to climb is really not that high. It wasn't even an incline.
Yeah.
Coming out of the last election, this was the weakest seat for the ULP. So to me, it's pretty obvious that he's going to win, and he has. And what's interesting is that when I look at his numbers, his personal performance has exceeded what was necessary to win the seat. So he's already at a 5% swing.
Yeah.
If that type of performance is manifested nationally, every single seat except Dr. Gonzalez is in jeopardy. And I'm hearing rumors about, having saved several seats, but clearly, unless the national swing is unevenly distributed, which is entirely possible, this is a very, very disturbing, well, if you support the ULP outcome, there's a definitive movement in that direction, and it's reflected here. But congratulations to Dr. Swallow, but his seat was the easiest one to win.
It's not that he was defending a 300 votes. As a matter of fact, Dr. Shallow had a way that he would dismissively refer to to Carlos James as 1E. Either 1E or 1Z.
One Carlos.
No, that one Carlos was a classic from Fitz Bramblin Parliament, where he referred to Carlos James as one Carlos, like the Spanish name, you know. But
no, the one was the one vote.
Yeah. So that's why Shallow called.
He used the Spanish name. Yes.
Shallow just called him 1E. 1E, you know, 1E, and dismissively, like, you know, like, I don't have no fight with you, you know, 1E, you know. And he wasn't fighting Carlos. He just built his campaign very confidently. And I think that's what we see in the results. Carlos did well.
Do we have more
I mean,
results?
Carlos did surprisingly well to get 1,300 votes.
Don't surprise me, he's working.
To get 1,300 votes is a miracle in itself. Well, this is a walk through the park.
Well, we got
This is
Northern
complete?
Grenadines again.
This is complete at all the polling stations.
We do
already.
have Northern Grenadines
Yeah.
B. Polling station B, we do have Northern Grenadines coming in, and we're looking at the learning result, the learning center at Port Elizabeth. This is an A to Z, 600 registered votes here, 604 registered votes here. The ULP at 54. The ULP at
That's
54.
a huge station.
While we have NDP at 265. NDP at 265. Cast ballots here would be 3-1. That's cast. It would be 3-1. Rejects 2. Rejects 2. And we are looking at the full slew of the Northern Grenadines here. On our graph, we would note 1,853 for the NDP, which is Dr. Godwin Friday, Northern Grenadines Dr. Godwin Friday, 1,853, while we see Carlos Williams at 294. Total reject here, 11. Total reject here, 11.
What was his last score? What was his last numbers?
He lost his deposit.
Yeah, he lost his deposit. What is his last numbers in 2020?
Yeah,
You mean Carlos Williams? Kill the camera.
Bring these chairs, give all your insurance money. What happened to the back?
You just fell away.
Yep, I ain't even been back on it. Yeah, I know it.
Is something that can be reattached?
You're lucky this wasn't on swing.
Welcome back. This is Decision 2025, and we are bringing you live coverage of the 2025 general elections, which took place here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines earlier today. I think we may have some results. We can go straight to them as we resume our broadcast.
Yes, thank you so much, Teresa. We do have some results, but we do have North Windward. But before we go there, we're going to be looking at Southern Grenadines. As we can see from the polling stations, all counts are in, and the graph, we will be looking at the graph from our perspective at the Public Information Network. We will be noting that Northern Grenadines is won by the NDP Terence Oliver, 1,172, 609.
Okay, so there we have it. Southern Grenadines, we can declare Southern Grenadines, of course, not unexpectedly so. No. Terence Oliver of the New Democratic Party, taking that according to our count, 1,172 votes compared to Chevron Stewart of the ULP. Of course, the Southern Grenadines, that is Chevron Stewart with 609 votes. So Southern Grenadines declared for the NDP.
Just for academic interest, if we can stay there a bit, I wonder, anybody has some figures in how?
Yes.
The comparative?
Yes, he won by 21 votes more than he had the last time. And Snaggy had 564. So she got a bit more than what
Stewart was an improvement on the former candidate.
Small improvement.
There was a 2% swing in favor of the ULP in that seat. So
2%.
I don't know if maybe 2% in the Grenadines is something that one can celebrate.
Votes.
Yeah.
It's commendable.
It's commendable.
Yeah.
It's commendable.
First-time candidate.
Yeah.
But as you say, the swing. So she must have done better than the previous candidate.
She did. Yes.
And where do we go from here?
We'll be looking at North Windward H, North Windward. Yes, we'll be looking at North Windward H, and that would be at the Dixon Government School. Dixon Government School, we are seeing from A to Z registered 590 persons. 590. For the ULP, Grace Walters, 131, and NDP, 234. Cast ballots here is 371. Rejects in this, 6. Rejects 6. We will be looking at the chart for North Windward. We see Chevron John at 1,422, while Grace Walters at 883. The total reject 11 in North Windward. We have results also in South Central Windward. Sabota Caesar, Israel Bruce. This is in D1 Newgrounds Primary School. D1 Newgrounds Primary School. The last names K to Z. We're seeing registered votes for 387. Looking at the ULP, we see 132, while the NDP at 114. Total cast ballots here, 246. We have no rejects. That would be at the primary school D1 at the Newgrounds Primary School. Total cast 246. Total registered 387. We also have Northern Grenadines E, and this Northern Grenadines E, we see Friendship Bay Villa, and this is in Friendship at A to I, which is last name A to I, 505, ULP 48, while the NDP at 264. 264 cast here, cast ballots at 315, 315, rejects 3, rejects 3. We also see at the Anglican Primary School in A, we would note here there's, B, it's Anglican, the Learning Center, Port Elizabeth B, 604, 604, the ULP 54, while the NDP at 265, cast 321, reject, we see 2. Reject, we see 2. We are checking the score, the entirety here. We are still awaiting.
We just got Anglican Primary School,
Okay.
Port Elizabeth.
Yes, Port Elizabeth Anglican Primary School. We see 689 registered to vote here at A to Z. And we noted the ULP at 45, while the NDP Godwin Friday at 330. That's 330 cast ballots here, 337, 377, and the reject would be 2. That's the reject 2. Looking at the graph, we would see for Dr. Godwin Friday, 2,183. That's 2,183. While the ULP 339. That's 339. We see rejects 13. Rejects 13. As noted before, we do have Northern Grenadines A, Port Elizabeth Anglican Primary School, 689. And
I think we can safely declare Northern Grenadines as well.
Definitely,
Yes.
we can definitely say that.
Definitely.
Yes.
What I wanted is the final figure.
Yeah.
You know?
These are the final figures for Northern Grenadines. Well, these are our results, and these are our figures for Northern Grenadines.
All in, isn't it?
Yes, they're all in, and the Northern Grenadines here, and the graph you would see. We do have 2,183 for the NDP Godwin Friday, while Carlos Williams 339, and we see 13 rejects.
So you got 57 more.
We also have North Central Windward B. We do have results for North Central Windward. Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, and we with him Chieftain Neptune, the NDP. We see here for Georgetown Government School A to Z, 349 registered to vote, ULP 98, NDP 71. We had cast ballots here, 169. 169. There are no rejects. No rejects. We're looking at the graph. We will see. We're looking at the graph. North Central Windward for the NDP 791, while the ULP 1815. We have 14 rejects. Going back, we're looking at F2, and F2 is at South Rivers, the Methodist School. We see M to Z, and 395 registered to vote in this area. 220 for the ULP, while 1717 for the NDP. Cast in this polling station would be 237. This polling F, that's F2, 237, rejects 0. We also have North Central Windward I. North Central Windward I is in the Connery District Office. This is at Connery District Office I. A to Z, we have registered 269. The ULP, we're looking at 117. NDP 55. NDP 55. Cast ballots. Here's 174, and 2 reject. Looking at the graph, we will see 791 for the NDP, 1815, ULP 14, and We have E1, the permanent government school in Byra. We have G to M, surnames G to M, 331 registered to vote. The Unity Labour Party at 128. The Unity Labour Party at 128, while the NDP, the New Democratic Party, at 70, and we see cast here 198, 0 rejects. 198 cast ballots here, and the total registered to vote is 331. We also have E2 as well. E2 as well in this same vicinity. N to Z, we have 405 registered to vote, 405 registered. And the Unity Labour Party standing at 162. The count for the New Democratic Party, 103. 103, the New Democratic Party, 103. And the cast in this area is 265. 265, there are no rejects. This is polling station E2. And we also want to look at polling station E. Polling station E, we would see A to F. A to F registered here are 366. The ULP, 163. That's 163, while the New Democratic Party stands at 65 votes. We also see cast 230. That's 230. Reject 2. Looking at polling station A at the Georgetown Secondary School, polling station A, we see 479 registered. 479 registered. The Unity Labour Party is at 110. That's 110. The Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party is 146. That's 146. Cast would be 260. That's 260. Rejects 4. Looking further down, we will see D1. Further down, D1. This is at Chester Cottage at the Community Center. K to Z, we have 433. 433. Unity Labour Party, 186. The NDP at 100. The New Democratic Party, 100. Cast, 289, and 3 reject. We're also looking at F, the Methodist School in South Rivers again. F, Methodist School in South Rivers. A to D, we have 463. For the Unity Labour Party, we see 262. While the New Democratic Party, 26. Cast would be 291. That's 291 with 3 rejects. 3 reject ballots. F1 again, we would have looked at E to L in this area. E to L, 435. 234 for the Unity Labour Party, while 34 for the New Democratic Party. That's 34 for the New Democratic Party. In total, looking at 268 cast ballots here. That's 268 and 0 rejects in this area. We have F2. Further down. M to Z, 395. 220 for the Unity Labour Party, the New Democratic Party at 17, while the total cast is 237, 0 reject. We are going to be going to South Central Wynwood now, South Central Wynwood A. This is the Chris Bernard Preschool at Mount Grenadines, and this is A to J, looking 415 registered. The Unity Labour Party, standing at 136. That's 136 votes, while the New Democratic Party 121. 121 cast would be 205. 205.8, that's 258, and reject 1. Reject 1. We also have West Kingstown. West Kingstown A. Victoria Park, we would see A to Z 58, the Unity Labour Party at 11, the New Democratic Party NDP at 21. The cast would be 32, 0 rejects in this area. Looking at B, Public Health Building, which is in Rose Place, A to Z 384. 384. This is the Unity Labour Party at 87, while the New Democratic Party at 148. 148. We see cast ballots here 236, 236, 1 reject. 236, 1 reject. We also have H1 in this area of West Kingstown. H1, D to J, 497, 497 registered. And we're looking at the Unity Labour Party at 116, that's 116 for the Unity Labour Party, while the NDP, the New Democratic Party, 169. The New Democratic Party, 169. The total cast in this area would be 286, 1 reject. 286, 1 reject. That is polling station A, H1. H1. We would be going to West Kingstown F. We're looking at the Windsor Primary School, the Windsor Primary School in New Montrose, and we are seeing A to I, that's A to I, 339. That's 339 registered, and we're looking at the Unity Labour Party at 76. That's 76, the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party we're seeing at 119 votes. It's 119 votes. Cast in total will be 196. That's 196. Reject 1. Reject 1 in this area. We are going straight into East St. George. East St. George D. East St. George D, which is at the Sugar Mill Inn Academy. That is at Rathermill. And we are looking at A to J. A to J. A to J, we are looking at 489 persons. These results are not in as yet. However, just below this, we would see sorry, this is C3. And we see H2 in the primary school, the Fairhall Primary School. This is N to Z. N to Z. We have seen 500 persons registered to vote here. And the Unity Labour Party at 122, 122, while the New Democratic Party 198. The New Democratic Party 198. Total cast ballots 320. No reject for this area. H Primary School again in Fairhall. A to F. 507 persons registered to vote. 507 persons registered to vote. The Unity Labour Party, they are looking at 107, while the New Democratic Party look at 203. That's the New Democratic Party, 203. The cast ballots here, 310. That's 310. No rejects in this area. We are going to go up in Eastern Georgia C1, looking at the Huffles Ranch in Brighton, and we would see here A to C. That's A to C for surnames, and we are seeing 422, 422, and Unity Labour Party 108, Unity Labour Party 108, while the New Democratic Party 139, 139 cast. In this area, cast ballots here is 247. That's 247, no rejects whatsoever in this area. We also have in North Windward F at the government school in Langley Park, we see 542 persons registered to vote, and we are noting 174 for the Unity Labour Party. That would be Grace Walters, while 194 the New Democratic Party, Siobhan John. That's the New Democratic Party, Siobhan John, 194. Cast ballots here would be 367. That's 367, no rejects in this area. We are looking into Mariaqua, and in Mariaqua we will be looking at the polling station I. Polling station I, will be looking at polling station I, and we would see the government school in Evesham. There's 403 persons registered to vote, surnames A to J, and we're seeing the Unity Labour Party at 89. There's a Unity Labour Party at 89, while the New Democratic Party led running by Philip Jackson, and that's 155. That's 155. We also have cast ballots here, 244. No rejects. I1, which is in the same vicinity, I1, and it says K to Z, that's K to Z, 291, 291. The Unity Labour Party, 66. Unity Labour Party, 66. The New Democratic Party, 102. The New Democratic Party, 102. In total, cast ballots will be 169. 169, and we are looking at one reject. Further up, we look at the Gospel Hall in Carrere, and we'll see G1, that's polling station G1, K to Z, 463. 463. The Unity Labour Party, 127. Unity Labour Party, 127 by St. Clair Jimmy Prince, and the New Democratic Party, 164. 164. Philip Jackson, New Democratic Party. Cast would be 292 cast ballots here, 292 with one reject. One reject. Looking at the graph, we will see 1,177 for the New Democratic Party, while the Unity Labour Party is at 906. That's 906, 7 rejects. We also have South Windward. We're looking into South Windward, of course, the 2 Johns that are running for the first time, and we're looking at D, the government school in Proven Vale. That's D, the Proven Vale, A to J, 374. 374, the Unity Labour Party, 142. Unity Labour Party, 142, while the New Democratic Party, 96. New Democratic Party, 96. Total cast ballots here, 239. 239, and reject 1. Reject 1. We also have coming in Central Leeward. We have Central Leeward E1, that's E1. E and E, E1. E and that's E. At A to H, persons registered here is 422. 422, the Unity Labour Party, 142, 142, and the New Democratic Party, 124, 124, total cast ballots here, 266, that's 266, while at E1, at the same government school in Layu, we have I to P, that's I to P, 457, 457. We're looking at 159, 159, the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party, 141, 300 cast, 300 cast. We're going to go up to D1 in Barralee, and we will see here surnames H to Z, 529 to vote. However, we have not gotten those results, but in D, at Barralee D, we see A to G, we have 461. That's 461. The Unity Labour Party at 162, 162, while the New Democratic Party at 150. Cast ballots here, 313, 313, reject 1, reject 1. We are going to head back to East St. George, and that is C3 at Huffles Ranch. C3 at Huffles Ranch, we would see R to Z. We have 404 persons registered to vote. However, we are seeing the split between the Unity Labour Party 89, Unity Labour Party 89, and the New Democratic Party 128. Total cast ballots here 217, 217, 0 rejects. We are going to go over to West St. George. We're continuing where we have Kashaka Cupid, the NDP, Curtis King, the ULP, as well as IND for Kenna Kittels, and we have D1, the government primary school in Bel Air. We have D2J. D2J, we have 471. 471 registered to vote, 89 for the Unity Labour Party, 89 for the Unity Labour Party. The New Democratic Party, we are seeing 198. That's 198 New Democratic Party. IND 5, 295 cast ballots, 3 rejects. We're also looking at B1 in the Gome Methodist School in Daphne. Gome Methodist School in Daphne, K to Z. That's K to Z. We're seeing 336 registered, and the Unity Labour Party we see at 56. New Democratic Party 139. The New Democratic Party 139. We also have IND 1, total cast ballots here 196. We have D1 again. We would see the primary school D1. That would be D2J 471, 89 for the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party 198, and IND at 5, cast ballots 295, while we have 3 rejects here. Sorry, we also have the Public Works in E. If we look closely, we'll see in Arnesville, the Public Works, A to E, 472. 472 registered to vote. We have 119 for the Unity Labour Party, 154 for the New Democratic Party, 2 for IND. Cast ballots is 275. That's 275, 0 rejects. We're going around to H, and H is at the Braxa building in Arnesville. At A to F, surnames A to F, we see registered 482, 482. The Unity Labour Party 109, The New Democratic Party 165, New Democratic Party. IND 2, cast ballots is 276, 0 rejects. We also gonna go back over to B, the Gome and Daphne. This is the Daphne Gome Methodist School. A to J, 523 persons registered to vote here. The Unity Labour Party at 88, Unity Labour Party at 88. The New Democratic Party 242. The IND Party, IND 2. Cast ballots 334, rejects 2. Excuse me, we're looking at H again. Here we would see H is the Braxa building. We would have been going through these at A to F, 482 registered to vote, 482, and we see here 109 for the Unity Labour Party, while we are looking at 165 for the New Democratic Party. IND 2, cast ballots is 276. We still have outstanding H2 for this area, so we'll be waiting. we're going to go through central Kingstown to see what is happening in this area, looking at the populated information on the screen, and we have been looking at the graph. We've noted that all of the areas have been populated in central Kingstown. All areas have been populated in central Kingstown. All areas have been populated in central Kingstown. So we are looking at 2,842 for the New Democratic Party, while 1,559 for the Unity Labour Party, 19 rejects. So we can declare Central Kingstown New Democratic. The incumbent Sinclair Leacock.
Just for academic purposes, how much did the ULP candidate get last election?
Thank you.
I can give you the swing and stuff
please.
now if you want. Yeah, I don't know how much he got, but the swing is 7%.
7%.
The 7% swing, which is quite good. It's higher than the other one. If I look back at 2020, he got 2673, and he had 57%. He's now up to 60%. So it's a very good performance on his part.
Did well.
It's a good performance, and my thing is it's also an ominous signal because a 7% swing nationally is basically everything but the Prime Minister. But you know, I'm hearing suggestions that there have been other seats that have been secured. So, but it would be a good performance on his part, definitely, a 7% swing. So he's up to 64%. In the region, mid-60s is usually a relatively safe seat, which will mean that he wouldn't have to lose too much sleep, probably for at least another election.
Yeah.
Or two.
Or two, yeah.
Almost 3,000 votes.
Interesting, because the NDP controls the whole Kingston corridor.
Whole Kingston corridor.
And if I may just say, I don't get the impression that the ULP has tried, has seriously tried to wrest the Kingston seats from the NDP. Not since your time, Renee.
And Sinclair Leacock has increased the number of votes.
Yes, he has.
And I think the ULP has reduced the number of votes from 1965.
1965 in 2020.
59 years. And Sinclair went from 2,642 to
over 200 votes.
840, so almost 200 votes.
Well, he's a very aggressive, formidable candidate.
Very aggressive person.
Once there's a direction, once there's a movement to NDP, it will always benefit him.
Yeah,
Because he's very progressive.
And he doesn't give up being where he is at all.
He's relentless. I mean,
he's never. Since he ran in 2005 and lost.
Yeah.
And 2010, 2015, 2020, each time, and he is never absent.
But he's grounded with his constituents.
Oh, yes.
Like I say, he's never absent.
And I've always said, never mind you hear all this mouth, he has a heart. Just today I told someone that he speaks about a number of things. He sounds like a bull in a china shop, but he has a heart. And that's if you know him closely enough. And see that close emotionally attached to his constituents. So I'm not surprised that he's increased the number of votes at all. This is what I expected from him.
I think his people relate to him.
Yes, they do.
Relate to him. They feel
that is
him.
the temperature
They feel him
in that constituency.
So the persons who may criticize him outside for saying the odd wild thing, you know, for being over aggressive, but his people in his constituency understand where he's coming from.
There's a funeral, he's there.
Always.
There's an activity, he's there. You always see him when he's needed. That's what he has over many of the politicians that we have here. He's always there to give succor and comfort, not only to his own constituents, but he goes across the board to other members of the party, candidates, and support them. He's always a very supportive person that way. I'm not surprised at all that he's actually increased the number of votes in Manus.
No, like I say, he's always there. He's never absent.
He's a candidate's candidate.
Yes. Yes.
You know.
And that has worked well for him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's difficult to beat Sinclair Leacock at any time, whether there's a swing towards ULP or not, he is very, very grounded in that constituency. You know, he has had his challenges. Even the party itself doesn't make a difference. He's always someone who's close to his people. And he's always someone who's close to his fellow candidates. And that's what he's very good at. You know, if he has to reach a North Leeward to attend a function or a funeral in support of his candidate, he will be there.
He'll be there.
You know, that is the Sinclair Leacock that I know.
And that comes from the discipline from grammar school cadets. It's a discipline.
Yes, yes.
You have a task, you apply yourself to it. You have to be present, you're present. You have to, you're there.
You know,
and people see that,
yeah,
and
even
they
if he's
gravitate
dressed,
towards him.
Yes,
because of that.
Even if he isn't dressed and there's a funeral that's not in his constituency, he's there. He comes in with a shirt, if it's even for 20, 30 minutes, but he is there. And it's amazing.
Let's talk about the whole question of leadership and continuation. How old is Sinclair Leacock right now?
He's in his 70s, I think.
Early 70s, but 72 around that time, 73.
Who?
Sinclair.
About 74.
74. Right.
Okay. So how many more elections do you think he would want to face?
Well, he'll face another one. Comrade faced one when he was 79. So as I suppose that... So
I was kind of surprised how the conversation came up because I don't think that age is we don't think that we can talk age.
Age is not an issue. He's very fit and very agile and a very good debater. So I suppose that now that he's had a chance to get into office, he was always concerned about getting into government. Always.
Yes.
I don't think that he is going to remove himself.
In one term?
No. Certainly not. He's going to run again, and I can see him running 2 terms. I can see him running next election, and the following
one after that.
If God gives him good health.
He has the ground on which to do it.
But he's been looking forward to getting into office so long that on one of his speeches, he actually said that he wants to be sworn in the very next day.
Yes.
Well, you are in fact sworn in the next day, I think.
No. Not the General and the PM.
The Prime Minister.
PM and the Attorney General.
The Prime Minister is sworn in.
And the Attorney General.
And the Attorney General,
But he said he wanted to be sworn in the very next day. He has some things he wants to do.
No, he's very bold about what he wants. He wants for himself and the party. And
bold
extremely supportive. You see, he has national support, you know, because he's always there. He's always there, and no matter what challenges come his way, he's always been able to overcome them.
I didn't think you talked about his national support. I mean, I went to my cousin's funeral, Alan Cruikshank, right? And I saw, of course, it's a big NDP funeral, you know, and Dr. Friday went to speak, and people applauded. But one day announced the major. It was something else.
Yes, he's a very good debater as well. He's an excellent debater.
Well, he prepares.
Yes.
He prepares.
Debater, yes.
So
he has some views about the private sector that may not be applicable in an environment like this, but then again, he's not an intransigent person. You can convince him if you have an idea or view that opposes him and seems to be workable. I've always found him, even as chairman of the party, to be amenable to change, and he is admirable. I admire him a lot. You know, some people may have different views about him, but he's very special. In the party, he's a very special person.
But
does he help to keep things together?
Yes, and he's very firm. He has this military approach. I think it has helped him, but it has also not helped him. It is not many people given the opportunity to see his heart. They hear his voice and they see his sternness, but they don't seem to get close enough to know that he cares. So he cares a hell of a lot.
Where do you think he was passed over for the leadership of the party?
I think
other people were more entrenched to see.
No, not that. It's not that. I think what happened is that he supported Arnhem Eustace blindly, like a soldier supporting his superior. And not recognizing that he too may have been looked at very seriously as a leader. And I don't think he got similar support from Eustace, but he was just a blind supporter, and that made things worse for him.
But he's got the capacity, and I think also being so long there, he understands a bit more about government and governance than a lot of other persons. They don't understand governance. He understands.
But it's interesting that we're spending this long time speaking about St. Clair and not about the, could I say presumptive? Can I go ahead and...
Yes.
How many seats did it be declared?
Prime Minister, the presumptive Prime Minister.
Yeah, the presumptive Prime Minister. It's interesting that we're spending this time talking about the personality and character of St. Clair, and we haven't spent that much time on the...
I think it's because, firstly, the question about longevity, the number of times he's likely to run again after he's won his seat now, that may have propelled us into discussing the issues about him.
Yeah.
But not that we had passed over discussing the issues, but I think because he's a leader, we'll wait until things come in and we'll have a discussion about Laurie, which are two different characters altogether. Two different individuals altogether. They're miles apart. They have different approaches.
Okay, sorry, looking at leadership, can I posit that Dr. Friday comes over very much like the anti-Ralph, very different kind of leader.
He's different.
Very, very different kind of leader.
They've had a different history.
He's different.
They've had a different history. And he came in when the NDP was going down. Yeah? Remember that cusp of 98 to 2001?
Yes.
And he came in and won his seat. And so he was looking at somebody else as leader, and he had to emerge as the leader after Eustace left.
And when you have a sure seat, perhaps half the hurdle is over.
But he had to wait. Remember, Eustace was Mr. Eustace was the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So he was leader of the opposition, and then he had to wait for him to be out of the way, to emerge as leader. Remember, it was after that he emerged as leader.
But as we're talking here, I'm hearing a lot of music outside.
Celebrations, that's what happens.
Do we have a camera on the outside?
What's Stilly Fraser used to say, come to a quarter club and mourn with the mourners. Mourn and cry with the mourners and celebrate with the winners.
What kind of leader do you think Dr. Friday would emerge as?
He is a type of individual who listens and is prepared to compromise if necessary. He is not one who is a person who's bombastic or one who will sort of get at an individual for something that person may well have done, but more someone who is likely to be congenial and collective in the manner in which he approaches things. He is relatively quiet. He's speaking far more now than he used to when I was there as chairman, understandably because he's a leader. It is the others, whether or not they are prepared to accept that type of leadership. I remember saying that he may have challenges actually controlling some of his persons. And some people said I said he was weak. Not that he was weak, but no matter how strong you are, you're going to have challenges dealing with people. And sometimes they're not people who are close to like the candidates, but people on the fringe of the party. Don't forget, this has been a party that's been in opposition for 24 years. People have expectations, and he has to deal with those.
Managing
easy.
the expectations.
It's not easy to do that, you know, especially if you come in as a very strong, you won a number of seats and in a very strong party politically. And there are people who've been there working on behalf of the party. I remember very well when we couldn't get a quorum to have a central committee meeting. And I remember the previous leader saying, success has many fathers. Failure is an orphan.
I heard that expression in 2009 when the referendum failed.
Yes, and he was quietly, not saying much, coming to the meetings, but he was always there. And I believe that the respect that he is able to garner from those around him will help him to be able to pull things together. You know, it's not going to be easy.
I'm quite sure he has a good team to help him in the succession to office. A good team to help him, because he knows, should we win, what people will be expecting from him.
Well, people...
And there are a lot of expectations.
Yes.
Well, there were a lot of promises. Big promises.
So. Well, they're big promises, and I can speak from my limited experience. They are big promises, but there's something called the reality when you sit in that chair as Prime Minister.
Yes.
They are going to be realities that stun you.
The honeymoon is not going to be very long.
And how you're going to manage those realities. One, your political colleagues, your party colleagues, what will be their expectations? And then you have, outside of St. Vincent, those expectations as well. They don't just disappear because Ralph Gonsalves has gone from the scene. There are going to be certain expectations.
But talking about Ralph Gonsalves, I mean, he's been an amazing...
Well, he's been an amazing politician. From the he hit on the scene. People knew him in the university days, those of our generation. But he hit in 1979 when the UPM, as the new boys on the block, youthful and upful is the word, and they got wiped out in their first outing. It was similar to this. It was 10-1 was murder. Remember, the Labour Party won, and it was 10-1. And they all left and went and studied and so on and came back for 1984. And in 1984, as I told people, I was there in 1984, and I saw repeat performance. When you had the Young Turks, you remember Scott? And
Jerry Scott.
Stanley Starkey John, myself and others. We were the Young Turks talking about things that are going to happen. And this is the life of politics. People are not, especially people in leadership, they're not given to want to, oh, you young people, what you? Ben Hill, good in.
But I was having a conversation with a few persons who are directly involved in Europe, and I said, this reminds me of 2001 when I was entering politics. Just the mood when everyone seemed to have moved away from the party.
Yes.
Civil servants were moving.
Everyone.
Police were moving. And I was there, been literally perhaps forced to have got myself involved at the time. But I saw, I had the same feeling, and I said, I don't like the feeling that I have. The feeling is not one which is positive to the ULP.
It was an uneasy calm.
Yes,
But
very.
I want to bring something to the table that we haven't mentioned here for the evening. Something we have not mentioned for the evening.
Yes.
The factor COVID mandates.
Well,
I don't think that is I don't think that, to be quite frank with you, there have been more positive things happening in St. Vincent that will have a positive impact and overwhelm the COVID issue.
But do you not think, hold on, Scott, do you not think that a lot of persons were angered by the persons who were sent home, and they were not in numbers that would come on the street because people are not doing that anymore? I know Peter had some opinion on that.
we talked about this before, and I said that I don't think it makes one iota of difference.
You don't think it
Let me tell you why it didn't make any difference.
You know why?
I don't think so.
You know why I don't think it makes a difference?
No, it didn't make any
Look,
difference.
people in St. Vincent who did not want to take the vaccine because they had a health issue were excused. People who didn't take it because they had a religious issue were excused.
Yeah.
The ones that were given trouble were people who did not take it because they just didn't want to.
Yeah.
The vast majority of those people were NDP supporters. So my thing is, you struggle to find a Labour Party supporter that was defiantly saying, I'm not taking the vaccine. So those people who would have suffered are ultimately people who would not have voted for the ULP anyhow.
In any event.
So I never really got that it made a difference.
For the first time I understand where you came from.
No, it didn't.
No, because I actually researched the issue, because one of the agencies did, and I mean what we found was that people who were defiantly, opposed to taking it, were defiantly that way because they had a political agenda in vast majority of instances. What I'm saying is not to say that they're not entitled to that, but the reality is that if they have that agenda, they're not going to support the government regardless. So you're not losing anything by going after them.
But let me just jump in something. Do we see the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, can I say that at this point? Have we declared yet?
But that's the other question I wanted to ask. Is there likely to be a concession speech tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Because Camilo Gonçalves has a concession speech online.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Oh, yeah, which on Facebook, which is garnering some pretty positive comments from persons who are not necessarily his greatest supporters. That's very interesting. Okay. But do we see a Dr. Gonçalves in opposition holding on for another 5 years?
I don't think so.
See, this is the problem. I mean, if he won, he was talking about going, but then, you don't know. If he doesn't win, how do you manage an exit in a situation where it doesn't look as though it's sour grapes and you don't want to sit in opposition? The other question is who's going to be there with him? Because the point at which he goes, he has to hand over the leadership to someone, and the question is who's there with him. So I'm anxious to know whether, if he goes into Parliament with someone else, because I think at this stage it's still up in the air as to whether he will or not. Will he let the other person lead the opposition, or will he lead the opposition and then, go to a leadership contest and whatnot? I have my own ideas on what should happen, but ultimately he will determine. No, because I think at this stage, I think it's pretty clear. You win with a group, you stand alone in loss. He has to take this one on the chest. And my thing would be to make a concession by not essentially walking away from the party before. You can't walk away from the seat because you've been elected, but walk away from the party in the sense of saying to the party, look, I'm giving you the opportunity to determine your future without me.
I think he is the kind of person who would walk away from the party at this stage.
Not walk away from the party.
I didn't say walk away. I'm just saying not walk away, but I'm saying you give the party the opportunity to identify a new leader, and when you do it, that's when I say walk away. That's what I mean.
Like he does now have an opportunity, but did Samoto Caesar win his seat? Do we have a final
I was waiting to hear.
We are not aware of that. The results that...
We're waiting the results. And
Central Leeward, what's happening in Central Leeward? We got some results here.
That's where we left off.
What's happening in Central Leeward?
Yeah, we're just updating. The information will be coming in shortly, so we're just updating. We're just awaiting for the results.
We should await and not speculate.
Yes.
Await, not speculate.
All right, so we can go ahead and look at the results here at Central Leeward H. We can look at Central Leeward H now. That's at the secondary school in Bookament Bay. That's A to Z, and we see registered here 577. That's 577. The Unity Labour Party, we have 180. That's 180. That's 180, and the New Democratic Party, 174. That's the New Democratic Party, 174. Conroy Huggins, representing the New Democratic Party, cast 358. That's 358. Rejects, we have 4. Rejects, we have 4.
Is that correct? What is it? The total votes is 373.
The cast, is 3. The cast here at H, polling station H, secondary school at Bookament. We have 358. 358. And reject, we have 4. New Democratic Party, we are noting 174. 174. The Unity Labour Party, we have 180. Total persons registered here, we are seeing 577. 577. we go to C. That is at the Society Hall in Barley. We see it. We're looking at A to Z. A to Z, last name's A to Z. 432. That's 432 registered. Unity Labour Party 120. The New Democratic Party 161, and in total cast we are seeing 286. That's 286 rejects. We are seeing five at this time. 5. If we look at, we're looking at the police station B. That's at the police station. That's at the Dome at Barley. We would see the surnames A to G. We are seeing registered here 335. That's 335. Unity Labour Party 115. Unity Labour Party 115. And the New Democratic Party 108. Cast, we are noting 223. No, there are no rejects here. We're looking at the graph here at Central Leeward, and we are seeing 2,240. That's 2,240 for the NDP, the New Democratic Party, while the Unity Labour Party 2,221 rejects.
So are we still awaiting results in this constituency?
Currently, we still have one,
Church.
which is at I. Which is that the Pentecostal Church in Curtains, we still have this outstanding. We're looking at D1. We're looking at D1 here at the government school at Barley. We see H to Z, 529. And the Unity Labour Party at 181, and the New Democratic Party 166. Cast ballots here is 347, 0 rejects. So the graph will show you again. We have 20 that are rejects. We have 2,240 for the the New Democratic Party, and the Unity Labour Party 2,221.
There's one more station to come.
19.
We just have one outstanding. We just have one outstanding.
And his lead is 19, I think.
Yes.
19. So that's a very close one, as you expected.
And it's Curtains.
Curtains.
Let's look at South Windward. We're going to be looking at South Windward. B2, the Methodist School at Bayaboo. B2, the Methodist School at Bayaboo. M to Z, and surnames M to Z. Here we have 391 registered to vote. 391. We see the Unity Labour Party 154. Unity Labour Party 154, while the NDP we're seeing at 76. 76, and the cast ballots is 232, while we have 2 rejects. 2 rejects here. Further down, if we look further down, we will see E1, the New Testament Church in Calder. The New Testament Church in Calder, I was actually here today, and surprisingly, there's a lot of persons who came out to vote here. And we see J to Z, 536 persons registered to vote. And the Unity Labour Party looking at 116. That's 116, while the New Democratic Party looking at 196. 196. Total cast ballots is 312.
That was a stronghold.
312, and there are no rejects in this area. Further up, which is in the same area, we would see A to I, and this is 473 registered A to I, 108, that's 108 for the Unity Labour Party, while 172 for the New Democratic Party. Cast ballots here, we see 281, and reject ballots in this area. We are looking at 1. We're looking at 1. The graph will show you here we have 2015 for the New Democratic Party, that is Andrew John, and 1,674 for the Unity Labour Party. We see 17 rejects in this
Anything
area.
outstanding?
Let's go, sorry, let's go to C for, let's go to C, looking at the new Prospect Primary School in Simon. A to Z. A to Z, 380 persons registered to vote in this area. We have the Unity Labour Party at 89, ULP 89, and the New Democratic Party NDP 144. 144, total cast 233, no rejects. 233, no rejects. Looking further down, let's go around to I2. We're going around to I2 at the government school in Stubbs. That's the government school in Stubbs. We have O to Z, that's O to Z, 407 registered to vote, 407. Unity Labour Party, 104, 104, while the New Democratic Party, 136, 136. Cast ballots here, 241, 241, rejects 1, reject 1, reject 1. We're still outstanding G, the community center at Upper Stubbs. So while these are results for I2, and further on we would have seen E. We're waiting for the results of G in the community center. Let's go over to North Leeward and see what North Leeward A. We'll be looking at North Leeward, the Learning Resource Center at the Golden Grove. North Leeward, Golden Grove, we see A to Z, 352. That's 352 registered to vote. We are seeing the Unity Labour Party at 87, while the New Democratic Party at 175. 175 cast ballot. We would note here 263, 1 reject. 263, 1 reject. Further down, we are looking at D, the Methodist School in Chatteville, A to J. A to J, 361. That's 361. And we would see the Unity Labour Party 9090, while the New Democratic Party 158. 158. We also have cast ballots, 249, 249, 1 reject in this area. Further down, we'll be looking at the community center in Rosebank. Looking at the Rosebank Community Center, A to Z, 567. 567. The Unity Labour Party looking at 258, that's 258 for the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party 150, 150 votes. Cast ballots is 408, 408. Rejects, none. Let's go around to see where J1 is concerned. J1, JZ, we have 514. Unity Labour Party, 116. New Democratic Party, 235. Total cast ballots, 353, 2 rejects. We are looking further up at Fitzhughes at the government school. Looking at the government school here, we see K2Z 453, 89 for the Unity Labour Party, 89 Unity Labour Party, and the New Democratic Party 227, New Democratic Party. Cast ballots is 320, looking at 4 rejects. We're going to be looking at the cast graph, and it's 2,526, while the Unity Labour Party, we're looking at 1,966. 1,966, rejects 20.
I am wondering if that is
we
not
can,
the highest total
we,
for
we can
candidate.
in North Leeward?
We're looking at North Leeward again. Let's review North Leeward here. It's the secondary school in P.T. Bedell, the polling station. We are seeing A to J 437. Unity Labour Party 127, while the New Democratic Party stands at 194, 322, and 1 reject. Cast 322, 1 reject. These results are all in. We have seen that the results are all in. All the results are in. All the results in.
So I guess we can safely
call it. So we can safely declare North Leeward. We're looking at the graph. We're looking at the graph here. Clearly
2526.
Declared. Let's go over to South Central Windward. Yes.
Okay, so North Leeward, we can declare North Leeward for Dr. Kishore Shallow of the New Democratic Party. And can we just have a look at the totals again?
What we're looking at is the New Democratic. We're looking at the New Democratic Party as well as the Unity Labour Party. On the graph here, the seat graph shows 5 for the New Democratic Party. At current, 5 for the New Democratic Party. This is the Southern Grenadines. We're looking at the Northern Grenadines. We're also looking at North Leeward, and we're looking here at Central Kingstown.
What about East Kingstown?
We'll be looking at East Kingstown in a bit while we update the chat. So when the scores come in, we'll be able to see what is happening there.
Wow, 726, massive win.
To 90.
South Central Windward. We can look at South Central Windward now. The results of South Central Windward. Let's look at A1. Let's look at A1 at the Chris Barnard Preschool. This is at Mount Brennan, and we see K2Z. We're looking at registered to vote 306. That's 306. Unity Labour Party 161, while the New Democratic Party, we're looking at 45. Cast ballots here 206, 206. No rejects at this time. And further down, we're looking at D, the primary school at Newgrounds. A to J, we're seeing 444. That's 444. And the Unity Labour Party, we're looking at 1-1. That's Unity Labour Party, 1-1, while the New Democratic Party, 154. Cast ballots here, 278. 3 rejects in this area. We are moving on into the breadbasket of Mariaquaw, where we see Philip Jackson representing the New Democratic Party and Sinclair Jimmy Prince representing the Unity Labour Party. We're looking at polling station B in Richland Park at the government school. We're seeing A to J, registered votes here, it's 459. 459. Unity Labour Party, 160. The New Democratic Party, 153. Cast ballots, 314. 314, while 1 reject. 314, 1 reject. We want to go looking at B1 in the same government school area, Richland Park. We're seeing here K2Z, 430, 130 for the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party we see at 127, and the cast ballots is at 259. That's 259, 2 rejects in this area. Further down, let's look at polling station E at the Bunpan building, which is in Freeland. And we are seeing here 588 registered And cast ballots, we are looking at 369. We note that the Unity Labour Party, 179, while the New Democratic Party, 190. No rejects. Further up, if we can look further up at C, here's C1, the Early Childhood Development Center at Richton Park. We would see I2O, that's I2O. We see 309 registered here. The Unity Labour Party, we're seeing 97, while the New Democratic Party, we're looking at 98. Cast ballots here is 196. We see one reject. And below C2, the same area, P to Z, we are seeing 394 registered. We are noting 237 cast. 132 for the New Democratic Party, while the Unity Labour Party, we are seeing 105. Zero rejects here. We are going to be moving right into West Kingstown to see what is happening there, looking at polling station H, which is the Anglican school in Lomans. So we're looking at, we'll be looking at G1. So we'll be looking at G1, and H. All of them are here at the Lomans Hill. And we're seeing A to J, 447 registered to vote. And we are noting 249 cast ballots, zero rejects. We are seeing 162 for the New Democratic Party, 87 for the Unity Labour Party. Further down, G1, the same Anglican school here, we're seeing K to Z, 390 registered. 63 for the Unity Labour Party, 134 for the New Democratic Party, represented by Daniel Cummins, 198 cast ballot, one reject. Anglican H, the Anglican school, Lomans, we're still in Lomans Hill, looking at A to C, that's A to C, 390 registered. We're looking at 88 for the Unity Labour Party, while 144 for the New Democratic Party. That's 144 New Democratic Party. 232 cast, zero rejects. We're going to go further around and see if there are any new updates behind. We would have gone through all of these already. We've noted it is all filled, and we're going to be looking at the graph. 2,691 for Daniel Cummins, the New Democratic Party, while the Unity Labour Party, we're looking at 1,450, 28 rejects. This is West Kingstown, so we can declare from the Public Information Network that West Kingstown, NDP. We can go back to South Central Windward, and we can look here, Sabota Caesar, the Unity Labour Party, Israel Bruce, New Democratic Party. We're looking at polling station A, the Christopher Bernard Preschool, Mount Grennan, and we would see A to J. We're looking at registered voters, 415, that's 415. The Unity Labour Party, 136. New Democratic Party, 121. Cast ballots would be 258, 258. Reject 1. We're still outstanding B. We're still outstanding B, but we're going to be looking at B1, which is the government school in Diamond. B1, K to Z. We would note 433 persons registered to vote. 223 Unity Labour Party, 74 New Democratic Party, 297 297 cast ballots, 0 rejects. We're going to go further around to H, where in Greg's, we're looking in Greg's, we see H primary school, the primary school in Greg's, yes. We see A to G, and we have noted 504 registered to vote. Unity Labour Party, 91. Unity Labour Party, 91, represented by Saboto Caesar. New Democratic Party, New Democratic Party, 240. This is Israel Bruce. And we're also seeing cast ballots, 333. That's 331, sorry. 331, 0 reject. 331, 0 reject. Further down in the primary school, H1, we are seeing 493. Last name H to M. Unity Labour Party, 55. Unity Labour Party, 55. New Democratic Party, 304. Total cast ballots is 360. That's 360, 1 reject. H2, Greg's again in the same area of the primary school. N to Z, we are seeing 400 registered. 81 for the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party, we are seeing 209. 209. In total, the cast ballot is 291, and we're seeing 1 reject in that area. We'll be looking at the graph here. We'll see for the New Democratic Party, 2,047, while the Unity Labour Party, 1,676. That's 1,676. Reject total 8. We are still outstanding B. We're still outstanding B in the government school in Diamonds, which is A to J, and we're also outstanding F1, which is the Bethel Gospel Hall Assembly at North Union. We're still outstanding those. We'll be going to North Windward. At D2. D2, which is at the Sandy Bay Government School. D, we can look at all the Ds here. We will see D, A to C, we have 493 registered to vote, and we are noting that the Unity Labour Party, we are seeing 246. That's 246, while the New Democratic Party, 131. That's 131 cast ballots here. 378, 1 reject. Further down, D1, in the same area, we have D to L, 417 persons registered to vote. We're seeing 215 for the Unity Labour Party, while 118 for the New Democratic Party. Cast ballots 335. That's 335, and rejects we're seeing 2. D2, the government school again in Sandy Bay. M to Z, 490. That's 490. That's 490. 210 for the Unity Labour Party. 166 for the New Democratic Party. 378 cast ballots. 2 reject. That's 2 reject in this area. We are still going through North Windward. We see that all the areas are filled. We see I, which at the CWSA Waterworks in Mount Bentic. A to Z, we are seeing 532. This shows at the Unity Labour Party at 183 for the Unity Labour Party, while 164 for the New Democratic Party. 164 New Democratic Party. Cast ballots 347, 0 rejects. So we are looking at North Windward. There are none outstanding here. All have been filled, and we will be looking at the graph. Looking at the graph, we see 2,780. That's 2,780 for North Windward, Chevron John, the New Democratic Party, and 2,544 Grace Walters, the Unity Labour Party. That's 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 rejects in that area. So this can be declared won by the New Democratic Party from the perspective of the Public Information Network data that we would have received.
Well, congratulations to Shepard John. I did say before there's going to be a ding-dong battle there, and it's being reflected.
Well, she's the first woman to get elected since I was last elected.
Yes. Remember what you said there?
Since I was the last elected in 2001 and 2005, remember Gerlin was also elected from 98. No other woman has been elected.
Until now?
Since 2000, yes. And I mean, Gerlin was re-elected in 2005, and she left in 15.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the NDP.
But she ran again in 2010.
The NDP's work because they put a lot of emphasis on this
on this
constituency.
A lot of resources in there.
And they were holding out all hope for this, and it paid off. 2,780 to 2,544. Congratulations to Shepard John on a well-fought campaign.
Yes, yeah, I'm really keen on Sabota Caesar hearing the remainder of his results, and then also Central Leeward.
And I get it.
Sabota Caesar, right, his seat, and then Central Leeward. Those are the two that are interesting for me. Central Leeward because it's the second strongest seat, and that one seems to be under serious pressure as well. Yeah. And well, Soboto because I'm hearing rumors that he is one, but the data is suggesting something very, very different. So
that he is.
No, I said I'm hearing rumors that he may have won, but the data is suggesting something very different. Certainly that we're getting. So I'm anxious to hear what's happening.
And my interest in that from the point of view that I personally have seen, and I mentioned it here tonight, I've seen both of them as future leaders for the ULP.
Okay.
It's probably not what was being pushed by the maximum leader before, where it's clearly being spoken on the ground that those are persons you could look at as being future leaders to the party. And if you're going to be a leader, you got to have your seat first.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And have it convincingly, too.
Yeah.
I win it by one vote, I want to be a leader.
Okay, so results are still coming in?
Yes, results are coming in. We can look at North Central Windward. North Central Windward, we are looking at the Unity Labour Party by Ralph Gonsalves, as well as Chieftain Neptune, the New Democratic Party, North Central Windward. We are seeing at the School with Children with Special Needs in Georgetown, which is C. We are noting A to Z. We see 400 registered to vote here. Unity Labour Party, 135. New Democratic Party, we are seeing 104. In total, cast ballots are 239, 0 rejects. That's 0 rejects. In D, we are looking at D and D1. This is at the community center in Chester Cottage. We would see here A to J, 421, 4-1. The Unity Labour Party, out of the registered votes, 4-1, we see 188. That's 188. The New Democratic Party, 79. Cast ballots, 272. Rejects 5. D1 in the same area of Chester Cottage. This is K to Z. We are seeing 433 for the Unity Labour Party. We are seeing 186, while for the New Democratic Party, we're looking at 100. Cast ballots here is 289, and rejects we see 3. Rejects we're noting 3. The Pamela's Burke Government School in Byra, we are going to be looking at all of them, which we're going to be looking at E1, E2. We will see here A to F, 366 registered to vote, 163 for the Unity Labour Party, 65 for the New Democratic Party. We're looking at 230 230 total cast ballots, and we're seeing two rejects. E1, we're looking at G to M, 331, Unity Labour Party, 128, while the NDP, the New Democratic Party, 7070, 198 total cast ballots, 198, 0 rejects. Looking at E2, Pamela's Burke again, E2, N to Z, 405. We're seeing the Unity Labour Party at 162, while the New Democratic Party, we're looking at 103. Total cast ballots would be 265. Rejects 0. All of the Methodist school in the South Rivers, we would have gone through before, F1 and F2. We can still review these, and we would have noted that all of them has been filled, and the total cast ballots here for Methodist Church here is 29. That's 291. Total registered 463. 262 for the Unity Labour Party, 26 for the New Democratic Party. Rejects 3. We're looking at E to L, 435. Total registered Unity Labour Party, 234, while the New Democratic Party, 34. And the cast ballots here, 268, 0 rejects. Going down further to F2, we will see M to Z for surnames, 395 registered, 220 Unity Labour Party, 1717 New Democratic Party, total cast ballots here 237, 0 rejects there. This is all filled. We have gone through all of these except for, G1, which is at the Pearl Best Early Childhood Center in Park Hill, and this is J to Z. We are noting 271 registered, Unity Labour Party 135, New Democratic Party 28, cast ballots 164, rejects. We are seeing 1 reject. We're seeing 1. We are looking at the chart, and the chart will show the New Democratic Party 996, 2,577, 2,577 for the Unity Labour Party. We are looking at 24 rejects. All of these areas of the polling station all the results have come in, so we are declaring the North Central Windward, the seat to the Unity Labour Party. We're declaring the North Central Windward.
Okay, so actually this is the first declared seat for the ULP. Of course, Dr. Rav Gonzalez from North Central Windward winning by 2,577 votes compared to the NDP's Chieftain Neptune 996.
Well, a little
No
surprise. No surprise. I mean,
except that I think his votes went down.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister's votes went down.
oh yeah, compared with
Yes.
how did we stand in comparison?
Yes,
You got them
he
there?
had 2,872 last election, and Chieftain Neptune got 883.
Oh wow.
So the Prime Minister went down.
He had 76% of the support last time, and now he only has 71.
Yeah.
He had 76 last time.
And now he has 71. Yeah. So.
A natural attrition, I think.
Well, yeah. What normally happens with a swing like this is that constituencies like his lose support faster. So to be honest, I think he's lucky to have gotten away with such a small increase, because normally a party will lose more support, in this kind of this kind of a swing. Yeah, but he seems to have been able to contain
I was to
it.
ask you, the PNM under Eric Williams, how many elections did they win? Was it up to 30 years? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember, but it wasn't as, no, the problem is it wasn't continuous.
It wasn't continuous.
It wasn't continuous, because it was often interrupted,
That's what I was thinking.
So I think that after St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica would have the record for longest continuing. Antigua and Trinidad and Tobago were both interrupted at various points, you know, with a one-term.
And Dominica's had how many years now?
20. I think this is 4 terms, 20 years. Yeah.
20, yes.
Yeah, the only difference is that Skerritt came in midterm. So he didn't win the first election, but he won the second. But otherwise, the Labour parties have been in power for similar amounts of time. But he himself hasn't been in all of that time.
So you were elected before Gerlin Miguel?
No, Gerlin was elected in 1998 when she beat Wiley.
Yeah.
No, you're speaking soft.
Yes. So you were saying?
Talking.
Yeah.
Yes, she was elected in 1998 in the big swing.
Right.
Then re-elected in 2001, and I was elected in 2001.
Okay.
Then she was re-elected in 2005. I was re-elected in 2005. She was elected back in 2010 and 15. And nobody else. Remember, she came from 98 right over. But since in the 2000s, when we took government, I am the only new woman who was elected. Yeah? So this time, it took 24 years for another woman to get elected.
Yes.
It's not a kind place for women politicians.
Yeah. Just women are still...
You know, I am convinced that this vote really it's not really against the ULP's record, but for a new direction. I think the record wasn't bad, but people needed a new direction.
Change.
But a new direction in terms of what exactly, though?
Well, something different.
Like what?
It is difficult. I don't think they can quantify it or enumerate it. What I do know is that they needed a change. That's what happens when you've been there for some time.
But this is why I'm challenging you to say what exactly it is.
Is the change.
Is the change, but the change of what? A change of leader.
No.
When people say to me that they want a new direction, and I ask them what exactly are you looking for? In the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, if you look at the development trajectory that you're on now, most of the major big ticket issues are dealt with. So you have a hospital in the works, you have the airport, the seaport is done. Public transportation will perhaps need some investment. I'm sorry?
It cannot be on the record. It has to be changed into a different direction because
but I'm trying to find out from you what's the direction.
You've asked me the question as to what direction. Now, as I am not, I'm the only voter here. It's the country I'm talking about.
Oh, you're the only voter?
But when you mention those issues, you are enumerating the record of the ULP, which I said. I don't think it is on the record. If you voted on ULP's record, you'll vote for the ULP. So it has to be a change because the ULP has been there for a long period of time. It can't be another reason. Whatever change that they have in their mindset, each individual has something that he or she wants to see accomplished.
Right.
And then collectively, they accomplish that. It has to do. It cannot be on the record. It has to be,
I'm not, you misunderstand me. I'm not speaking about a record. I'm not here to flag a record or whatever. I'm saying that if you're looking at a development trajectory, and I'm saying that for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the trajectory seems to be fairly clear in terms of the direction that you're going. If it is that you're saying that people want a different direction, I'm just trying to find out what it could be. So I throw some ideas in terms of the types of things. Maybe they want something different. What exactly could that be?
I don't know. But
right, and I'm suggesting to you that I do know.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that what I think is that people were just exhausted. When I did polls in St. Vincent of late, and you're asking people about their concerns, the polls tell me that the average Vincentian is relatively happy with their life, right? at the same time they want to change the government. And I'm not suggesting that there's anything, conflicting about it. And my conclusion is that you could only be saying that you want to change if you are wanting a change of leader. Because the Unity Labour Party that was elected in 1998, none of the persons are there any longer. Yeah. It's a completely different slate.
If I may, if I may, I think the crux of the matter is that, and that's why I says, like you said, people can be on what the government has done. People, I got the impression, have gotten tired of the leadership of Dr. Gonsalves. And it's something that he would probably find very difficult to accept, because he would probably say, look, I've done all these great things. But half of the country, after 24 years, I felt that they've been shut out of the corridors of power. I can speak this way because... No, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Because I can speak this way because to the average and the people who look at me and say, well, I'm one who has benefited from the corridors of power. But I think I've gotten my ears to the ground enough to understand that, and people, I think Vincent just have a sense of what you call fairness. Like, it's too much. You've been there so long. And so when you tell them that, look, your life is better, and I heard Dr. Gonsalves arguing and pushing that our Human Development Index and all that kind of thing. But people, like you said, people don't even know how well they're doing. No, they don't want to understand that.
All they know, he's been there a long time.
Just like that.
That's the point of making.
Yes.
Which is, and that is, to me, the question then comes down to whether it is legitimate for someone to say they would like to have a different leader after 25 years. I think it's perfectly legitimate.
Yeah,
certainly in the United States of America, it's legitimate for them to say they want a different leader every 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, every 8.
Every 8.
Right?
Every 8.
Right, precisely. So they have limited it in that way. And I think that globally we've seen reality emerge where people tend to get to the level of exhaustion. In France, it's 10 years. Yeah. And I think that is really more what this is all about. Because
I think so.
When you talk about development alternatives and stuff like that, I am struggling to understand what exactly it is.
Well, Peter, that's why when I said when you look at the NDP's platform, if you really question what they're pushing, it's vacuous. It's really empty. No, but I give you this in 60 days and that kind of thing. And it sounds great to people because you're tired of these set of people like Grenadines and them who get in all the money for the last 24 years. That's the perception,
That's not necessarily an accurate perception.
No, it don't have to be accepted.
No, it's the perception.
But perception is reality.
Yes, perception, yes.
Perception is reality. When a voter sits down, he's not sitting down to work out, boy, is it really accurate?
Yeah.
It's just a feeling.
You know that, unfortunately, the media doesn't really engage on a lot of the regional things as they should. And somebody didn't realize that I held a position on the treaty as Speaker of the OECS.
What was that?
They thought that I was...
What was that?
What was that? They keep... What was that? And so they thought that I was elected or put there by a political party. So, they had recently had to be made aware. No, it's...
But people don't know and don't care about that.
They don't.
It don't change what they put in the pot.
See this person.
It don't change what they put in the pot.
One of the things that I learned over and interestingly enough, I got into political consulting the same year that Dr. Gonsalves got into well, certainly
2001.
1998.
98.
Right. One of the things I learned is that it's always a bad idea if we say people don't care about that type of thing, but we believe that they should. Because our role is not to tell people what they should believe in.
Yeah.
Our role is essentially to understand what people want and give them. Because that is essentially what a politician, that's what politics should be all about. So I've given up this thing of saying, well, maybe people should be. Like voting, for example, people are at the stage where they're saying, oh, too many young people are not voting. They should vote. And I'm saying, but then why should they vote? They will vote if they want to.
If they want to.
If you don't motivate them to want to vote and they don't vote, then it's at you, not them.
1984.
And it's a good time for us to go and get some more results. We pick this up.
We do have some results. We are looking at polling station A Polling station A, the Church of the Nazarene. We have a slew of them results coming in. So polling station A, Church of the Nazarene in Rillen Hill. A to I, last names A to I. We're seeing 493 registered to vote. 493. We're looking at the Unity Labour Party, 130, that's 130. And the New Democratic Party, we are seeing 152. New Democratic Party, 152. IND represented by Doris Charles, we are seeing 4. Cast ballots, we are seeing 287. Reject 1. This is an independent individual, Doris Charles, who is running. We are seeing A1, the Church of the Nazarene again, J to Z, we are seeing 480 persons registered, 480 registered, 133, the Unity Labour Party, 133, Unity Labour Party. The New Democratic Party, we're looking at 130. We have 3 for the independent runner, we are seeing 3, and for cast, we're seeing 270. Rejects, we're looking at 4. We skip right over, jump right over, we're looking at D, polling station D, the community center in retreat, and we're going to go down to D1. That's A to J. We're seeing 358 registered, 107, the Unity Labour Party, 107, and 103, the New Democratic Party, 103, New Democratic Party, we're seeing 0 for the independent runner. 1, we're seeing in total cast 211. That's 211. 1 reject. D1, same retreat. We're looking at K to Z. We are seeing 331 registered. 108 for the Unity Labour Party. 9090 for the New Democratic Party, while the independent Doris Charles 0. 199 cast ballots. We are looking at 1 reject here. We're skipping over to F, which is at the government school in Kittels. We are seeing 561 registered to vote, and we're seeing 115, the Unity Labour Party, 115, the Unity Labour Party, while 212, the New Democratic Party, 212, the New Democratic Party, 1 for the independent runoff, Doris Charles, 1, and total cast ballots here is 329. We have 1 reject. We're going to go right on over to F2, the government school again. P to Z, we're seeing 538 registered, 110 for the Unity Labour Party, while the New Democratic Party 214. We are looking at 2 for the independent Doris Charles, 2, while the cast balance there is 327, 0 rejects in this polling station. We're seeing polling station G at the Methodist Church in Chauncey. A to H, registered to vote, 399. The Unity Labour Party, 125. The New Democratic Party, 120. Independent, 2. 248 cast, 248, 1 reject. We're going over to H1. That's at the secondary school in Camden Park. Secondary school is surnames D to G, 302. We are seeing the Unity Labour Party, 34, and the New Democratic Party, 135, while the independent, 0. Cast ballots here, 169, 0 rejects. H2 in the same area of the secondary school in Camden Park, H to M, 487, 487. And we're seeing for the Unity Labour Party, we're looking at 64, 64, while the New Democratic Party, we're seeing 225, 225. The independent runner, 2. We're looking at cast ballots here, 293, 293, 2 rejects, 2 rejects, and H3, N to Q, 260, 260, Unity Labour Party, 24, New Democratic Party, 134, independent, 1 independent runner, 1, while we have cast ballots, 159. We're still outstanding, a couple of them. We're still outstanding 3 on this end, and in the front we have a couple more. We're just awaiting the results to come in. We're looking at the graph. We'll see the graph shows 1,515. That's 1515 for the New Democratic Party, Nigel Stevenson, while the Unity Labour Party, represented by Grenville Williams, 950. That's 950. The independent runner, represented by Doris Charles, 15 and 11 rejects. These are the results for now. No, as I noted before, we still have outstanding. We still have a couple more.
Quite a bit.
We have quite a bit here.
Okay.
Yes. So we're just waiting for results to come in, and we're able to have those on the screen.
Quite a large constituency too.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. Of course, Nigel Stevenson is in the lead there, as
This is
is expected.
No, fourth.
This could be.
Probably his 4th.
2010.
This is his 4th term.
4th.
10, 15, 20. This will be his 4th term.
It appears to be clean sweep. Well, all but one. Yes, it reminds me of 2001, 12-3. Well, it seems to be a clean sweep. It seems as if the NDP...
A clean sweep to me would be 15-0.
15. Well...
No, you sweep in, there's some dust in the block, but it can't be a clean sweep. You're trying to clean
something will be left back.
You're trying to clean the yard, but some stones there.
Will be left back.
Some stones standing out there, and they're moving.
To me, the real lesson in this is that the previous election result is essentially the key to understanding what happened.
Yeah.
And historically, we have had elections like this across the region. Barbados in 1981, we had an election like this that preceded the 1986 landslide. In 2013, we had a similar election like this, and it preceded the 2018 landslide where Motley won all the seats. And what I sense is that the electorate set the scenario up in 2020, where you had a slew of seats that are with these very small margins, that you talk a pack of cigarettes here and there. And once you have a slight shift in the election after, it's almost a foregone conclusion. And the only person that seems to be insulated from this is Dr. Gonzalez, who took a small hit, but fortunately he was able to, it wasn't a huge hit. Well, I mean, you can't really change a seat like that so quickly. But all of the others were within this plus or minus 5% margin.
Yeah.
And it clearly has gone beyond the 1 or 2 that was needed, and it's now what we could call political carnage.
I totally agree with you. The writing was on the wall from 2020, and people were calling even within the ULP, were calling for change, even in leadership. It didn't happen, and I think that is where a lot of the decline started. I think I picked up a lot of discontent with him, but there's a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He's a very hard worker. People love him, but after a while, you can love someone and say, look, Daddy, it's time that we grew up now. You let us go on our own. You can't keep us back all the time.
But I don't
you know?
think a leadership change would have made a difference.
No, but it would be.
I believe
would possibly
it
be the beginning of something. Something. Yeah.
If we're going to agree that a lot of the issues we are talking about today in terms of development and stuff, that it came down to a question of leadership, then leadership must have made a difference.
Yes. Yeah.
Could make a difference, yeah.
To the results that we're seeing now, if there was someone other than Dr. Gonzalez there, I don't think so at all. I think the results could have been the same or even worse. I think so.
I'm not persuaded by that.
Yes,
I do feel that if we are going to agree that this was the one fundamental elephant in the room, then if you change that or addressed it in a serious way, the result could have been different. That's my sense, because I am still not convinced that there were any fundamental issues beyond that which the population was so overwhelmingly concerned about.
No, but if you look at the trends, and I have them statistically, they were losing the lead as elections go ahead. Yeah. So a change of leader would not have stopped the downward trend, because the NDP was in the ascendancy. The NDP had a lot more votes in the last election than the Unity Labour Party, over 2,000 votes. Change in the leader, he had to have been vibrant, and he had to have been special, he had to have done something extraordinary for him to have pulled back those 2,000 votes and to reduce in a major way the trust that we have seen from the New Democratic Party since the last election. So a leadership in the ULP would not have made a difference at all to the results.
Yeah, but if you're looking at a party continuing, you're looking at a party continuing, you might have a dip, but it might be a dip so you can rise again. It might be a dip that's necessary.
2001 was 12-3. 2005, 12-3.
Yeah, yeah.
But you saw the Kingstown.
Yes.
Yeah. To go into despair.
Yeah. 8-7.
If you don't do, right, then
8-7.
8-7.
And 8-7.
Yeah.
Then 9-6.
You're right.
2010. 2015, 8-7.
Yes.
So it's a pattern.
Yes.
Put it on, the guys put it on your computer.
It was obvious.
12-3, 12-3. 8-7, 8-7.
Then 9-6 marginally.
Then you bung back.
9-6, one vote.
But you didn't do
the work.
Yeah, but
it is difficult. You see, the issue is that you have to understand the people. And I don't want to say it's herd mentality, but it's the fact that when the sense change, they move in the direction of change, irrespective of the message that's given to them, unless it's destructive. If their sense change, they move. But if you ask them why, they can't tell you why. But they will move because they have that feeling there needs to be a change. I mean, too long into that and those sort of things. Yeah. And that trend was obvious. It cannot be explained scientifically. You have to know the people and understand them because they move, they mobilize. For example, if you were to look at both meetings, what I identified was that you had a tremendous number of persons looking at the NDP meetings on social media as compared to ULP. It was constant. You move from one meeting to the next, you'll have more people looking at NDP.
Online.
Yes. Online. So you're thinking, so when that happens, they're trying to find out what's happening on that side. They're trying to get a message on that side, trying to hear. That's where they want to follow. They're following them because they prefer them. And there's no scientific explanation for that. The problem is that people sometimes vote because of all the reasons. And when you come into the end of your tether or tenor, what will happen is that they'll just vote you out. I mean, we saw it with the LDP.
Okay, we'll take some results.
Yes.
Come back.
We do have some new results, and the results, we'll be looking at the entire of Western George. We seem to have all of the results in. So we will be starting from polling station A, which is the government school in Belmont, A to Z. That's registered votes 522. That's 522. Unity Labour Party, we're looking at 129. While the NDP 169. New Democratic Party 169. Independent, I cannot tell, that's 6 independent, 6 cast ballots here, 306 reject. We are seeing 2. We're also looking at B at the Methodist School. That's a Gome Methodist School in Daphne. We're seeing from A to J, surnames A to J, 523. The Unity Labour Party, we're seeing 88. That's 88. And also, we're seeing a New Democratic Party, 242. That's 242. Independent, 2. Cast ballots here, 334. 334 rejects 2. We're seeing B1 in the same area in the Daphne, which is a Gome Methodist School. K to Z, 336. 336. Unity Labour Party 56. Unity Labour Party 5656. New Democratic Party, we're looking at 139. Independent 1. We're seeing cast 196. That's 196, 0 rejects. Glad Tidings Tabernacle in Gome. This is polling station C. We're seeing A to J surnames, 445 registered. 445 registered. Unity Labour Party 133. While the New Democratic Party 139. We're seeing independent 1. Independent 1. Cast ballots here 196. Glad Tidings, we're going to go over Glad Tidings Tabernacle, A2J, 445. 133. Unity Labour Party 139. New Democratic Party 2 for the independent, 275. Cast ballots 1 reject. C1, we see Etty Gibson residence in Daphne, K2Z 311 registered, 87 for the Unity Labour Party, 87 Unity Labour Party. New Democratic Party 102. New Democratic Party. Independent 2 independent. For the independent, that would be Kenna Cattels, and we're looking at cast ballots here 193. 2 rejected. Polling station D, the government school, that's a primary school in Bel Air. D and D1, D2 and D3, we'll be looking at all of these. A to C, 433. 433 persons registered. 97 for the Unity Labour Party. 97, New Democratic Party. 174. Independent runner 272 cast, 1 reject. D1 in the primary school in Bel Air, the government primary school in Bel Air. D to J, last names, D to J, 471 registered to vote. 89 for the Unity Labour Party, 89, 198 for the New Democratic Party, while 5 for independent runner, 5 for the independent candidate, 5. We're seeing 295 total cast ballots here, 295, 3 rejects. We're looking at D2, the secondary school in Bel Air. We're seeing secondary school, the Western George Secondary School. We're seeing K to P surnames, 333 registered to vote, 74 for the Unity Labour Party, 124 for the New Democratic Party, 124. Independent candidate 2. We're seeing 201 cast ballots. 201 cast, 201, 1 reject. Secondary school, we're still in the secondary school, looking at D3 polling station. Q to Z, we're seeing 342 registered to vote, 48 for the Unity Labour Party, 154 for the New Democratic Party, while the independent candidate 2, we are 204 cast ballots. We have 0 rejects in this end. We are seeing E at the Public Works building in Arnesville, polling station E. We're seeing A to E, 472 registered to vote, 119 for the Unity Labour Party, 119, New Democratic Party 154, New Democratic Party 2 for the independent candidate, 275 cast ballots, 275, 0 rejected. E1 still in the Public Works building area in Arnesville. F to L, we see 473, 110 for the Unity Labour Party, 172, New Democratic Party, independent candidate 2, 289 cast ballots, 5 rejected, 5 rejects. We have E2 in the same area of the Public Works, M to Z, 508. We're looking at 116 for the Unity Labour Party, 116, while the New Democratic Party, 162, 6 for the independent candidate, 284 cast ballots, 0 rejects. We're continuing right around looking at F at the Evangelical Church in Dorsetshire Hill. A to Z, 555 registered to vote, 139 Unity Labour Party, 207 New Democratic Party, independent candidate 4, cast ballots 350, 0 rejects. We're looking at Juanita's Beauty Salon, G polling station G in Fountain, A to J surnames, 429, 118 for the Unity Labour Party, 118. New Democratic Party, 136, while the independent candidate, 6. Cast ballots, 261, 1 reject. We are continuing down, and polling station G1, Juanita's Beauty Salon, is still in Fountain, looking at K to Z. 354, Western George 354, the Unity Labour Party 99, the New Democratic Party 118, independent candidate 1, cast ballot 218, that's 218, 0 rejects. Polling station H, Braxton Building in Arnesville, and we're going to look at all H's, which is H1, H2, and H, A to F, 482, Unity Labour Party, 109, 165, New Democratic Party, independent candidate 2, cast ballots, 276, H1, Braxton Building, looking at G to M surnames, G to M, 423, registered to vote, 102 Unity Labour Party, 102 Unity Labour Party, and New Democratic Party, 136, independent candidate 1, 240, that's 240 cast ballots, 1 reject. H2, we are at the Avesco Clubhouse, this is in Arnesville, N to Z, we are seeing 395 registered to vote. 395. The Unity Labour Party capturing 74, while the New Democratic Party 141, independent candidate 3. Cast ballots 218. That's 218, 0 rejects. There were no rejects here. Last polling station I, Roy's Summer House in Villa, and we're seeing A to Z, 218 registered, 218 registered. Unity Labour Party, 44. New Democratic Party, 8080, 8080. Independent candidate, 2. Independent candidate, 2. We're seeing cast ballots, 127, 127, while we have 1 reject in that area. We'll be looking at the graph at the same time. 2,912. That's 2,912 for the New Democratic Party. That's Kashaka Cupid, represented the New Democratic Party, while 1,831 representing the Unity Labour Party, Curtis King. Curtis King, the independent candidate, represented by Kenna Kittels. Kenna Kittels, 52 votes. We are seeing 20 rejected, 20 rejects here. We can declare that this seat has been won by the New Democratic Party in West St. George.
I don't think anyone expected him to do so well. But really, you mentioned something earlier on. You're looking at the trend, the 12-3, 12-3. You know, Vincentians would give the winning party in these circumstances some time in office. It did in 1984, and the NDP spent 17 years. And now it did to the ULP, to the NDP, and the ULP spent 24 years. I don't think unless something has changed drastically that it will be in a hurry to remove the NDP out of office, given that trend. And not only that, the manner in which the candidates have performed, I think it's almost 1,000 votes, 1,008 votes, 80-odd votes he got in Western Georgia. No one anticipated that he would have done so well. It is rather remarkable that when you spoke to people who supported the Unity Labour Party, they were confident that they were going to win. When you spoke to people who supported the NDP, they were also equally confident that they were going to win. I didn't see
there was a difference.
Yes.
You notice the difference? Votes.
Yes.
You have to go out and vote. If you don't go out and vote, your confidence is misplaced.
Yes. It's amazing.
And you have a challenger who won his way up the ladder in a challenge.
Yes.
It was a 3-way challenge in the party, and he won his way there. And that kind of, when the wind of the smell of this challenger coming in, and you are a party that want to get in, people come out and vote.
Yes.
I wanted to take you up on something you said earlier about there's no science that you have to know people.
Yeah.
And I'm going to suggest that, notwithstanding the fact that we've seen Dr. Gonzalez lose tonight, there is no leader in the Caribbean that has demonstrated that he understands people better than him. Because regardless of what one may argue, 5 terms consecutively demonstrates a pretty comprehensive understanding of people. So I agree with you that it's not a science, it is an art. But I would also suggest that he's probably the best artist that the region has produced in a very, very long time.
And it's a good time to
I am making a point earlier that there's a life cycle of political parties regionally. They usually starts with a bump, where they win, and then they lose support. And invariably, they're out in 3 terms, right? The reality of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been a controlled decline, and I've used that phrase a lot.
Yeah.
And it has been amazing the extent to which the decline occurs, but clearly Dr. Gonzalez can control it. And he's been able to demonstrate a fairly comprehensive control of it. The fact that he's lost control now, it doesn't mean that the last 25 years were not a lesson that political scientists have to study and understand. Because it's really fascinating. It's not like Dominica. If you look at Dominica, the well, a big part of the strategy for the Labour Party there is to decapitate the opposition. And that has happened frequently. I mean, an election was called, you know, while they were at the lowest ebb, and they're back on their back feet. The same can be said here, but nonetheless, the situation has been managed. So I just wanted to make a strong point that we should not see tonight as an indication that the last 25 years have not been outstanding. In many ways.
But no one has said so here.
And let me go. I know. I just say for purpose of conversation.
Everyone has said.
Let's take some. Let's take some. We don't want to be here.
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Okay. Let's take.
Oh, nothing came from this yet.
Results for East Kingstown. We have results for East Kingstown. We're looking at Luke Brown representing the Unity Labour Party, while Fitz Bramble representing the New Democratic Party. Polling station A, Glad Tidings Preschool. Glad Tidings Preschool, this is at Granby Street. We're looking at A to Z, 155 registered, 155 registered. We're seeing 46 for the Unity Labour Party, 46 for the Unity Labour Party, while the NDP, the New Democratic Party, we're seeing 51 cast ballots here, 99 rejects 2. B, polling station B, which is at the C.W. Prescott Primary School at Richmond Hill, we're looking at A to Z, 482 registered, 146 Unity Labour Party, 156 New Democratic Party, cast ballots 302, rejects 0. Polling station C, Thomas Saunders Secondary School, Richmond Hill, A to Z, 218, Unity Labour Party, 42, NDP, New Democratic Party, 80, cast, 122, cast ballots, 122, 0 rejects. D, we're seeing the Revival Center in Rockies, and we are noting A to Z, 397, Unity Labour Party, 96, New Democratic Party, 157, cast ballots, 253, 0 rejects. Polling station E, Community Center in Rockies, and polling station E1, we'll be looking at those two together. A to I, 367 registered to vote, 106 Unity Labour Party, 122 New Democratic Party, 228 cast, 0 rejects. E1, still in this community center in Rockies, J to Z, 375. We are seeing 93 Unity Labour Party, New Democratic Party, 133, 228 cast ballots, 2 rejects. Polling station F, Joyous Apartments, that's in Murray's Village, A to Z, 398 registered, 103 for the Unity Labour Party, 144 New Democratic Party, 249 cast ballot, 249, and we're seeing 2 rejects here. G, polling station G, Church of the Ascension, that's in Sign Hill, Church of the Ascension. A to I, surnames A to I, 520 registered, 154 for the Unity Labour Party, 158 for the New Democratic Party, while we're seeing 314 cast ballots. We're seeing 2 rejects in this area. G1, still in the Ascension Church at Sign Hill, that's J to Z. We're seeing 440 registered to vote, 90 Unity Labour Party, 164 New Democratic Party, 254 cast ballots, 254, 0 rejects. H, polling station H at the Sign Hill Government School, A to G, 512 registered, 91 for the Unity Labour Party, 218 for the New Democratic Party, 311 total cast ballots, 311, 2 rejects. H1 still in Sign Hill Government School, L to Z, we are seeing 505 registered to vote, 505. 86 for the Unity Labour Party, 243 New Democratic Party, cast ballots 336, 7 rejects. Polling station I in the Sign Hill Village Hard Court, we are seeing A to Z 499. That's 499. 111 Unity Labour Party, New Democratic Party 206, New Democratic Party 206, 318 cast ballots, 318 cast, 1 reject. We're looking at East Kingstown, continue around to polling station J. This is at the Curriculum Development Unit in Richmond Hill. A to Z surnames 449 Unity Labour Party, 102 out of the 449 registered to vote, 102 Unity Labour Party, New Democratic Party 165, cast ballots 269, cast 269 cast ballots. We are seeing 2 rejects here at the Magistrate's House in Cane Garden. That's polling station K. We're seeing A to J last names. A to J, 554 registered to vote, 120 Unity Labour Party 120, New Democratic Party 185. We have 307 cast votes, 307 cast, 2 rejects. Still at Magistrate's House in Cane Garden, K1, K to Z, this is 458 registered to vote, 108 Unity Labour Party, 147 New Democratic Party, cast ballots here, 255 rejects, 0. We're down at the Technical College in Arnesville, polling station L, Technical College, A to G, we're seeing 371 registered to vote, 70 Unity Labour Party, 70 Unity Labour Party. The New Democratic Party, we are seeing 151 cast ballots here is 221, 0 rejects in this area. L1 is still at the Technical College. We're seeing H2O last names registered to vote, 364 registered to vote, 80 for the Unity Labour Party, 119 New Democratic Party, cast 201, rejects we're seeing 2. Technical College, polling station L2, P to Z, 354 registered to vote, 354 registered to vote. We're looking at 81 Unity Labour Party, New Democratic Party 125. We're seeing cast 207, 1 reject in this polling station, 1 reject. We'll be looking at the overall graph, seeing 2,724. That's 2,724 New Democratic Party East Kingstown, Fitz Bramble, while 1,725 the Unity Labour Party, Luke Brown, and we have 25 rejects ballots. East Kingstown, we can declare a win for the New Democratic Party.
And a good win there for Fitzgerald Bramble.
This is second win.
The second win, but a good win.
But a good win.
Yes, a good win.
The first win was how many votes again?
Okay, we have more results. We have more results.
We do have more coming in for South Leeward.
Okay, so can we get those?
We have more results coming in for South Leeward. South Leeward, we do have some outstanding, but we'll be going through each of them. We have the Church of the Nazarene A, polling station A to I, last name A to I. We're looking at 493 registered to vote. Unity Labour Party 130, and New Democratic Party 152. Independent candidate 4. Cast ballot 287. Cast 287, 1 reject. We're looking at A1, still at the Church of the Nazarene in Redland Hill. J to Z, registered to vote 480. Unity Labour Party 133. New Democratic Party 130. Independent candidate 3. Cast ballots 270. Rejects 4. Polling station B at the government school in Dubois. This is A2J, surnames A2J 479. 479. Unity Labour Party 112. New Democratic Party 149. Independent candidate 2. Cast ballot 265. Rejects 2. B1, still in Dubois. K to Z 529. 529. Registered to vote 143. Unity Labour Party 151. New Democratic Party. Independent candidate 2. Cast ballot 300. 4 rejects. We are looking at D, polling station D, community center in retreat. A to J, we are seeing 358. We have 107 for the Unity Labour Party, 103 for the New Democratic Party, while independent candidate 0, we are seeing cast ballots 211, 1 reject. D1 community center still in retreat. K to Z 331, 331 registered to vote. We are seeing 108 for the Unity Labour Party, 108, 90, New Democratic Party, 90, New Democratic Party. We're seeing 0 for independent candidate, 199, cast ballots, 199, cast ballots, 1 reject. We are looking at C, polling station C, Ruby Mattis shop in Vermont. It just came in. A to Z 503. Registered to vote 153. Unity Labour Party 132. New Democratic Party. Independent candidate 1. Cast 288. 2 rejects. We're going down to the Clare Valley E, polling station E, the government school in Clare Valley. A to D, 329 registered to vote, 102, Unity Labour Party, 114, New Democratic Party, independent candidate 0, 216 cast ballots, 216, 0 rejects. E2, we're looking at E2, still in the Clare Valley Government School area. N to Z, 428, registered to vote, 135, Unity Labour Party, 146, New Democratic Party, 1 for the independent candidate, 282, cast 282, 0 rejects. F, still F in the South Leeward This is at the Kittels Government School, A to G 561, registered to vote 115. 115 Unity Labour Party, 212, New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 1, 329, 329 cast, 329 cast ballots, 1 reject. F1, still in the Kittels, F1, H2O, 445, 445, registered to vote, 83 for the Unity Labour Party, 192 for the New Democratic Party, 0 for the Independent Candidate, 276 for cast ballots, 1 reject, 1 reject. We're continuing into South Leeward, F2, still at Kittels, Peter Z, surnames Peter Z, 538, registered to vote, 110, Unity Labour Party, 110, Unity Labour Party. New Democratic Party, we're looking at 214. Independent Candidate 2, cast ballots 327, 327, 0 rejects in this area. Going up to Chauncey, looking at the Methodist Church in Chauncey, A to H, last name A to H, 399, registered to vote, 125, Unity Labour Party, 120, New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 2, cast ballot 248, reject 1. G1, still at the Chauncey Methodist Church, I to Z, 397 registered, 64, Unity Labour Party, 225, New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 2, 293 cast, 2 rejects. H, Secondary School in Camden Park, A to C, 379, Camden Park Secondary School, 151, Unity Labour Party, 194, the New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 1, 246 cast ballots, 0 rejects. H1, still at the secondary school, DG, D to G, surnames, 302, registered to vote, 34, Unity Labour Party, 135, the New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 0, 169 cast ballots, 169, and we have 0 rejects here. H2 Secondary School in Camden Park again, H to M 487, 64 Unity Labour Party, 225 the New Democratic Party, 225 New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 2, we have 293 votes cast, 2 reject. H3 still at the community center. We're at H3 now at the community center in Camden Park. NQD, N to Q, NQ2, N to Q. We're looking at 260 registered to vote. 24, Unity Labour Party, New Democratic Party, 134, New Democratic Party, 134, Independent Candidate 1, 159, cast ballots, 159, 0 rejects. H4, polling station, community center, still in Camden Park, R to Z, 536, that's 536 registered to vote, 64, Unity Labour Party, 276, New Democratic Party, Independent Candidate 2, cast ballots 342. While there are no rejects in this area, we're looking at the graph. We're looking at the graph here, 3,237, and that's the New Democratic Party, while 1,971, the Unity Labour Party, 28 for the Independent Candidate, 23 rejects. We can declare South Leeward New Democratic Party.
And once again, congratulations to Nigel Stevenson. Yeah, but we spoke before.
Always
about,
one handsomely.
We spoke before about candidates and being representatives and persons in the community. Nigel Stevenson is a person that he's never floating in the air above his constituency. Very much in touch with them. He doesn't come over as any super intellectual. He's just a very nice guy, very ordinary guy, and people love that. And you see the results.
Very pleasant, very calm, very cool, very collected. Doesn't get frazzled very easily, and is always there, as you quite rightly identified, the needs of his constituents. He's there with them from time to time. You know, you're not hearing him involved in controversial issues, so he's not compromised really. He's just there with his constituents. He doesn't get involved mainly in national interests that creates a problem for him. You know, he's a representative for his constituency.
And then that constituency is one that had the tradition of Jerry Scott, who was always in touch with the community. So.
Very good foundation. It's big. It's the second largest in terms of electors.
Probably should be split in two.
Yes, he's always come home with a very large
margin. It's never been. To run against him is a really uphill task, a very uphill task.
So can you see that constituency being split in two in the future?
An attempt was made before to split that in Eastern Georgia, if you can recall. With the Boundaries Commission, they had a central St. George and they take it off from St. George and they take it off parts. Yes, they had that. That was proposed, yes.
But when that was done, was it proposed just before an election? But if you're going to do it just before an election, people are going to be very suspicious.
I think the matter was brought to court and how it was done, and it was stopped short. But I think they were going to have 17 constituencies, I think.
From his home, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I am of the view that Nigel Stevenson will make now a very good person, a representative in the government, in cabinet, on behalf of his constituents. Because he'll be able to attend to their needs a lot more now that he's had an opportunity to do so.
Well, it's the challenge the new government has. Because there are a lot of expectations.
Managing the expectations.
The expectations. You're going to be a lot of expectations and hope you can fulfill. And I would wish them well, because after laboring for 20-something years in opposition, and you finally cross.
All right.
Yeah.
Made it.
Okay, well, I'm told that we have the Prime Minister designate on the line.
Wow.
Wonderful.
He will be joining us by Zoom, live from his home in Beckway.
Great.
Okay, so we seem to have a problem in that such a disappointment. We have a little problem technically. The feed has dropped out, so we'll try to reach him again, but we'll see what happens.
I wonder if we can reach the outgoing Prime Minister also.
I think that would be appropriate as well.
As well, yes.
Yes.
No, with reference to the point that you were making about being able to deliver quickly, one of the realities of having a long, and you guys have one long stint, then another long stint, Cato to Mitchell. Then to, is that when you have a change of government, the learning curve is steep. And I think that in this instance, as it is the longest, you have a public service that is essentially all recruited under the Unity Labour Party. And I'm not saying that they will be biased. I'm just saying that intrinsically, there's going to be a challenge in terms of getting them to implement. And that change often takes time. I remember when Dr. Gonzalez got into office and he said that he wanted to break ground on the new airport in the first term. I think it took the better part of 10 years.
It took a while.
It took a while. And no, there's not necessarily a project like that in the offing, no. But I still think that the delivery is going to be challenged by having to find people that you can work with and so on, and having essentially a public service that is loyal to the opposition, or at least accustomed to the opposition. So that will be an interesting dynamic to watch. Let's hope for Dr. Friday's sake that the population is forgiving and willing to hold, that his supporters are not going to become impatient and say after 5 years, look, you know, we wasted time.
Well, one good thing that the incoming government has is that a platform has been laid for them. You got an international airport. You got, as a result, you got sandals, promise of beaches, and other things that they may have in a moment of hot-headedness opposed. You know, that when you sit in government, you would realize, look, we do need foreign direct investment.
It's a different seat on the floor.
Oh yeah, when you're sitting, you know, you're not campaigning now. You're not opposing everything the other man does. Because what the other man's proposing is going to get him entrenched for a longer period. Now you sit and look at big man and say, look, man, I just said that yesterday. But it's a pity, you know, that in our system, that we have such a drastic changeover. I don't know if it had been proposed in the constitutional reform in the referendum, because it's true we inherited this from Britain, but there's no reason why we need to stay with it. We like to admire the Americans for a whole lot of things. Why not? In the future,
you know what change does?
A transition.
At least a 1 month.
A transition.
So like civilized persons, we can sit down and say, look, this is what we have been working on, and you know, not this thing. I mean, like, I don't know what's happening tonight.
But they still, they can, sorry to interrupt, but they can still reach out to each other. There's still a turnover.
But do we do that here?
Yeah, I think they still.
I think,
they do.
yes, in 2001,
they do.
If I recall, former Prime Minister Mitchell and former Prime Minister Gonsalves had a conversation.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You mean after the Grand Beach?
After 2001.
After the conversation on the beach.
After that conversation.
After election.
Because you remember, he's not elected, you know. On the beach, you're not elected till the votes are counted.
Yeah, but it was Anam Eustace as the Prime Minister. So who did they had the conversation with?
He had a conversation with Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. James. As it should be, because
that conversation, sometimes
people.
We think things go in a certain direction. Yes. In reality, there are plays that you have to play out, okay? Because you're going to be stepping into the role as Prime Minister. Everything is not going to change around you except in St. Vincent at a time. You're going to be stepping in to an international arena, relationships and different things. So,
because we're in a perfect world, we do have positions called permanent secretaries. A permanent secretary is really a permanent minister.
The administrative head of the ministry.
Yeah. I'm going to put it this way. As the permanent secretary in the U.S., the minister, they're called
secretary
secretaries.
Of this. Yeah.
A permanent secretary is the administrative head. He's the permanent minister. So when the persons who pass and through getting elected, in a perfect world, if you had persons in those positions who were not just politically appointed, but in fact had worked through the system and understood the ministries, this transition should not be so difficult. But we're not in a perfect world.
No, we're not. We're not in a perfect world.
And some people might be nervous, expecting, am I going to be shuffled out of here? Where am I going to end up?
Well, one of my other concerns too is, let's just say concerns, one of my other thoughts is regionally. And in the same way that, Dr. Gonzalez has been a colossus on the national scene, he has been equally a colossus on the regional scene. And I can share more than one example of instances in which I think that he's come to the region's rescue and will be missed.
Oh, yes.
And certainly for many of us around the region, regionalists and people, we always, in this period leading up, many of us were saying that the evidence seems to suggest that change is likely, but we have a difficulty imagining the Caribbean region without Dr. Gonzalez. When the election in St. Kitts and Nevis was held, and there were some challenges, the chief electoral officer went home prematurely, said that he's not counting any more results. The Prime Minister at the time didn't seem willing to engage. Dr. Gonzalez came to the rescue of the incoming Prime Minister and had a serious conversation with the outgoing Prime Minister in only a way that he can.
Yeah.
This recent issue with Kamala Persad-Bissessar in Trinidad and Tobago, which ultimately has cost him dearly. Again, he is one of the few leaders that has spoken directly to her, speaking truth to power and letting her understand the reality of the impact that she's having, negative impact that she's having on the Caribbean. There are many ways in which, he has shaped the Caribbean community, or the Caribbean civilization, as he calls it. And it will be a void. And I'm not saying that Dr. Friday cannot be that person as well in time. But certainly it's been a hell of an era. When he started out, Owen Arthur, Kenny Anthony, Gonzalez, those were the three intellectual prime ministers. And they really pulled the Caribbean community along.
I've worked with Dr. Gonzalez as an ambassador for 11 years. And I can tell you the impact he very often had at regional meetings. The man can work the room. I do remember once we were in Havana and there was the issue between Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Oh, yes.
And there was a tension in that room, And Dr. Gonzalez sat down with Raul Castro and they thrash things out, and you'd see him always work in the room, while the meeting is on, you see him in somebody's ears, because the public doesn't know sometimes the inside machinations of that kind of thing, and that kind of wisdom would be missed, and in a fair, civilized
the Prime
world.
Minister have to develop his craft as well.
Oh yes.
He has to develop his craft, because his craft has mainly been leader of the opposition, responding to budget proposals, and hopefully keeping the government toes to account. And now there's a different role. There's a different role, but there are different models for implementing and working the parliament, working the regional assemblies and CARICOM, the corridors of CARICOM, OAS, and United Nations. They are different, but you also must be very cognizant of the fact that the seats that were occupied by St. Vincent, by this particular leader, well, you've been up to the United Nations. You know what it's like around that table. You would be the new kid on the block, and everybody, okay, I want to see what you're going to do and how it will take the pickup time. And profile. The new leader has to develop a profile. All of that.
And the bridge to that could be the public servants who have worked
in those particular areas,
because people get entrenched in this political tribalism,
and they forget that there's those other things.
And we forget sometimes there's country before party. You might have a preferred party, but you love your country. And it's going to be a learning curve, but I'm sure that with a lot of goodwill, that the incoming government, with Dr. Friday, can do it. You'd need a lot of support, and I'd hope that he wouldn't coming. I mean, I'm looking at that. Is that really what it is?
I get that impression. Well, that's what I've been hearing.
Wow.
I gather that's what it is.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's what the information that is
that's what I said. The clean sweep.
That's
different.
Yeah, that's a clean sweep.
Yeah.
You didn't sweep around that little stone, but And congratulations to the NDP.
Yeah, congratulations to the NDP, but it's going to be fascinating to see the parliamentary dynamic. And the other thing is that if this result is what it is, which is the same thing that my intelligence is telling me, what does Dr. Gonzalez do in Parliament? He has to stay for 5 years. Or alternatively, does he trigger an election and seek to usher in a new leadership? But then if he ushers in new leadership, that person sits alone as well. This is interesting for someone who spoke of being on an outward path, because ultimately you're now committed to this role for 5 years that you have to pull all alone, you know?
Well, I saw a message from the ULP on Facebook tonight saying thanks and saying there's a beginning, it's not the end. Which is typical of Dr.
A new era.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this beginning works.
It is not easy, you know.
I've
lived it.
Yeah.
It's not an easy experience. We had 3 seats at the time. It is not an easy experience because
I can imagine.
Sometimes people are reluctant to associate with you. This is a time when they feel they're far more comfortable if they keep their distances and perhaps gravitate towards the other side. And you sometimes become very lonely. And it takes a lot of work, hard work. It's not just the parliament now that one has to think about. Is that you've lost an election with someone who was just remarkable at the top. And he's the only person who seemed to have won a seat. Now, a party now, you have to pull those people together, those young and upcoming politicians together, who may well think that I can't take 24 years or I can't take 17 years. The trend is that, you know, this country gives people a long time. Are they prepared to take 17 years? Are they prepared to take 24 years? And it's not going to be an easy experience. It's not, You're not going to be able to find sometimes, you may not be able to have people turn
and it's
up
a different era.
It's a different time.
AI, ChatGPT and all
I
this
know.
thing. It's a different
I can
era.
speak to that experience.
Yeah.
It is not easy. You every day you think of what next. Because it was not just on the clean sweep. You had a tremendous number of persons who seem to have voted against the ULP. It's a situation in which not only the rank and file came out, but you ask yourself the question, why did the people at a certain level come out against the NDP, the ULP the way they did? You can anticipate that the rank and file, for the most part, who in the majority who will come out, but why did those at a certain level come out and vote the way they did? I mean, was there disgruntlement?
When you say a certain level, to whom are you referring specifically?
But the rank and file alone cannot bring about this result.
Cannot bring about a result.
There must have been people at a higher level. And what would have caused them to feel this sense of disgruntlement? What would have caused them to either steer from the polls or to vote in that way? We can understand that the rank and file, they've been there for 17 years, and there are quite a lot of people in the New Democratic Party, I know, who have remained with the party, notwithstanding the trials and the tribulations. I see them now in meetings. Now, they've been there for years. So you expect them, now it's their time to be happy and to be jubilant, to come out and vote overwhelmingly. The question is, those who have been elevated, those who have benefited, and those who have demonstrated to all and sundry that the Unity Labour Party has been the party of the country, what could have been the reason for those persons to either stay away or vote against the Unity Labour Party? This is not just a rank and file vote.
No.
It's a serious, you look at West St. George, for example. Look at East St. George. Those constituencies have a certain type of persons living in them, as you know. And look at the results, especially in West St. George, for example. He beat Curtis King by about 1,000 votes.
That surprised me.
And that is not an individual he's calm, he's cool, I know him very well, likable fellow, but he has not been out there. Then you have Lavo and Felix beating the likes of Cabello in the way that she did in every single polling station. And there's a demographics in those constituencies. There's certain type of people who live in those constituencies who have elevated. You know, you wonder, there must be something that would have turned those people away in their numbers. It can't be the infrastructural development because you're seeing them there. What is it? And interesting enough, I had this discussion with a gentleman, or two gentlemen, and I said, what is likely to happen? That you will see in this election that there are people who will distance themselves or be reluctant to make themselves present. I said, I saw it as a young person coming in with the NDP when the NDP was about to go down. And I'm seeing the same thing now. You can bet yourself that you're not going to have certain people raising their heads, exposing themselves. And they said to me, yes. I said, you look at it carefully. That's what's going to happen. And that's precisely what has happened, because I lived it. I know what it is like. And I know precisely what's going to happen to those people, because the population is going to make sure that they understand who is in office. In the same way when the ULP came into office by that large majority, in the same way the NDP supporters felt as if they were seriously controlled and under subjection. So it's not going to be an easy time, especially when you were, at least Arnim was there, and Arnim Eustace was still in politics, he was still motivated. You know, he had just became Prime Minister for 5 months. Obviously, he wanted to get that back, so there was some sense of aggression and motivation and reason to want to keep us together. The question is this: will the young people who the ULP brought on stream recently, will they be so grounded in politics and so loyal? Because are they grounded? Have they been grounded? Will they withstand the rigors of politics? It isn't easy, but can they too withstand it? It is not easy. I can tell you, we have lived it. You've gone to meetings where you could have a quorum. You feel as if you've been, even when you're not victimized, you feel that way. Just by the fact that you cannot see any way through. How are you going to get into office? I mean, there's 12-3. You only have 3 seats in the House of Parliament. Is there any hope?
1994 was the only 3 of them. Remember 89? 89, it was 15 all, you know.
Yes.
You forget that.
Yes.
It was wiped out.
But what's interesting in this is that if we were talking about looking at the transition to a younger generation within the ULP, now that entire generation has been wiped out.
Yes.
Are they going to have this stickability
to stand up for this 14-1?
And does Dr. Gonsalves, who turns 80 next year, August, is he gonna want to give
nurture
his all?
Nurture.
Because nurturing should have happened already.
But you have to give NDP the credit. For 24 years, stayed together as a party. Unlike, for example, Labour Party, they joined with Avenue. And PPP joined with NDP. That NDP stayed together all those years. And you know why? Because it had a solid base of rank and file people. It didn't matter what happened, didn't matter who was at the head. They would support you almost blindly. They gave Arnim that overwhelming support when he was there as leader, and they give the same thing to Dr. Friday now. So once you have that solid base, and you have people who are willing. I remember once when in 2000, when I was asked to be involved in politics, we had a meeting at Shrewsbury House, and I didn't know what was going on. I just come back, as you know, get the offshore, and they said, I remember Sir James saying, you have to learn to be in opposition. And I'm thinking, what is he talking about? We're going to have it up. Why is he talking about being in opposition for a long time? I'm thinking, but
that's a lesson, a political lesson that you have to go through that. You have to learn to be in opposition.
I thought, why is he saying that? And we're supposed to try to win the elections and so on in 2001. And that turned some people, but he knew what he was saying. We have a different crop of people. The environment is different. The mandate given to the Democratic Party is a very solid one. They can make a number of mistakes on the way. It is unlikely by the trends that they've seen over the years that they're going to pay any penalty for those mistakes. And therefore, if you don't have a strong foundation from a people perspective, with respect to your own members, your own prospective candidates, you will not be able to take advantage of the mistakes because you will be very, very weak as a party. And then it propels and people start thinking, should we form our own party now? It is, I don't know, I may be wrong, but I don't know if the current crop of the ULP, and I'm not talking about those who ran, but then those on the fringes, I don't know if they have that solid foundation to maintain opposition for that period.
Don't worry yourself. Time will tell. That is what you have to look forward to the future. You can't predict everything the night of a white wash.
Nobody asks a question if they win
yellow wash. A yellow wash.
A yellow wash. Yeah, you
a yellow wash. On the night of a yellow wash,
but you have to ask.
You are there trying to, as a political party that has lost, you're trying to nurse wounds. You're looking for people to blame. You're looking for where do we go from here? Is there going to be this other lever? Where are we going to find this support? Look at your results. Examine it. You have to do a complete analysis. Apart from the knee-jerk reaction that's in, this knee been jerking for a while, but nobody been paying attention to it. They have to sit down and look at the party as a whole, the organization, everything, in order to rebound, while the NDP will be enjoying the fruits of victory. Fruits of victory.
Yeah. Well, the celebration we were hearing.
Oh, must about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, we were hearing and
3 hours ago.
I was going to look for a yellow T-shirt, but it's too late now.
If I can recall, those persons who had just entered politics with the Democratic Party, for example, you had Patel Matthews. He was in the North Leeward area involved in sports and culture in a major way.
Community man.
Community. You had what's called Miss Woods in North Windward. She was a teacher there involved in the community as well. I was seal band and the cricket and the football and teaching my community.
And a singer.
Try to, yes. So you find that, but if you look at the people who were there and those who hadn't won their seats, they were community oriented before they actually entered politics. So politics was not the reason for them to be community-oriented. It was there already.
Natural progression.
So you ask yourself the question, if new crop of people, if politics will make them community-oriented, or if they were community-oriented before they enter politics.
That don't work, sir.
You see the point?
No. I mean, you came to the attention of a political leader for particular reasons.
Yes.
But if you look back at your political career, even though you were a community person involved in culture and so on, you didn't get the nod from the electorate.
Yes.
So it's not always being involved in the community that is the stepping stone.
No. I'm just to keep the party to stay there. I'm talking about not walking away.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about contesting elections. I'm saying, will they be
But
there?
that's the test, you know.
Will they be there for so many years, winning or losing? Will they be able to stay there with the party? If you're coming into your rent,
let me put it to you this way: we don't have a crystal ball tonight. Everybody, Steely Fraser used to say, come on to the Aquatic Club and celebrate with the winners and mourn and cry with the losers. So tonight, everybody's trying to scramble in their heads this massive yellow wash. And where do we go from here? We're not going to have those answers. We are looking for answers and excuses at the same time as to why this thing has happened. Give yourself some time. As you say, they will have time. With 14 seats, you have time. And time has a way of working things out. People will be in and out. That's going to happen. And we are in a completely different era from the 1990s and the early 2000s. And we need to come to grips with that. All those cards are going to be very different cards.
Colleagues, it's now 12:04.
Yes.
What is happening with this call, Dr. Friday? We allow him to go to sleep?
Then see if you can try again. Oh, he's not going to be sleeping for 3 days.
Yes, you see, Rennie, right? Those are very.
We get it through.
Okay. He's relocating.
He's relocating.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you see, those are.
Oh yes.
Those
Today,
are very.
the Wi-Fi would have been.
Those are very important questions to ask, because why? Those who are listening would realize that people are looking at them in a certain way, and so it will help to engender a sense of loyalty and stickability.
Yeah.
That you don't just walk away like that, when things are getting rough. I always say to people, in the time I played cricket, the country was more important than me, because if a bumper hits me there, I'm thinking, I'm not going to take that blow again, I'm going to get out of the wicket. But I was playing for my country, and that is something different.
Those were the days.
Yes, as a boy.
Those were the days.
See,
Mr. Rhodes, Your Excellency.
But it's true. But it's true.
Those were the days. As I tell you, it's a whole different era, This is 2025. Because we are old and we've passed through, we've had this set of experiences, which we have not necessarily done like our analysts here. Put it down and analyze it, have some assumptions and what you're going to work from. This is a different time.
But I must commend our analyst, when he made his first sort of pronouncements, and here there were enough people here disagreeing.
Okay, I have good news. I am told that the Prime Minister designate Dr. Godwin Friday is on the line with us.
There, he's relocated, yes.
Hi, look at that face.
Well, let me wave too. How are you doing?
Good night.
Good night.
Congratulations.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Isn't it?
Thank you so much
in a clean sweep
for being here and for inviting me on. It's been a long day. It's a very exciting day, but it's been a long day, and we have been celebrating, of course, in my constituency and elsewhere, and we have to get on with the business, the work of the people.
What is your first order of business?
Yes. Well, the first order of business, of course, is the celebration we're having, but we also have to have swearing in and notify the Governor General that this is something that we need to do soon. Tomorrow is going to be a national holiday. I want to say that now. As the tradition has been, that we have a national holiday after the general election so that people can come together and recuperate from a long campaign, and at the same time celebrate as well. So declaring there's a national holiday tomorrow, and there's going to be a celebration function in Heritage Square, to which everyone is invited. so that the people can come together and share in this common experience, and hopefully we can, resolve ourselves to go forward as one people. The election is behind us now, and I want to see that this country comes together and we put ourselves, our backs to the wheel, and basically work to build St. Vincent and the Grenadines for all of us. That's been my campaign message, and that is what I believe, and that is how I intend to govern. And tomorrow we start that process.
Okay.
And of course, we have the Prime Minister and key members of the government, and at some later date, not too far down the road, we'll have the members of cabinet sworn in.
Okay, can we look forward to your swearing in tomorrow?
Is what? Yes, that's my plan. I mean, I'm preempting here somewhat because I haven't contacted the Governor General yet, but I think the expectation is that that will happen sooner rather than later, because you don't want to have a vacuum when it comes to governance, and I intend to do so. And we will notify the Governor General tomorrow morning, very bright and early, and I'm sure that that can be arranged for, even though we have national celebrations, that can be arranged to be done tomorrow afternoon.
Tell me, have you spoken to former Prime Minister Dr. Gonsalves since your win?
Has what?
Have you spoken to the former Prime Minister Dr. Gonsalves?
I have not. I expect that at some point he may call to concede and to wish me well, but I mean, that's up to him. It's an awesome responsibility to be Prime Minister of a country. He's had experience doing it. I am coming to it, with a lot of hope, expectation, and desire to make a difference, and I intend to do so. And every opportunity I get to benefit from persons of experience or persons of goodwill, will do so, because it's for the country. But to answer your question briefly, I have not heard from the former Prime Minister.
Okay, I'm not sure if the other members of the panel have any questions for you, but before I go, I want to ask you, what are you looking forward to most as you assume the reins of leadership here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Well, Teresa, we campaign on certain things in the New Democratic Party. We put forward a platform to the people of this country. We intend to honor that. So I want to start immediately to honor my people. We had a 60-day plan that we put forward. We will do that. But you ask me honestly what I look forward to most. I really look forward to serving the people of this country, to try and make St. Vincent and the Grenadines better. I know that I don't, second guess or in any way diminish anybody's public service. And I assume that everyone gets into it and they want to do it for the common good. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we do not. Sometimes, some people don't even try. I am going to try, and I'm going to do my very best to deliver for the people of the country the promises that we've made, the commitments we've made to them, but most of all, to always have their interests first. And from day one, that's what we're going to do. I look forward to doing that. And we're going to use as many different sources of support that we have, and the biggest source of that, as you know, is the people themselves who put us in office. And as the elected as the prime minister designate, I am going to. It's a very humbling experience. Let's say, it's never happened to me before, as you might imagine. But I'm going to do my very best. I'm a fairly quick learner, and I'm pretty sure that we can get up to speed very quickly.
Who would have known 40 odd years ago when we were in sixth form?
No, maybe it's you don't dream of these things, but it's really the thing that has never changed about me is I've always, even in those days when I was a teenager and so forth, I was always involved in public groups. Linda knows that, in Beckway. and always trying to do things to make life better in the community away. And I went away, I studied, and when I was at university, I did likewise. I was always involved in community groups and in things that are important in life of students there and even larger issues. That's been the way I conduct myself. It's not a matter of picking something to do or not do. I do things because I feel that I have something to bring to it, or if I feel I can provide some service, I endeavor to do it. My service here as a member of parliament for the last 25 years, it's been in opposition, but I've always tried to do my very best at it. And people say, well, how can you do it forever and so on, for so long in opposition? My service was not, it wasn't to say, well, listen, I'm serving people. If I'm in opposition, I can't do it. I serve. And the country have now said, Dr. Friday or Lorraine or Godwin, whatever, they call me. They said we wanted to serve in this position, and it's another position that I hope to do my very best at, and I will try. And my colleagues will lend the support, and I have a lot of them now who have been elected with me, and we'll do best. People of this country will be rewarded for their trust in us. I promise you that.
Okay, any questions?
Yes, I must say congratulations to you. A hearty congratulations to you in the circumstances. And you said you were given an extremely strong mandate, a mandate that you would reflect the days, make you reflect the days when the former leader would say, success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. So I suppose the mandate that you have gives you an opportunity, the strength and the opportunity and the power to be able to mold things in the direction that you may think is better, more appropriate for you to do and for you to go. I want to wish you all the very best. I have no doubt that,
thank you.
Yes, I have no doubt that given the opportunity in the way that you've been given it, that you'll be able now, you're now in a position to be who you really are here in St. Vincent as a leader. And I have no doubt at all that you'll be successful. All the very best.
But thank you very much. There was some difficulty hearing a lot of what you were saying, but I got the gist of it, and I accept that with humility and always looking for ways in which we can do things better and try and make it worthwhile for the people of this country. And there are a lot of people in this country who have talent, and not just people who are elected to office. To engage everyone in this nation building process. We have a country, a very small country, but I think of it small and precious. And there are ways in which we can, we have to find ways to generate, create an economy that works for everybody and make sure that we have equity and equality in our society so that everybody has a chance to benefit from the progress that we make. But first of all, we have to make progress. We have to become more productive. We have to do things that that people want our stuff buy or goods to buy and so forth, and we can do it in a cost-effective way. We have to do things that create, safer communities, that give our young people hope, that provides opportunities for them to excel and to get. I've said it many times in the campaign trail. We don't have gold and silver, but what we have is very capable people, bright people, like anybody else, anywhere in the world. Given the opportunity, they can do great things, and that's what I intend to do for the young people of this country. But also, to always have in mind, plan for how we're going to move the economy forward, how we're going to put money back in people's pockets, how we're going to make life better, how we're going to deal with the cost of living crisis, how we're going to deal with crime in our communities where young people are just destroying themselves. All of these are big problems that we have to confront. And I have put forward solutions, but I have to admit that I don't have all the solutions. The point is to engage people who can bring, meaningful additions to the conversations we're having, and hopefully together we can, work things out and make things better for the people of this country. I endeavor to try my very, very best to do so, and I don't intend to fail.
Mr. Prime Minister, elect, I'm sure you're very tired.
Well, it's been a long campaign, let's face it, and my voice hasn't quite come back yet.
But how
And
was
today, if I tell you, eh?
how was Beckway? I was in Beckway on the weekend.
That is always wonderful. I'm here now because I spent so much time away from my community during the campaign and before that, and people, they would say, we see you on TV, we don't see you here. And I try my very best to be back and to do things. This is why tonight I'm here as part of the celebration, because I spent most of the campaign, of course, going all over the country. Today, for example, we have started calling the phrase, that from Alice in Wonderland, we try to do 3 or 4 impossible things before breakfast. And that is how exactly we have been functioning, that we have been going about the country. Today, for example, I left my home at 6 o'clock in the morning. I took a speedboat, we went to the mainland, and then we went all the way up the South Windward. We stopped at a couple of polling stations, chatted with people and encouraged them to do their civic duty. And similarly, we went to in Bruce's constituency in South Central, then to North Windward, and then the speedboat over to Chateau and down the coast, to Baga and Kingston and so forth. So it's been a long day. But what I learned during that is that people were so enthused when they saw me. I felt, that we have something going here that people look forward to voting and to a change. And I felt good in my heart as I got on the boat, the speedboat, to come back to Beckway to vote. I voted around, I think, 3:30, 4:45 this afternoon. And I had a chance to go and visit the various polling stations, which I would normally do if I'm here during polling day, but of course I was only here for like 2 hours. And I was able to do that. And then prepare myself for the results coming in and to celebrate with my supporters. So I just got home, as you know, because I was trying to do it from campaign office, but it was just too much noise, too much jubilation, and so forth. So I decided to wait till I come here. So I'm looking forward. Yes, I was telling somebody today, and I was driving. I said almost every object I see looks like a pillow because I just want to put my head down sometimes and sleep for 3 or 4 hours uninterrupted. But that's how it's been in the campaign, and we have enjoyed it, and thank God that we have not been taken ill or something like that. But we're looking forward to serving the people and to doing. Once we get started tomorrow, we're going to go full speed ahead again because we promised that from day one we're going to start governing to make things better.
Well, very, very soon and the Beckway is a quiet place, but very, very soon your Prime Minister's residence could be a quiet place also, up on that hill.
Well, it may well be, but if you're going to do a lot of work, it probably wouldn't and shouldn't be. And we'll see how it goes. As I said, I haven't been there before, but I'll do my best to make it not just a quiet place of refuge, but, productive as well.
Thank you. Congratulations, Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think we entered Parliament in the same election in 2001.
That's true.
And this has to be a wonderful moment for you in that the ambition has been fulfilled. Part of the ambition.
Well, thank you so much. I must tell you, though, in all honesty, when I came into Parliament back in 2001, it wasn't my intention to be, in opposition for as long as we have been. But
I don't think it's
at the same
anybody's
time,
ambition.
I felt I got some support and comfort from my community here, because every time I go to the polls, no matter that we didn't form government, they would still reward me by bigger and bigger majorities, and people would feel that we were representing them. And that in itself, when I said earlier that opposition and government, if you're serving, you're representing, then that's what people elect you for. And so here we are now. We've come to this point, and certainly, today everybody was enjoying it when they saw the results coming in. I'm sitting there, and somebody said to me, "Dr. Friday, you need to smile." And I'm thinking, you have no idea what is in my head, because now we have the serious businesses of all the hopes and expectations of the people of the country, and I have to transform myself from being a partisan politician into somebody who really brings people together and delivers for everybody. And I mean, I really do intend to do that. And yes, it dawned on me. I was sitting and I'm thinking, I am the prime minister of the country, and it's an awesome responsibility, and I don't intend to fail at it. Let's put it that way.
Well, you won't be able to sleep. I'm quite sure of that. Every time you put your head down, you start thinking about what's tomorrow going to be like. So congratulations once again, and I'm looking forward to looking on.
You're breaking up. I didn't hear that part, Renee. Yeah. I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Oh, you didn't hear? I said I'm looking forward to looking on. I'm looking forward to looking on. It'll be very interesting to see the unfolding of Parliament and the ministries and so on. I know a leader has a lot to do. People think it's all joy, but it's a lot more than that.
Well, the people have spoken, and it really is. It's good for our democracy when we can change government in the way it should be according to our constitution, and I am committed to that. And I am really I've studied political science, and I've studied lots of different societies and see how things is. And people say they have all these various ways and so forth. But ultimately, I've come to the conclusion: democracy, it's messy. Sometimes it's unpredictable and so forth. But it beats the alternatives. I can't find anything else that works better. And so I am committed to doing that. And here we are now. The people have chosen. They've spoken. They've spoken very, very clearly. You can't say that you don't know what the intention of the voters are. And it's a humbling experience. But it says to me that they've spoken. They've said, you have a mandate to do the things that you said that you will do. I want you to do them. And I'm going to do my very best to deliver on them. And if at some point I find something better to do, which I hope will happen once we're in government, then I'll do those as well. But I intend to serve and to do the very to deliver on those promises and to meet the expectations of the voters.
Okay, Peter.
Dr. Friday, congratulations. I'm the only person on the panel who could not have voted for you, the only non-national on the panel, but I'm happy to be part of the family. And I think it's also important that as part of the regional family that you're now a part of, or now one of the leaders of, that I should also congratulate you and tell you well done. Coming on to this process, I said one of you will make history. Either Dr. Gonzalez will make history by becoming the only person to win 6 terms, or Dr. Friday will make history by being the person who ensured that he didn't. So I can now congratulate you for making history. I'm a political scientist also, so certainly you entered the regional record books of ending the longest stint in government for any Caribbean leader. So congratulations on having done that. And I also want to wish you all the best in terms of your sojourn as Prime Minister. And also, I look forward to hearing good things from you at the level of the OECS and both of which you will be chairing shortly, I imagine.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's a kind of a dubious record, but I will take it. But I wish I could have done it sooner, but. As it is now, we at the point where the people have said that, they need to make a change in the country, and we have to respect that. I felt that as I was doing the campaign, and at some point I had to, acknowledge that this is, it's not just my campaign, it's the people in the country are saying, no, enough is enough, we need to do something different now. And we were able to offer alternatives that they, were able to embrace, and here we are. They've elected me with an overwhelming mandate, and my colleagues they've elected to serve, and we are going to do our very best, as I said, to deliver for this. And thank you for the invitation or the welcome to the regional. I don't know if it's a club, So James used to say that the Prime Minister's club is an club, you're in one day and you're out the other. And that is true. What you do, what matters is what you do with the time that you have, because ultimately the people are the real boss.
Okay, thank you very much, Prime Minister-elect Dr. Friday. We're not going to keep you any longer because it's been a long day and it's going to be a long night as well. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
So,
Gilda, thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have more conversations as we go forward. You know, people will know I've known you for a very long time, since we were in sixth form together, and Linton I've known since we were teenagers. You know, but I feel like I've known Rani a long time too, because we were in Parliament together, and then the OECS and all of that. But you know, it's been a journey, and sometimes we, you know, I don't plan it and plot it out. It's not been my way. I basically I do what I can to make things happen, and if we're down to my personal benefit, and as you know, then so be it. But ultimately, what we want to do is to serve. I mean, I say this all the time. It sounds trite, but it really is what drives me, and I intend to do so going forward. So thank you so much for the good wishes. Thank you for having me on the program here, and thank you for releasing me so that I can go and commune with my pillow again. I shall see you tomorrow. As I say, tomorrow is a national holiday. I want to repeat that. It's our custom that after general elections we have a national holiday, and I want the people to take this now as a declaration of such. You know, the Prime Minister designate, but I think people will take it as authority to make such a declaration. And then, of course, we have celebration in Heritage Square, and my plan is to this morning as Prime Minister tomorrow.
all right, thank you. Congratulations again, and all the very best.
Thank you very
well.
much.
Okay.
God bless.
Good night.
Good night. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Of course, that was the Prime Minister-elect, Dr. Godwin Friday. And it's Friday, is it a Friday?
It is Friday.
It is Friday.
It is Friday.
It is Friday.
How on Cali?
It is Friday.
Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday.
Well, we have also had, producer, is it time for us to wrap up and get out of
We
here
didn't
so
get
that we can find the final scores, 14-1.
But you weren't able to contact Dr. Gonzalez, were you?
Well, not me from here.
Not
so,
from me. No, I mean,
Yes.
yeah?
Yeah. They're important.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah?
Can we reach?
Are we going to try? Okay. So, your impressions on the conversation we had?
Still the same person as you know.
Yeah.
He's still calm, and he has the same demeanor I've known since I was 17. And I think that he has a very strong mandate. When you have a mandate as strong as that, it augurs well for unity, and a very quick unity, because whatever difference is worked out very quickly, because you have the strength, and unity is also strength. So I believe that they will come together. I know that people like Sinclair Leacock, who has all these ideas and so on, he has lots of ideas. Understandably, he'll bring them to the fore. They will work along very quickly. I can't wait to hear the positions.
The ministerial portfolios.
Portfolios, yes, the positions. I know that Leacock has already telegraphed that he wishes to be Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. I mean, that is who he is. You know, in any event, he was a shadow that portfolio in Parliament for some period of time, and it would be fitting for him to also feel a sense of strength, authority, and proximity to Dr. Friday. Together, they will be able to make a very, very good team in molding the other candidates and the other ministers. They have been together for a very long time, for years, working together in the party, so it is nothing new. They didn't just come to meet each other. Now they have to work together in government.
4 of them have been together the longest.
Well,
it would have been Dr. Friday,
Nigel Stevenson,
Terence Oliver,
and
the third
Nigel
one
Stevenson.
was Stevenson.
Yes. So I think that the ULP has a platform that they have left there that they can build upon. which is very good as well. And it is mainly the issue of personalities and being able to be the Prime Minister for the entire country. I think that is going to be the greatest challenge, especially coming on the heels of having been in opposition for so long, and so many people have been in opposition for so long, you know, and then have to introduce a concept of a meritocracy that we spoke about in the party. All of those things are very challenging, and it will take some time to be implemented effectively. But as I say, with this mandate, they called in others to give him the relevant advice as to how they move forward. And I think they will succeed as a group, you know.
And as we continue to wrap up, your thoughts?
My thoughts in the entire thing is, this is overwhelming. I had sensed before the elections that there was a spirit of change. I saw it. A lot of friends would call me from all about, and this was happening. I said, look, I can't give any predictions. It could have gone either way. You know, I said, I was prepared to be surprised one way or the other. This is a surprise though. Never expected it so big. You know, but like Dr. Friday said, the people have spoken, and in no uncertain terms. And we just got to accept and go along with it and hope for the best for the country. And we wish, and we know that we can only go forward good together. I would love. Go ahead.
That's you?
No, I was just saying I would love to hear the former Prime Minister. Yeah. But I wish we could get him.
Well, that's not going to happen tonight from all accounts.
No?
So,
Okay.
I know.
The last, so I'll go.
Yeah, you go.
Yes.
I want to thank you guys for the invitation, for being part of the panel. This is not the first time I've been here, but I've been here physically. And I've done a couple of elections in the Caribbean, and this is certainly one of the more interesting ones. So I'm happy that I was able to share in this opportunity. I do feel that every election is an opportunity to learn. And I have the benefit of being a pollster as well as being an analyst. So I have insight before and after. And I can tell you that the outcome tonight is certainly consistent with my science. And yeah, it's interesting to see it has happened this way. There's a distinct possibility that it could easily have not happened this way, but that is perhaps the kind of analysis that I can give more comprehensively on another occasion. But the idea that it was a knife edge is actually quite true. But this is how it happened, and as I said, the science suggested to me that this was entirely possible. I also want to pay tribute to the legacy and certainly the era that has come to an end, which is the Gonzalez era. This is also something that I have shared. My time as a political analyst, certainly as a consultant, started in 1998 around the same time Dr. Gonzalez started. And curiously enough, I sat in his former office at the University of the West Indies when I was first starting out on that journey. So I've always felt some level of bond. St. Vincent has always been very close to me. And I've watched the evolution of the career with great interest. I'm now anxious to see how Dr. Friday is able to take over, because as I said, he goes down in history as being the person that has brought the end of the longest reign to an end. And I'm anxious to see, you know, how things go. But politics is about change, and I understand that there will be an ebb and a flow, and certainly the NDP could not stay out of office forever. So I totally expect that at some point in time they would have come in. And you know, I'm anxious to see how things work. To be honest, I thought that Dr. Friday may have succeeded before, because my expectation was that as long as Arnold Eustace moved on, that the next leader would have been successful almost immediately. It didn't work out that way, but you know, nonetheless, it has happened now. So all interesting learning experience for me, and I'm happy to have been a part of it. And thank you for your, well, as I said, for letting me be part of the panel.
Thank you. Ms. Latif?
Well, it's now past 1:30 on Friday morning. Congratulations once again to Dr. Friday on becoming the new Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, credit must be given to Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves. It's the longest reign of continuous reign of a political figure in the Caribbean in the position of Prime Minister. He has had a long career in Parliament and on the regional scene. He's definitely secured his place in the political history of the Caribbean. And I think even at the level at United Nations, to have taken this country to a seat at the Security Council at the United Nations, which was something the Caribbean celebrated. And so he has made his page in history. The future, we don't know what it may hold, but the anthem says, whatever the future brings, our faith will see us through. And the people have spoken. That is what a democracy is about. That is what elections are for, to give the people their opportunity to speak. The elections have been held, and I'm very pleased that so far it has been, we've heard on the street, free and fair. It's a new government, there's change, and the new government will take its place, and we watch it unfold.
Okay, and
that's what the democracy is all about.
Yes, I agree.
Giving people their opportunity. And change is part of that opportunity.
Asher, you'd wrap up the results for us?
Certainly. Thank you so much, Teresa, and thank you to the panel for the opportunity to be able to deliver the results. We're looking currently at 14 for the New Democratic Party, the Honorable Godwin Friday, Prime Minister elect designate, and we're looking at Ralph Gonsalves, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, who has been the lone person remaining with his seat secure. One of the things that I would like to say is that this has been a lesson learned, and we're able to walk away from this, being able to go back to the drawing board to figure out what is next in regards to Dr. Friday as well as Dr. Ralph Gonsalves. The other thing is we would have seen Dr. Ralph Gonsalves molding and giving opportunities to young persons to bring them into the parliamentary areas, and also noting now for the New Democratic Party, we have seen new persons come on board who are able to deliver what they said that they're going to be able to deliver. So this is a lesson, and this is something that we can all look back upon and be able to learn from it, for where the New Democratic Party is concerned, as well as the Unity Labour Party, Ralph Gonsalves being the person he is within the region and internationally, being able to set trend and also being able to give opportunities to the country that he has so helped to develop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asher. Thank you to the rest of the panel. Of course, Dr. Linton Lewis. Dexter Rose.
Thank you. Good night from me. Good morning, you ready?
Rainy Batiste.
Good
Dr.
morning.
Denny, who was here early on, joined us early on. Yes. And of course, our guest from Barbados, Peter Wickham, as usual. Also thanks to our wonderful production team in the back, headed by Miss Dion John.
Well
Thank
done.
you guys, as usual,
Well done.
for an excellent production and for great work.
Yeah.
This
This is
brings
the
us
first
to the
time
end
we've
of our
done it this way.
broadcast.
We've not done it
Decision
like this before.
2025, the people have indeed decided. That's it from my end. Do enjoy the rest of the morning. It's Friday already, so and it's a holiday, so make the most of it. Friday, it's a holiday. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I.